Mono. I'm also called Gravekipper. You find me on YouTube. That's the channel right there. Gravekipper Ganji Kid. And I'll tell you something. If you haven't watched this Forest Quartet featuring developer interview, yeah, you go and watch that. You go and watch. Oh my days. After this, obviously. After this. But yesterday's stream was a big one. I've uploaded it to YouTube straight away already. It was a big one. A big one. When I say a big one, I mean it was a big one. This fella Mads, he's developed this game. 6 hours and 28, that stream yesterday. Because the Forest Quartet, it was released yesterday. It's on Steam. You can get it there, look. And look, there's a band playing a jazz thing. That's nice. It's only a short game. It's a narrative thing. I mean, you might as well watch my stream to find out. I was so enthused because Mads, I know Mads, he was in the film that I made about indie game development, and I keep banging on about it. If you watch it on this channel, you can literally go scrolling across here on my channel, click search at the top, indie, like that, and there it is, Indie Game Development Paradise, full documentary draft. You can see the full draft of the documentary I made. It's there. Mads is in it. He made this game, and sadly Mads lost his mother before he even thought about making a game. So it inspired him, and you know, it's a big part of this game. Is the game's about a spirit who wants to get the old band back together, and through the process of solving a few puzzles, going around a few places, it's about overcoming grief. And there are some moments in the game that are really, for my mind, I mean, it feels a bit small because you're used to playing these big games, aren't you? You know, it's an indie game, it's a little indie game, but there are some moments, and like you pay for, you know, I'm always going on about value in games. Oh, I don't want to, Genshin Impact money spent, 0-0. I'd pay 3 times the price for this game. I'd pay 50 quid, well, 50 quid's a lot actually, but I'd pay 3 times the price for this game, knowing it was a very short experience, but knowing how much artistry went into it. And literally, maybe 2 or 3 moments, and I say moments, you can put the controller down and stay there for a minute and have a think. There was 2 or 3 moments like that that really stood out to me. There was the creepy people. Let's have a quick look to see if they're in this trailer. There was the creepy people that was turning into moths, and wasn't there one more that I really lingered over? Maybe that I lingered over for a little bit, these little vignettes. The smooth movement of the game I felt the game was so well made and polished. Excuse me. I felt the game was so well made and polished. I mean, I was surprised by that because I know that it's an indie game produced by, you know, a small team. I've not got my relaxing music on in the background, please. Thank you, YouTube. So you don't expect adverts. Come on. It's not like I'm going to be doing Just Dance, is it? You don't expect such quality. And like I say, I think maybe the average audience member might say, oh, well, it's a bit short. You finished it in one stream. Yeah, but it's really good. Like the quality of the... And I know, well, most games are good, aren't they? When you play them, they're good. But I was surprised about how smooth, like it wasn't clunky, there was no stuttering, no bugs, nothing, no problems. Really smooth experience. The puzzles were intuitive, but yet abstract. So there was enough to think about during the process. But I would say the average player, I think, you know, I'll be honest, I'll be brutal. I think the average player is looking for value for money, replayability and all that sort of stuff. This is not that sort of game. This is one of those indie games about feelings, about art. I was well impressed anyway. So we did the stream yesterday, and of course it was a 6-hour big stream. I've interviewed Mads in the past, so I got the interviews out, dug them out, put them on the well, put 2 of them up there. We've got more to watch, more interviews of Mads to watch, but I'm not doing them straight away now. I need a bit of a thought break. Today we're doing Genshin Impact, and we're playing, I mean, I should have said it straight away, shouldn't I, before we started. Today we're doing Genshin Impact, and we're doing the trading card game. Hooray, I've done my commissions. Now, oh, it's all changed. Look, we've got wishes as well to do today, if we want them. We could do them anytime in the next 18 days. I want Faruzan, that character there. I'm not too worried about Wanderer. If we get him, great. If not, not too worried. Lots of people really, really like him. Really think he's the hype character. I'm not too worried. He looks very powerful, I will say that. He does look very powerful. Not too worried about Yanfei and Goru, but if they come up, they come up. So we've got some wishes to throw today. It's very unlikely we actually get him. I don't have the 28k to guarantee a full run on the banner. So what I would probably like to do is save for another day and for a character that I really want. Because Wanderer's cool, he's probably quite powerful, but do I really want him? Not as much as I want, say, Hu Tao or Shen He, or I understand there's another little one coming in the game. So that's going to happen today. We'll probably do some wishes. Also, we're going to find out about this card game. I'm going to quickly just show you, look, there's new things on the list. There's a new dungeon realm, look, 9 days to do that, so we'll have a look at it. Probably won't finish it though, because it unlocks in a few days. Might even save this for a few days, so we can do it all as one stream. We'll have a look at the test runs maybe another time. There's a new Archon quest that we're going to probably do next week. I like to let people do it first, so they've got it done and out of the way, and then they can watch me play. Battlefield of Dice, Cats and Cards, that's what we're on today. I want to see this. So let's do it. There's a quest associated, and I'm really interested to find out what's going on with our new collectible card game in Genshin Impact. Tradable card game. Really interested to see it. So we're going to do that, but there's one big surprise I've got for you as well later on, which is, and it's going to be a shorter stream today maybe, because I've done such a big one yesterday. I did this 6-hour stream and it took a lot out of me emotionally. I cried. And, you know, I've got to get up tomorrow to walk the dog. If I stay up all night tonight doing a big long stream, I'll ruin myself physically and mentally. So I need to get up tomorrow to walk the dog early doors. What I need to do today is calm, chill, nice, relaxing stream, get into the bed and go to sleep. But there's one more thing I wanted to show you, which is I better tweet that we're live. Look, better tweet that we're live. There's one other thing I want to show you, which is on, let's see, is it working yet? Got to find the damn buttons on OBS, please. What the fuck, I just set this up. Where is it? There. And turn off Firefox. It's still updating. The Xbox is still updating. But once the Xbox is updated, what we're going to do with the Xbox, and I don't need Firefox anymore, do I? I can turn that off. Is in Fallout, I talked the other day about all my bases that I made, all the spaces, and Preston used to make me make all these settlements. No, I didn't get the DLC, so they're not going to be as impressive as other people's, but I want to take you on a tour of all my settlements and just show you what I've been building. I just need to get it up there on the internet, and so it exists out there in the world. I know it. It's in the box. I'll talk about it sometimes. I want it to exist on the internet, so I'm going to show you my bases. All your base are belong to us. So that'll come up later. So today my plan is... Oh, look, it's taking place in Mondstadt. Hello. My plan is collectible card game. Then I've forgotten what even I said. Look at the Xbox. Chilling. Nothing heavy. Big Genshin Impact streams for me next week. Oh, we'll also look at the Game Awards today as well. We'll have a brief look at the Game Awards. Although I'm not that bothered about it because it's only a marketing trick.
I see everything.
Do you know what I mean? You only pay for your table. You pay to be nominated. You pay to be part of the thing. You sponsor a little, you know, whatever, and then, oh, you've won an award. Well done. That only cost you 60 grand. Well done. Did the other people not pay as much as you?
The weather is
No?
lovely and warm. Things are about to start getting lively again.
I noticed that card game Marvel Snap, which wasn't even enough to tempt me to play, and I'm a collectible, tradable card game player, wasn't even interesting enough to get me to play. And I'm not interested in Marvel and the Hulk. And I just don't care. They're badly made films, badly thought out stories, trash media for children, I would say. And people get into it and whatever, but like, so you attached it to I'm getting moaning now, but like they won anyway. Hearthstone. This has got a card game in the game, yeah, and it's Genshin Impact. Look at it. Look at it. Marvel Snap beat this for best mobile game. You've got to be fucking kidding. I've never played this on a mobile device, but I understand it was designed for them. You can actually play this on your phone, for Christ's sake. Look at it. You're telling me that Breath of the Wild goes on the phone, it doesn't beat Marvel Snap? Get away. How many people want to play Marvel Snap? Oh, about like 1% of the population. Only really like a small niche audience. How many people want to play Genshin Impact? Everyone. Everyone loves it. All right. Marvel Snap will win the award then. We'll do it now. I've got to do it now. I can't.
If you're not sure what to do next, How about it?
Shouldn't be. I've got to do it now. I've got to show you now. I can't keep my light under a bushel any further. It wasn't on there, was it? I saw it on Twitter. Twitter can be awful. You might see awful, horrible things. Search Twitter Game Awards. Are they not just the nomination videos? Look, there's the Game Awards itself, so this will have it, and it won't be all pictures of pornography and shit. And honestly, I don't follow loads of pornographers, but people, like all sorts of girls these days, just want to put up pictures of them in their underwear on Twitter. I don't understand it. There we go, look. Marvel Snap, Mobile Game of the Year. What? Are you fucking kidding me? You've got to be kidding me, haven't you? You've actually got to be kidding me. Marvel Snap, Game of the... Where's the thing where they... Celebrate... God, you'd think you'd be able to find just the bit where they announced the award. I need it. Oh, look. Best Indie winner. Stray, well done. We'll play that. We're going to play that in next week. Genshin Impact took the player's voice. That's big, though. You know what? If it really is a player's voice, because I don't even know if I trust them to allow a fair vote, but if it really is a real vote, then it's obvious that Genshin Impact is the best game. So why did it not win in any of its other categories? What's going on? How can there be 60 million... Because there are 60 million Genshin Impact players. How can there be 60... I don't think they all voted, but let's say 60 million people play Genshin Impact and like 10% of them vote. How can you get that number of votes and yet other awards like we weren't even up? Genshin wasn't even up for role-playing adventure game, action adventure, although it should be. It's better than God of War Ragnarok. Oh yeah, this was it. Ongoing game, Final Fantasy. I don't want to piss off the Final Fantasy fans, but what did you do this year? What was big in your world this year? Final... Come on, I pressed the Windows key by mistake. I fucking hate that Windows key. Final, and I'm not on Google. Google. Final Fantasy. I don't know how to, 2. Will it tell me what happened? I can't even find... I don't know. Anyway, there might have been some expansions or something. I don't even know what happened in Final Fantasy this year. I don't play it, but I should know. I should be aware of what's going on in the other games. Don't even know. I know what's going on in Genshin Impact this year. Obviously, I play it, but quite a lot, I'll tell you that. There you are. Takes home the Player's Voice Award. Ridiculous. And Elden Ring got Best Role-Playing Game, which is ridiculous. Again, I'm not slating Elden Ring. I'm just saying that Genshin Impact is clearly better. For Genshin Impact not to make a clean sweep of these awards is ridiculous because it was voted best game by the players. So you're telling me all the people that played these games voted for Genshin Impact, but you chose Elden Ring. So what do you know that's different from me? You chose God of War Ragnarok. What do you know that's different from me? You're a journalist or some shit. No, it's your companies are paying for these games to get awards. This is a marketing trick. This is an advert for games. The whole thing is set up to advertise games. So you can't tell me that. Because like when we talk about that setup to advertise games, we're talking about they actually put adverts for games in the process as well, don't they? Like they haven't tweeted this advert for a game by mistake. They're being paid to do it. So if you're being paid to tweet adverts, you might just dress them up as awards. What I mean is you dress them up as awards. So it's all bullshit, isn't it? It's absolute bollocks. When I say it's absolute bollocks, I mean you might as well put it all in the fucking bin. It's useless to anyone. Oh, if you're in the industry and you're up the top end with the spending the money, you've all had a good night and you've sold a lot more units through your advertising. But it's not that. To me it tastes tacky and horrible. It feels rubbish to me. Well, rubbish. Not interested. Still going here. Still trying to find the announcement for Marvel Snap because it was funny as fuck. I think it was actually the first one even. Orchestra giving us chills with the God of War Ragnarok performance. Really, really, was that good, was it? You should listen to the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra do the Genshin Impact music. It's a bit better. I can't even find it, Actually, maybe if I look on... Well, maybe we're getting close because she's in that dress there. She was the one that was announcing it. What's this? Look, these visuals are amazing. Check out Horizon Call of the Mountain. It's an advert. It's an advert. Right, hang on, we've gone too far now. Best family game. Who's this guy? All right, right. I'll tell you what I'll do instead. I'll search for Ben Brode. He'll have retweeted it, won't he? Here we go. This is it.
First award of the night for best mobile game. These games stay with you long
so
after
first award of the night for best mobile game, and you hear someone in the audience shout, yes! Is that Ben Brode himself, or is it just one of his peers?
And what better way to segue into our first award of the night for best mobile game?
Because you don't think these people are invited to sit in these chairs, do you? Those chairs cost money, I'm sure. I mean, I'll say I'm sure. I don't know exactly how it works, but we used to have this thing in our town. Hello, Crawl. Hello, Crawl. We used to have, I'll tell you what, Crawl, we're doing trading card games today. First of all, I'm going to moan about the Game Awards.
These games stay with you long after you've finished.
Shut up, her. And then we're going to do the trading card game, and we're also going to have a look at my Fallout settlements. Yesterday was a huge stream for me. It's on YouTube now. You can still see it on Twitch. The Forest Quartet featuring Mad developer interview. He made the game. He was at the Stugan project where I did that documentary. I was emotionally invested. I played the game yesterday. Big stream, 6 hours. Cried. Thought it was brilliant. Small indie game, narrative, not going to break the world, not going to change the world, but some people are going to feel aggrieved at the price for the amount of gameplay. But for me, it's more about the story and the moments in the game. So I'll just quickly reiterate that for you. Make sure to watch the video Hoyoverse put out. Okay, I will do, yeah. And yeah, that's what we're doing now, is we're watching... I've lost my fucking window. So I was just saying, it's on their channel on Twitch, or on their channel. On their YouTube channel, you mean, don't you? YouTube channel. I'll have a look. Right. I want to say this first, though, right? Which is that in our town, we have an award ceremony called in fact, escape out of that, the Pride of Stratford Awards. They have one in all the towns. You'll have them in every town in your local area. Look, there's one of Staffordshire there. Staffordshire. So it's got it wrong, but... Or maybe they do Pride of Warwickshire. They do them by Warwickshire. They do it by area, don't they? Best people and businesses. More options reject. And businesses celebrated at Pride of Warwick Awards. Best people and businesses. Seems weird, doesn't it, to have an award ceremony for the best people of the area and also the businesses. Because it's organised by the businesses. The company that run it is a business. It's a marketing trick. They also do these things called business improvement district, right? They do these things called the BID, the Business Improvement District. And look, there's an example, Gloucester BID, Business Improvement District. They might do them in America as well, but they certainly do them in the UK, right? And what actually they do is these people, the BID, the Business Improvement District, what they'll do is they'll say to all the businesses in the area, like they did it in my area, Stratford, they said, right, you all pay an extra tax now. You give us 1% of your sales. You know, they get an extra tax, a little bit of money, £1,000 a month, or whatever. They do a little tax based on your business rates. And they take all that money, and they're a private company, and they're like, brilliant, now we've got money. Job done. They've paid themselves with your business money. And what do they do for that money? Well, we're going to help you get more customers. So you're a marketing company then, yeah? And what does a marketing company want you to do? Pay them. So who are they going to market to? Oh, all the customers, get them coming in my shop. No, they're marketing to you that owns the shops because you're paying them. The customers coming in is, well, here or there. If they do come in, you're going to pay them and keep paying them. If they don't come in, you're going to pay them because you want more customers. They win-win. It's a scam. It's a scam. Okay, I used to I had my own business in Stratford-upon-Avon. I saw this bloke arrive in the town. Why don't you have a bid? We'll organise a bid. And they all did it, and they're idiots. And then they put on, the thing that really annoyed me was on the city streets, they put Business Improvement District helpers, like town hosts. And they used to come over and like, do you want anything to come in my shop? I was like, get out my fucking shop. Like, this is I'm a private company. That's a public space. I'll do what I want in public and you won't tell me what to do. You're not the police. You're not helping. Fuck off. And then the other thing is, if you pay more money to the bid, when a tourist comes up to these town hosts, oh, where do I go to get my haircut? They're not sending them to me. They're sending them to the woman that pays them the money. So it's bollocks. Like, we're all in competition in business, but you're going to have one overarching body that's going to help everyone to get customers. It doesn't. It's a bollocks. It's a lie. It's a scam. And the people that run it, like, you won't see them on here. They've got fast cars, lots of money. They're taking your money. They're making the money with it. This whole website here is for the businesses to look at so that you think they're doing something. They're a marketing trick, and they're marketing to the businesses. You pay them, and then they pretend to do what they're doing. And if they could blag you that they're doing it, they win. They don't actually have to do it. It's a marketing trick. It's the same thing with these awards. Pride of whatever awards. Business of the Year, Aubrey Allen. Well done. There, well done. How did you get that, Aubrey? Well, the dinner table, because when you go to this event, there's a big table that you have to buy for charity. For charity. And you give them like 20 grand and you get an award, the end. It is that. To be nominated, you have to pay. Nominate business for, what did I just call them? Pride Awards. How to nominate for awards. These are the awards. No thanks. Do not accept cookies. Where is it? Oh, it's not being overt. I know, because I used to run a business. You know, they used to apply to me to say, do you want to pay to be in the awards? And I used to say, no, you can get fucked. And there was one hairdresser in the town, and she would pay, and she'd always get the awards. You buy a table at the event. It's not a direct. It's not like I've bought the table, that equals the award. It's like, I've bought a table, and I'm also nominated for an award. So, yeah, no, it's not a direct. But so this is what goes on. So I think it's all a load of shit. That's what I think about it. You can think what you want. Everyone thinks what they want. So I think this is a load of shit. I think this is just a bigger version of that load of shit. And you can prove it for two things. Nice moment for an ad. Did you get an ad then on my channel? How does that happen? I'm sorry about that. I don't press ad buttons. I don't know how Twitch works for ads, really. I didn't know you were getting ads on my channel. I didn't even know that, because I'm not getting anything from that. Like, I've just closed a window there by mistake. If I open up Twitch, maybe I shouldn't show you this. Create a dashboard. I don't even know where the fucking thing is. Where would you choose ads? What about money? Is it part of money? Is there a button here for money? Earnings, right? Maybe I shouldn't show this. Got it. I don't know what the rules are, but if you go down here for my earnings, which I'm not earning a lot on Twitch right now, thank you very much. But where's my ads? The ads, I got 30p. I got 30p. No, half that, because it's American money. I got 10p. It's not even worth having the ads. I'd rather not have the ads. How do I turn them off? Anyway. They're adding ads to all channels. All right. I was going to say I might as well move to YouTube then, but YouTube do that as well. Like, YouTube actually sent me an email on my bigger channels where I've got lots of subscribers, because on True Binaural, this is the best example I've got, True Binaural, and I don't know if I can dig out the email now. I don't know where they'd have sent it me. Maybe it was a message or was it an email. And anyway, like, on this channel, I've got 13,000 subscribers. I had 15k or 20k, and I wasn't monetizing it. I wasn't ever putting an advert on anything. And they sent me an email to say, look, you're not monetized, but YouTube is going to start running ads on your videos. So eat that, dickhead. YouTube run ads on not monetized. If you haven't monetized the videos yourself, if your video contains content with the right... No, I'm not in the YouTube partner, so why am I seeing ads on my videos? YouTube is showing ads on non-monetized channels. You don't share the revenue, though. So what YouTube started doing is they started putting adverts on my channel without my consent. I mean, I'm signed up to YouTube, so it's their choice. And they took the money, and I didn't have a choice. So what I had to do was I had to say, okay, I will have ads. And I noticed that when I put ads on, I got an increase in views, generally. Not over a long period of time. I don't upload a lot. I just got more views because now there's adverts on them. They're promoting it. And... oh God. So what I was able to do is I was able to put in, I was able to go into the settings and choose no alcohol ads, no gambling ads, no adverts for this, quiet ads only please, at the best I can choose. You know, I was able to at least modify which adverts were on offer. But that's the best control I've got. I'm surprised that Twitch is doing that to you, because I wouldn't want, if I have to have ads, can we put them on at the end or during the later part of the stream so that, you know, if you're new and I'm talking, you don't miss something. God, what an awful system, yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's what's happening. I was saying that this is all a big advert as well, isn't it? We know it is. I'll tell you why we know it is because if you go to the Games Awards Twitter page, it's a big advert. There are lots of adverts on it. At the awards, they said, oh, have you seen this new game? And they're not doing that for fun, are they? Like, look. If I scroll down here to the Game Awards, here's one. There's this one. Spiritfarer. Now, I know people that made this game as well.
In the Discord.
I know, well, I don't know people that made it. I know someone that knows someone that made it, or I know people that are involved in the making of it. Or let's say that they're, you know, people in teams that were at Stugan or something, or from Brazil or some shit. It's got an advert on there, though. Well done. You must have paid for that, though, mustn't you? Because the Video Game Awards is not going to randomly hand out an advert for nothing, is it? Why have you done that? They've not won an award or anything. They've just been advertised on the channel. Comes to PS5, June 22nd, Final Fantasy trailer. And they won an award, didn't they, Final Fantasy? They won best ongoing game ahead of Genshin Impact. Despite Genshin Impact getting more votes from the public, the Genshin won the public vote, but this, Final Fantasy, got a big advert and an award. It's almost like they're spending money. I mean, it's transparent, isn't it? We know this is not... Like, you take away the awards, and what you've actually got is just a series of adverts. It might as well just be the E3 show or the whatever show, isn't it? It's just a series of adverts. So you add in the awards, and now you've got a reason to have adverts and a show. And you're not telling me that I'm running an awards ceremony and I'm giving out awards on the random for fun. You're not telling me that I'm not taking money for that. That's ridiculous. I'm running a business. I will take money for my awards, thank you very much, and you can shut up. Like, there's no rules to say awards have to be legitimate, are there? There's no, like, trade and tax rules about winning an award. You pay me, I'll give you the award. The end. Who's paid me the most? Right, you're getting me the award. You're getting the awards. The end. So I think it's all an absolute sham. You think 50-50 it's an advertised show, but also a great way to discover new games. Yeah, I want to see the adverts. Don't get me wrong, right? I don't want to see all adverts in the world. I don't want to see adverts for shit that I don't want. You know, but I'm interested in games, so I want to see new games being released. Yes, but I don't want to be lied to while I do it. I don't want them to pretend to me that they're just doing it out of the goodness of their heart, or that, you know, and in fact, I don't really want to see the adverts. I want to see people like me playing the games. I want to see the surrounding content so that I can make a decision based on reality, not on what they want me to think. So, Final Fantasy XIV has way more years of winning decisions than Genshin's lifespan. Yeah. So I think it's stacked ongoing game than Genshin. Maybe, but what did they do this year? You know, we're talking about this year, ongoing game. Genshin went from absolute strength to strength. I had no desire to play Final Fantasy. So from my perspective, and I think it bears out in the number of players, the number of sales, and of course you've got this other thing. The public vote was won head over heels by Genshin. So we know that public vote with their money. Like, let's have a look at number of players this year. And I know it's not about just number of players. Well, you can't say what it's about because it's a marketing trick. What it's about is who spent most money. So we can't say the award should be based on quality or it should be based on this. Oh, maybe it should, but it's not. So maybe not. But number of players, FF14. I'll just write 14 because I can't do the numbers. 40 million player base. So Genshin's got 20 more million people. The daily player count's be 1 million. 2 million. Okay. Daily number of Genshin players. What? 13729? That's less. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Hang on. Only 800,000 play a day. And 2 million play per day on Final Fantasy. Well, maybe I've got that wrong then. I'll hold my hands up there if that's right. How have I got that? How is there 60 million Genshin players and only 100,000 play on the day? I don't know. Endwalker, yeah, they had that. Closing the main story. Okay, they had that. I'm still not convinced. Because I saw it. I saw Asmongold playing it. I didn't. I thought Genshin was better. I ended up choosing to play Genshin. So that's my personal opinion. I won't argue against everyone's personal opinion. I'll just say, that's mine. You're allowed to have yours. But I'm shocked that Genshin got public vote, but not all these other awards. Some people come and go for patches on Genshin. I didn't know that. Fair enough. I still think it's the better ongoing game. But
and what better way to segue into our first award of the night for Best Mobile Game? These games
so everything I've said now, how come Genshin doesn't beat Marvel Snap anyway?
stay with you long after you've finished them, literally, unless you delete them off your phone. Here are your nominees. Apex Legends Mobile.
Right, what I want you to pay attention to here is how much cheering there is in the audience. Because this is not a public audience. This isn't the people and the masses cheering for their vote. This is how many people in this room have bought a ticket. You don't get in free. You're not invited for free. I mean, they might be. They might say, oh, no, of course they're all invited for free. Well, who's paying for it then? Sponsorship. Who's sponsoring it? The people that are invited. Right, okay then. How'd you get a front row ticket? How'd you get a nice table with your drinks brought to you? Get away, you don't pay for that. Get away. You might go around the houses to pay for it, but you're fucking paying for it. Right, so what I want you to hear is how many in the room, industry people, are cheering for each game. What kind of noise is being made in the room. Which, for me, equates to how many members of their team have been bought a ticket.
Apex Legends Mobile. Diablo Immortal.
There's even a loud boo for Diablo. I'll play it back again. Apex Legends, no one even makes a noise. They forget to applaud. Someone boos for Diablo Immortal, and I imagine that's Ben Brode and his team, who used to work at Blizzard.
Apex Legends Mobile. Diablo Immortal. Genshin Impact. Marvel Snap. And Tower of Fantasy.
So no one applauded for for Tower of Fantasy. No one applauded for that. They didn't even bother to buy a table or turn up. Genshin Impact got a big cheer, but Marvel Snap got a bigger cheer and a longer cheer than any of the others, which seems fucking weird to me because it's a shit tradable card game that didn't really take off.
Genshin Impact. Marvel Snap. And Tower of Fantasy.
I mean, I don't know if it's shit, I haven't played it, but come on. It's got the Marvel stamp all over it, so that puts off loads of people straight away. It's not like Genshin Impact, which is open to everyone. As long as you can get over the anime style. Oh, it's an anime waifu game. I don't like the graphic style. Well, hello, Breath of the Wild is in that style, so everyone likes it. Appeals to everyone, something for everyone. Diablo Immortal, very specific niche. Apex Legends Mobile, very specific niche. Even first-person shooter people don't all play it. How is Marvel Snap?
And the Game Award goes to...
Now check this out. Did you hear that? Marvel Snap! Listen. And the award goes to...
Goes to...
Marvel Snap! Like, what are you doing shouting that in the audience? What are you doing? You're drunk, you're with your big team, and you're shouting it because you already know you're going to win the award.
Marvel Snap!
Woo! And where's Ben Brode then? Well, he's there. He's right there. He didn't have to get out of his seat and wander over, did he? He's there. He's already got a microphone.
Oh my God!
Oh, it's a surprise. Is it a surprise, Ben? Or are you just acting surprised? And if you're acting surprised, am I to believe that you're a fake person who gives me fake emotions and fake smiles and fake surprise and a fake award? Come on. Oh, I won an award! Piss off. I've had enough of it. I used to like Ben when he was doing Hearthstone. You know, I used to like the vibe. But now I see through it as a totally transparent act. I'm wearing my suit with all the colours. I'm spending my money on marketing. And when I go home, my smile fades. And I go back to being a sad bastard. Fuck off, mate. Don't act. Don't pretend. Don't fake it.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Thank you to Marvel for taking an incredible chance.
You notice how he puts the award down immediately? Because he's not going to take that and carry it and put it on his mantelpiece. That's going straight in the bin. Give it to the next person. I don't want the actual physical award. I just want the marketing. I'm just paying so that people buy my game. So that we put it in front of them so they think it's good and they buy it. It's fucking ridiculous. How can that win ahead of Genshin Impact, right? When Genshin Impact has just introduced a collectible trading card game in the game. It's ridiculous. It actually made me angry. It's making me angry now. Like, this game eats that game. What are you saying there? Debatable. Only those two are really good candidates. Best mobile game. Not best collectible trading card game. Best mobile. The whole of all mobile gaming. Now, I love card games, right? I play Hearthstone and have done and put hundreds of thousands of pounds into it or whatever. Like, you know, bought all those expansions over the years. And I'm a big trading card player. Online, I never did Magic the Gathering. I saw it and I was buying Citadel miniatures and I couldn't buy both things. So, but like, let's just face it. I like Hearthstone, yeah, I like it, and I know all about it, and I'm big into it. And I'm currently ranked Diamond or something near Legend or whatever the fuck it is. I can't be arsed with it at the moment because it's broken again because of a new expansion. There's a different conversation, but Marvel Snap is not doing a new niche on the gaming space. It has been broken, a good card game, yeah. Right, let's just look at mobile games now then. Just top mobile games. Because it's changed. I know that mobile games used to be Candy Crush and Clash of Clans and shit like that, didn't it? It used to be that it was maybe more predatory monetization. But now more and more games can just go on the phone. Can't they? They can just go on the phone. Your phone can run them. So it's more and more the case that a mobile phone... Like, I think if this is the case with the industry and what they're saying, they're behind the times. They're backwards. They don't realise what's going on. Because nowadays, your phone can run all these other games. Like, they don't have to be called mobile games. They can just be called games. But best mobile games in 20... I mean, this might be an advert. Look. Reject all. But look, Genshin Impact. And you're comparing Genshin Impact now to something like Raid Shadow Legends or Mech Arena or Epic 7. These are shit games. Mafia 6. This is all dog shit. This is all an advert. This is. I'm looking at the wrong page, aren't I? But can you bring anything close to Genshin Impact out of any of these things? Marvel Snap, for Christ's sake, is a digitally collectible trading card game done by like a indie company. And that Marvel thing will put off loads of people. A lot of players don't resonate with Marvel, don't think Marvel's that good, not that interested in Rocket Man or Incredible Hulk, think it's childish. Like, how is it possible? Yeah, Diablo Immortal was a scam. Really good point. You can't even put that on the list. It's not a mobile game. It's like saying best mobile games include... It's like saying that, like, why aren't these games, like, why isn't Mr. Q slot machines, 32 Red? That's a betting website where you've got slot machines. Why isn't that on it? That's a game on the internet, isn't it? Why isn't that on it? I'll tell you why it's not, because it's marketed at children, the Game Awards, and you can't market these things for children. Can you? You've got a Jurassic World slot machine, and a Britain's Got Talent slot machine, and a Lara Croft slot machine. But you can't market these things at children. I mean, I'm angry now. I'm getting into my zone. I'm going to move away from this in a minute and stop yelling about it. But Asmongold's on this shit. He knows. What's going on here? How is that happening? Avid Merrion, popular children's entertainment. Well, you know, how is Jurassic World slot machine not marketed at children? Oh, hang on, look. I have to put my date of birth in so they'll shut. Oh, okay, I can't see it now unless I'm an adult. Got it. Oh no, I can see it. Oh, I can see it. It just wanted me to register. No, I can see it. Yeah. These games are all marketed at children, aren't they? So, or like adults that behave like children, I suppose. But why is that not as good as Genshin Impact? In fact, it's better than Genshin Impact. At least it is what it is, and it's not pretending to be something else. Yeah, Genshin was a... Sorry, not Genshin. Sorry, Diablo was a scam. Diablo was a scam. PUBG's just people who want to shoot but don't have a PC for Counter-Strike. Tower of Fantasy, you can... But it's whatever they bought. Yeah, they probably did buy a space on the list, yeah. Diablo Immortal on that top 3 list you got, just next to Disney Farmville Marketplace. Don't forget to watch the video. Yes, okay, let's go and do that now then, because I've got angry and I've made my point, haven't I? It's obvious this is a fake marketing scam because it was a prepared interview with Ben Brode. He was stood there ready to receive his award. Someone shouted from the audience before they even handed it out who it was going to be. And they bought shitloads of space in the arena. You can see behind him here, over here in these seats here. Maybe that's the public seats. There's empty seats. There's loads of empty seats. Because not everyone gives a shit about Ben Brode and Marvel Snap. But he's paid for that.
Thank you to our publisher, Newverse. Thank you to the incredible community of Marvel Snap players around the
fake
world. You know, we were here like 8 years ago for Hearthstone.
Oh, we were here like 8 years ago for Hearthstone. So I'm to believe that this is going to be as successful as Hearthstone then? Get away. You still riding on those coattails, are you? Like, more and more as people... I'm not even going to say it, I'm just going to ignore it. I was going to lay into him about his hair and his clothes and, you know, more and more feeling like an old man playing to the kids. And I'm like that. Like, we just grow up and we grow old and we don't feel like we're getting old, but we are. But it becomes more and more transparent when you're being fake, Ben. Especially as this is all contrived and paid for. So I've made my point there very clearly. Let's see what you were saying to me about Genshin Impact. Because the only award that you could possibly say was worth winning was the Player's Choice Award. If you make games, do you really care how much money you spent on an award? No. Not unless it's going to come back in more money. Look at the little face! Unbelievable. Look at it. Marvel Snap versus this. Marvel Snap 1. And the reason is, Genshin don't need to spend money to get people to play, because they're already playing. Genshin don't need to spend loads of money on extra marketing, because they do their own marketing and it's good. Genshin don't need to spend fucking loads of money on, like, convincing you that, oh, it's great, and we've got a great player base, because they have got a great game, and it has got a great player base. Let me tell you something, right? When I first started playing Genshin Impact, or looking into it, I had to wade through toxic opinion. I had to wade through it. I had to look at people saying it was a waifu game and a gacha game and a rip-off and a slot machine. And I thought, I don't want to play that game. That game doesn't look good. I was in the process, I'm going to talk about me now for a little bit. I was in the process of trying to find a game to choose for stream. You know, to be a World of Warcraft streamer or a Final Fantasy streamer, like streamers do. A bit more consistency for the Twitch streams. I was looking for an ongoing game. I thought it was going to be New World. Honestly, I thought New World had come out. It was going to be brilliant. And I'd buy a computer on the week before. I missed the deadline for the computer, saving up the money. Then New World came out and it wasn't even very good. It had an awful grind at the end. And I thought, oh, well, that's a shame. But at least I didn't fall into that trap. I could have invested loads of time and effort into being a New World streamer. Got to the end of the grind and thought, this is shit. I'm glad I didn't do that. I'm still Ashes of Creation. I'm still hopeful that'll be a good game. Still open-minded to playing new ongoing games. Oh, absolutely. And that's how I got into Genshin Impact, because I said, right, out of all these games, that's got the most players. I'll go back to this, because I'm talking about Genshin Impact. Yeah! It's got the most players out of all of them. It's the most popular. It's the most interesting to me, because I know all about World of Warcraft. I know all about Final Fantasy and all that. I've seen it on the internet. But I didn't know much about Genshin Impact. It's interesting to me. And you know the story, don't you? You know that I was going to play it rate it, slate it. I was going to say, oh, I've played this game for a couple of weeks and now it wants me to spend money. And everyone says Genshin Impact's great, but it's not. It's a slot machine. And I was going to do a fucking, you know what I'm like. I was going to pan it. Instead, I fucking love it. I think it's brilliant. I sing its praises. I'm engaged. I'm enjoying it. There's new events. They're giving me free primos. Genshin Impact money spent 0-0. I've never felt predated. Never felt compelled to spend money. Never felt like I'm running out of stuff. Okay, sometimes I run out of resin. Sometimes I run out of Mora. I go and do a bit more grind, or I wait a day or two, and then it's back. There's nothing there that compels me and makes me feel like some kind of gambling addict or something. Nothing at all. In fact, I don't even really engage with the gambling. If I want to pull for characters, what I do is I save up my primos until I've got enough primos that I guarantee it. So it's not even a gamble. I'm buying it outright, guarantee, by saving up primos. Sometimes I get it early and I get extra primos. Like, to me, it's like I get good luck or I save up and get what I want. So like, it's not even a gamble to me. And yet this game has been slated and panned, and do you know what was even more incredible to me? What was even more incredible to me was that I was told it had a toxic community. Now, I'm not big in this. I don't have hundreds of thousands of viewers. I get a few hundred on my videos on YouTube for my cuts. You know, I get about 5 or 10 people on my streams at a maximum. And that's a good number for me. That means I'm in the top 40% of streamers. It means I'm pushing to the top 20%. I'm getting there. But, you know, I'm not the biggest streamer in the world. I don't have thousands of viewers. Fine. Okay? But I've forgotten even what my point was there. Oh my god. Genshin Impact is clearly the best game out of all this. That was it. Toxic community. The people that do come are lovely. You're here, you're great. We've had Juzzy, we've had, I don't know if Lady Dwayne played Genshin, I think she did. Anyone that's come to my stream from Genshin is lovely. They've all been great to me, they've all been helpful, no one's been horrible, no one's like giving me any shit. I can't think of anything toxic that's happened in Genshin or with the community that I've been involved with. So, and maybe I'm the toxic one, if that's the case. Maybe I'm the toxic one, you know, slating all this other stuff. Maybe this is what they mean. Oh, Genshin should have won the award. I think it's brilliant. Oh, you're toxic. Like, I just can't understand it, man. Like, everything they said was wrong. All the gachapon and all the waifu stuff, it wasn't quite right. It was like they hadn't played it. They didn't know. And then when I played it, it was great. So you've got to take things, you know, you've got to know for yourself. Okay, I haven't played Marvel Snap. I don't know that Marvel Snap isn't better than this. But I damn well know how fine this is.
Albedo!
Come on, enough procrastinating.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Wanna come over for tea?
Hoot out. There's Leeway. I mean, look at it. Leeway.
If we've got nothing else to do.
This is brilliant. They're taking you on like a whistle-stop tour of all of the wonderful things.
Why don't I tell you a story?
There's no such thing as pure freedom in this world.
And this stands out as well. These clever editing tricks.
Why don't I tell you a story?
There's no such thing as pure freedom in this world. Even the wind cannot blow on forever.
Those plants have withered. Paimon doesn't like the look of this.
Yes!
Gotcha.
You don't do that in Marvel Snap, do you? Look at her.
Here comes the catch.
You don't do that in Marvel Snap. What? It's funny it says gotcha, isn't it? Because people mistake the word gacha for gotcha. It's funny it says that. I don't want to stop practicing editing videos until I do transitions like this one. One of the things I can't do in my video editing work is I use Final Cut. I'm a traditional editor. I cut and transition and stuff, but I don't make animated transitions or anything like that in Premiere, which is another step up. Again, I agree with you there. I don't want to stop practicing until I can do things like that. I think it's really, it's clever and it's good, and at least they're thinking.
Here comes the
Oh, it's better than Marvel Snap, isn't it?
catch. The wind rises. Bow your head.
I had to go and get... The only thing that I felt there, unfortunately, was... I felt, yes! Yes! Da, da, da. It's a bit loud. But then I saw this, and I was like, oh... I've been there and had... how many times have I been there now, picking up... Crystal Marrow. Crystal Marrow. I've been there a lot. They're red. Those teleporters are red. They're there for you to discover. They've got the wrong character there, though. Oh. Of course it's better than fucking Marvel Snap. Now, I saw her on Twitter earlier. Oh, I did see her on Twitter earlier. I can show you my Twitter a little bit. Where's me? How do I see me? I did retweet her. Yow, yow. Who's this now? Burgeoning Grace, Disciple of Streetwood Rambler. Don't even know what any of that means, but that's my new character that I want, isn't it? She's a little un. So I better be careful with my primos. I better not over-wish before we get to that. Because you don't know what's coming. But having said that, why don't we do that now, actually? Because it's all in vibe, isn't it? It's all in flow. Here's the banner. I want Faruzan. That's who I want. Not concerned with the others. I'm considering wishing for Wanderer. But I know that if we push all the way to the 5-star, we'll fail it, and then I'll have no primos and no Wanderer. You can spoil me a little bit to help me plan primos. Yeah, exactly. C2 Ito and 1 Wanderer looking little guy. I'll tell you what's funny is that... Oh, is that what you picked up? C2 E2. And a Wanderer. Yeah, if we hit it, I'll be happy. I won't be wrong. I'm not gonna be like, oh no, damn it. But I don't think I can afford to wish on for it. That's the only thing. If it was Hu Tao, I'd have to push it and try. But with 19k plus 5, we've got probably the 50-50 in the bank. We fail it, and then we wish another 40 times, and we're out. And then what have we done? We've spent all our wishes and not got anything. Probably got another Chi-Chi. So that's probably the unwise... Like, this is not a good idea, is it? You pulled for Wanderer, but you got it on 20 wishes with no Faruzan, no Goru. So I kept wishing on Ito. Oh, so you switched to Ito, right. Oh, I see. No, I'm definitely not doing that, I'll tell you what. I'm definitely not wishing on Ito. I don't even like him. It's his attitude that I don't like. He's too... I mean, I'm like that. I know I'm a bit raw. I'm on stream, but he's a bit... You ready, then? Should I do them in singles? Because I'm only looking for one thing, aren't I, really? So I shouldn't really do them in 10s, but... We'll do the first 5 in singles, and if we don't get anything, then we'll start hitting the 10s. What's my history like? I've recently hit a 4-star, so I need to do 10s. Shit. Alright, we'll do 10. I just got a feeling this is not who I want. Well, there you go then. Job done. It's ruined the stream because now I can't spend any more wishes. But I got it. There we go. Job done. I mean, she's a bow and she has got funny... I'll do the lowdown from the high ground, won't I? Or should I wait? I'll wait till we do the trial run to refer to her clothes and break her down, but she looks interesting. I'm not really a fan of her pointy footwear. Already, I mean, it's pointed at the ends. I'm not a fan of pointy shoes like that in general. I wouldn't wear them. But at least she's got toes on her shoes. But the rest of her feet are very exposed. No, she's going to catch an arrow or a hilly chill club to the foot, and it's really going to hurt. I took an arrow to the knee. She's not wearing any like most of them are wearing sort of underclothes under their dress, whether they be stockings or bloomers or something. And I can slightly see through some of these patches. I'm a bit worried that when we run around with her, you're going to be able to see right up her dress. Look, I can see up her dress there, look, through that, there, right there. Through that little piece there, I can see right up it. That's not appropriate to me. I'll do it now, whatever. Okay, she's got a cloud coming out of her head of thoughts. That's interesting. Oh. Someone will translate that one day, won't they? Pale blue hair, fading. It's very icy look. It's a very icy look, isn't it? She's got green eyes. She reminds me a little bit of Lesser Lord Kusanali in a way. It almost says to me that someone designed Lesser Lord Kusanali 3 times, and this was like a failed design for Kusanali. So what they did was they changed the colours to be a bit more blue and called her something else. It feels a bit like that. She's got very light touch on these clothes. It's like a smock thing pinned up over a... looking like a very simple cotton design on the dress. You know, not much detail on that. But then there's these big pieces sewn on in the shape of flowers. Slightly reminiscent of Klee, in a way, the shape of those. Big chunky bracelets, going for that desert look with the big chunky... And again, like, we saw that big chunky bracelet on Nahida, didn't we? So I bet when she stands next to Nahida, they look like they're a pair. They look like a good match. Which is strange, because if she's ice, then she's not a good match for Nahida. But yeah, she's the one I wanted. I've got her now. I'm happy with that. Triangles and crosses. She's very quiet. That was a win. I wonder which wish I got her on. I wonder if I got her on, like, if I needed to put...
Finding someone to chat to would be better than just...
We'll put her on, and then we'll go and do the card game. It's going to take me ages to level her up.
I'll hang out with you youngsters.
Oh, she said, sure, I'll hang out with you youngsters. And I've actually put her in a team of little people. You can't stand her next to Nahida, can you, unless you find Nahida in the world. But it's something about her face, look. And it's like she's got similar eyes in a way. I just get the feeling that they could have, you know, had different ideas on Nahida, and this could have been one of them.
Finding someone to chat to would be better than just...
She's icy, isn't she? No, she's Animo. Ooh. Animo bow. Well, that's interesting. Quite happy with that.
Too late for regrets.
She makes a little triangle, so that's not quite impressive. Not quite as impressive as you might think. A little triangle.
Dare to mess with me?
I don't know what the triangle does, but she makes a little...
We'll see about that.
She's like the Illuminati one. I'm sure lots more will come out about her in the future. I'm sure lots more information will be presented to us. And she's got the little sign on there. She's like a combination of a desert dweller and something else. Let's take her to the desert where she belongs, look. See, she looks like she fits in here much better, doesn't she? Don't walk on there, that's their toilet.
Everyone hold hands. I hope I can be as cool as Candace one day. I'm gonna be like Miss Dia.
Very glowing. She hasn't got a nose. Where's your nose? Oh, she has got a nose, look. She's got a little nosy. But now she hasn't got a little nosy. Where's your nosy? There's your nosy. Oh, I've took your nosy. I quite like her as a concept. Oh, what did you say?
I'm old now, so every other phrase escapes my ears. Try calling me Madam, Farozan. Then I'll see if I can pick that up.
You think she's old? Or she's more grown up than a kid. So she thinks she's old. So that's what makes me think as well, like, Nahida was a process of growing, wasn't she? She was like little and she was growing. So it makes me think that she maybe has come out of that brainstorming process.
Or trade anything you own.
She certainly suits the whole tone of the game at the moment. Very happy to have got her. Not going to push any wishes on Traveller now, then on Wanderer. I'm just going to skip Wanderer, because I'm sure something good will be coming in the near future. Hopefully we don't have any stress now on the card game. I wanted to run in from the front door. Look at the way she runs, she's like bumping up and down. See her head bobbing up and down. Now she's still with the head. But now her head's bobbing up and down. Look, she's like... Probably the pointy shoes. Where's all the birds? Hey dude, where's all your pigeons? Timmy, where's all your pigeons? I'm scaring them away. Right, I don't know if I am. I was asking you where they were, but... Fine. Let's see up her dress. Look, you can see it. Oh, she's wearing bloomers, thank God for that. Look, the arms going.
Finding someone to chat to would be better than just standing around.
Definitely going to have to get her leveled up.
Add Astra.
But thankfully, most of our characters are in a pretty good condition. I've not been doing too much
Add Astra.
side grind recently. And on... Oh, 1 minute. It's weird, isn't it? 1 minute. Not been too much side grind, but my characters at the top end here, 80s, 90s, you know, they're all up there now. Even the new ones we got, Mona, 80 of 80. We also got another new one, Layla, 70 of 70. Kuki, 70 of 80. You know, they're all up there. It's just this lot down here that are not so high up, 60, 50, 50, 30, 20, all down. But it means that we can pump the books into her. You know, any books that I can get can just go straight into it. This character. What does she need? Oh my god! Cheeky bastards. Imagine that. And she obviously needs Animo stuff, but imagine having to go around and collect even more. And I've slowed down on it. I didn't think I had to collect any more of them, so I stopped going and grinding them. But now I've got to get fucking 100 million more. And those. Cheeky bastard. So she's basically a combination of... It's like Candice. And Candice is at 80, and I've got 97 of those berries ready to ascend Candice, and 20 of those ready to ascend Candice. So now she's going to be cannibalising Candice's materials. It's a little bit annoying when they do that. I'd rather her require different materials. Maybe something I've already saved up 200 of. I've got 210 Noctilius Jade. We could have used that. I've got 250 flower stamens. I've got 350 cabbages, so nobody wants cabbages to level up, though, do they? 130 silk flowers. 200, you know, like... But instead, they've chosen to... Forget it. You got to go to work.
Academic research isn't some kind of
okay, no worries. It'll be on the...
Topics don't just go in and out of fashion.
I should have done it sooner so you could see and enjoy, because your opinion is important to me. But, yeah, have a time at work. I won't say good time, because it's work, isn't it? But have a time at work, and
Too late for regrets.
we'll be on the... what am I trying to say? We'll be on the... You know, you can catch up. It'll be there. I'll probably edit it. Probably try and do some more editing in the future as well. Got a lot of different stuff to edit at the moment. Right, card game, yeah, I'm out here wandering around. What am I doing? Card game. Thanks for stopping by. That's what they say in Anchorman. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, she's here having a chat.
So, Sucrose, the package you mentioned that you received before, it's not dangerous, is it?
No.
You need to be careful when you're opening packages. I once had a friend mail me some research materials, and all the bouncing around in transit caused a reaction.
Right.
Once I opened it, it let out a stench that could wake the dead. If your package contains anything like that, then maybe you should check with Albedo first and see what he thinks.
No, this package didn't contain any hazardous materials.
And that was a big waste of dialogue then, wasn't it?
Timaeus! Sucrose! What are you two chatting about?
Oh, hey, you two. We're just talking about a strange package that Sucrose received recently.
A strange package?
Yes. I believe it's from a Sumeru scholar who came here to study in Mondstadt. It's most likely a thank you gift for collaborating on some research together.
What's interesting about this to me is Hearthstone exists in the World of Warcraft universe, but this is this is being introduced and talked about by the characters in our universe. It's not like Hearthstone exists in the World of Warcraft universe and you play it in a different app and all that. Like, this is being taught, like, they are doing it. It's like we're discovering it in the universe, like, literally.
Huh? A package from an academia scholar? Oh, then there could be anything inside.
There wasn't anything dangerous inside, just a bunch of strange cards. I think I've seen Timaeus with some similar looking cards before, so I came to ask him about what they might be.
You've seen me with some cards? Maybe those were the testing cards used for distinguishing reagents.
So Timaeus is trying to be cool and he thinks that cards are geeky and so he doesn't want to be seen with them, but...
No, they didn't look like test cards. Here, have a look.
Because if you were into the cards, you'd be like, oh no, let me have a look. Sucrose. It's her.
Oh, you meant these? Huh. Sucrose, have you really never seen these before?
No, never. Recently, I've been spending all my time up in the mountains working on cultivating pentatonic sweet flowers. Why? Is this an area of research that has started trending in the alchemical community during my absence?
You could definitely say that it's trending, but not as an area of research. It's a card game that's been getting really popular these days.
I get it. You see, the thing is now, right? The thing is now, I totally understand everything. I understand. Give me the cards. Let's get playing. Please don't make me have to listen to these two chuff on about it for 20 minutes. But I predict we're going to be listening to them chuff on.
It's called Genius Invocation TCG.
Genius Invocation TCG! Yeah, we've been hearing about this game all over the place, but this is the first time we've ever actually seen any of the cards.
True that. They did. You know, they've laid these breadcrumbs. We've seen little mentions of these card games going on around Tevat. Yes.
We didn't know it had made it all the way to Mondstadt. Must be pretty popular, huh?
That's right. The game's been catching on lately. The Yae publishing house in Inazuma has even published a series of light novels based on the game. The story is really good.
That's interesting, but I'd be interested to know who's actually publishing the cards in this world. That's another question, because they obviously knew who Sucrose was and got a really good image of her. So I'd be interested to know who's producing the cards.
It starts with a young guy in Sumeru who finds an ancient casket of tomes in the attic. He opens it and discovers that the soul of an ancient TCG player called the Crocodile King has been captured inside. It turns out that the Crocodile King was King Deshret's viceroy, who battled an opponent named the Ibis King. During the match, the Crocodile King fell prey to his opponent's scheme and was sealed away in the casket of tomes.
He speaks like Ben Brode.
After being unexpectedly released by the kid, the Crocodile King possesses him and helps him to gradually climb the ranks and become a legendary TCG player.
Timaeus.
Huh? What's wrong, Sucrose? If you're interested in how the story plays out, I can
No. I was just thinking about that time you requested an extension on your progress report deadline, citing personal reasons for the delay.
He's been playing this game all night.
Well, I did go through a phase recently where I wasn't putting enough focus on my work, but it's under control now. I've committed to not even touch Genius Invocation TCG until I've made enough progress in my research.
you know what's funny? Is when I was making that film about... I've been talking about it a lot recently. Yesterday as well, I was talking about it a lot. Grave Kippaganji Kid. You go to videos, and then... Sorry, you go to home.
That, you know, sort of
search.
cut into that gaming time. It's not, you know, most of your proper
indie, and then there's the film. And I suppose what you mentioned as well, time. What? Then there's the film. Yeah.
Also tough.
So the people in this were making computer games. I was making a film about people who are making games, and as part of my process when I was editing, I started playing a few games that I'd never even thought to play before, because we talked about them during Stugan, and I wanted to just experience. The only one I never got around to doing was Journey. That was brought up a few times, and I never played Journey, and that Dragon Cancer, I never played that. But yeah, I want to play lots of different games. So I actually started playing Hearthstone during the editing process for this film, and it did take away some... Like, it wasn't that I took away me from editing. I'm, you know, sat in the room, I'm stuck, or I'm fed up, or, you know, you don't feel like... You sit down... Like, the way I used to do it was I'd treat it like a job. So I'd sit down in the morning in the edit, and I'd be like, right, I'm supposed to be editing now. I don't really feel inspired, so I might just play this for a bit, or do a bit of that. I played KOTOR as well, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. You know, it's like I'm sat here, but I'm supposed to be on the computer, but I'll do something slightly different, and then I'll get to it. You know, that sort of thing. And that's where I picked up Hearthstone. Is I just wanted to see what it was like to play a card game on the internet, having talked about it. So that's how I picked up Hearthstone, by sitting in a room and editing this film. So I totally know exactly what she's saying to this chap, which... hello, what? Where are you? Yeah. Which is that he wasn't doing his work because he was doing the card game. Just 1 second, people have been coming in and out the door. I need to check what's going on in the house. Give me a knock when you go, so I'll open the door so you can come in. Just knock my door before you go, so I'll open the door so you can come in. Oosh.
Well, that's unfortunate.
I need to stop touching my eye, because I felt like I had a little bit of something in my eye, and the more I've touched it, obviously, the more now it's starting to feel bad, so I need to stop touching my eye.
Oh? Why's that?
Well, since it's a gift from a researcher I've collaborated with, I thought that I should at least try to learn the rules. That way, I could say that I at least tried to appreciate his gift.
Oh, right! And since it's a game from Sumeru, who knows? Playing it might even make you smarter. Okay, fine. Paimon's curious and would like to give it a try. Please? Although, it seems like we can't learn how to play it anytime soon, because Timaeus has given up for a while.
Well, research is my priority, you know. But if you'd like to learn the rules of Genius Invocation TCG, then I'd actually suggest you go to the Cat's Tail.
Never been in there before.
Yep, that's the place. It's where everyone in the community goes to play when they have time.
Tavern.
They gather there, trade cards, and they're very welcoming to new players.
Tavern.
Trying to learn the rules can be intimidating at first.
Look, shut
Understood.
up now.
Traveler? Paimon?
I know.
To be honest, hearing Timaeus talking about the game has also piqued my curiosity.
I know.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's...
Yeah, what are we waiting for? Listening to you talk, that's what we're waiting for. Come on then. I want to play the game, please. Please let me play it. I feel like I should put a timer on. I wonder if I can do that on the screen. Can I do that? Firefox. I probably can actually, can't I? I could probably do it like this. Can I find a timer? Just Google. Stopwatch. Start. And if I change the size of Firefox on my screen, thank you. So we've already done that little bit of talking. I just want that timer on, yeah, from now. Bear in mind, we've already done some talking, so it's not like, oh no, you're running it and you're on pause. No, we've already done a big chunk of talking. I just want to know how long it's going to take before I'm allowed to play the game. Like, before I can physically play it. Because what Hearthstone does, I'll say this for a minute, what Hearthstone does is you turn on the game, you log in, and you're playing the game, the end. Like, there's no, oh, this is Hearthstone, what about this? And have you thought about cards? It's, you turn it on, and you're like, here's your cards, play one. You're like, what? I've only just opened up the game. And it's like, yeah, here's your cards, play one. Right, now you've played that, this is what's going to happen with your opponent. And like, you learn just by playing it. And it's a on-rails tutorial experience where every action is followed by, like, building on it. So there's your minion, you know how to use a minion. Right, now there's going to be a spell. Oh, I've learned a spell. Oh, here's taunt, you've learned taunt. Now you've learned all the basics. Here's another game, play another one, and now play another one, and now you're in the game and you're playing it. We'll take the wheels off, the training wheels, and we'll just let you run. And it's like learning to ride a bike. You actually get on the bike and start pedaling, and then eventually, before you know it, hang on, no one's holding the bike, no one's helping me, I'm just doing it. So it's a very intuitive and very quick process with Hearthstone, and that's part of the addictive nature, is that you turn on the program. I wonder what Hearthstone's
100 years
like.
have passed,
You
yet there
download
hasn't
it.
been any change to those dumb rules at the academia.
Shut up. You download it, and then you're in. Bang, you're in. Oh, I see now. Look, Academia. Look, she's got those diamonds like the Academia. Yeah. So I've already wasted some seconds. Okay. Yeah. All right. See you later tomorrow.
Welcome to the Cat's Tail. Ah, it's the Traveler and Paimon. What a nice surprise.
Oosh. And the timer itself has for some reason stopped because reasons. It hadn't stopped, it just stopped on the screen, right? Okay, welcome to the Cat's Tail, more talking.
Oh, and Sucrose the Alchemist. It's been a while, hasn't it? I'm afraid I've already told you before. Fur from the Cat's Tail staff is not for sale, no matter how much Mora you offer.
Don't worry, Margaret. We're not here for that research project I told you about last time.
I should really be able to open up Hearthstone and show you a Hearthstone introduction to compare it to, but I can't because I've already been on Hearthstone for years, so it won't give me an intro sequence. Maybe I open up a new account with a new email. Again, I can't be asked to do all that. We'll maybe look at it on the internet afterwards, but trust me, you're already playing cards in Hearthstone. What's the research project?
Sucrose, what kind of experiment were you trying to do with the cat's tail?
I just wanted to test out some hypotheses, and I needed some materials. But, we can talk about that later.
Right.
Actually, Margaret, we're here to learn more about Genius Invocation TCG.
I'm surprised Diona isn't here. She explains everything and I black out.
Ah, Genius Invocation TCG. We were just talking about that game.
I like the way there's a fish behind the counter.
You see, more and more people have been gathering at the Cat's Tail to play. So I thought, why not have a dedicated staff to serve the new customers?
So what they're explaining here is that we're going to be, what I see is we're going to be in and out of here talking to this person who is our liaison with the game, essentially. But, you know, this is our portal to the game, maybe, within the metaverse of Genshin Impact. But again, we're doing a lot of talking, not so much playing.
Speaking of which, I believe you've already met.
Met who?
You know, Prince. This is the Cat's Tail after all, so I thought having a cat take care of our new customers would be quite a nice touch.
Right. Prince just meows. It's not ethical to have an animal exploited in the service of human profits, but...
Allow me to interpret. Prince says that the word customer is much too loose of a term, and we should instead refer to anyone who loves dueling with cards as TCG players.
It's a bit cynical, isn't it?
My mistake. So it seems I haven't introduced you yet. This is Prince and Shuyan. They will be in charge of taking care of our TCG players.
I'm afraid I must correct you there, ma'am. only Prince, the strongest and most formidable TCG player of... The average player is incapable of grasping the subtlety and sheer genius behind Prince's every play.
Why the fuck
and
did the
he
timer
has no
count down?
choice but to rely on me to communicate with everyone. I am merely Prince's lowly assistant, that's all.
So you're just the assistant, I get it. That's a lot of talking for someone who has no real, character. Prince is a cat and he's not going to say anything and you're going to have to say it all, so it's just... if anything, get rid of the cat and let's just talk to you.
Wow! Another guy who can understand animals!
How can you use such a crude word as animal to describe the one and only Prince? He is special and the only one of his kind. Such a remark is an insult to Prince.
We're not playing the card game yet then. And again, my timer has stopped, but it's not stopped, it's just you can't see it running because I've got Genshin Impact full screen, which for some reason it keeps doing that. I don't know why. I'm going to have to move it up there, and then I'm going to have to move these windows so I can see everything, and then I'm actually going to turn off chat until someone else comes and chats while I'm doing it. Thanks, and let's get back into it. Yeah.
Oh? What's that? Shu Yen. In the eyes of the common folk, I look no different than any other ordinary cat. It's a natural mistake to make, and you shouldn't overreact. Ah, understood. I do apologize.
Right. We also met an actual talking cat in one of the shrines. Maybe we should go and get that and bring it here and it can do the job.
It seems he really is capable of communicating with the cat.
I don't care.
Could this be the result of some modification to the language center of his brain?
I don't know, Sucrose. I would rather learn about the card game.
Seriously, how can he get all of that from a simple meow?
That's pretty weird, I say. Instead of, shut up, show me the cards.
It was the duels of Genius Invocation TCG that allowed our hearts to bond. It's understandable that ordinary people such as yourselves are unable to comprehend such a thing.
Right.
So, playing Genius Invocation TCG fosters some sort of a telepathic link between players?
I shouldn't think so, Sucrose.
Somehow Paimon doubts that.
Uh-huh. Anyway, if you'd like to know anything about Genius Invocation TCG, then please ask Shuyan, who will ask Prince. Though I'd love to explain
Ask
more
him,
myself,
and he'll
it's
ask the
time for
cat.
my daily walk. I'll let Prince play a game with you and walk you through all the rules.
That's what I've come here for.
Just as a seasoned warrior can foresee the path of his opponent's sword, so too can I, as a TCG master, predict my opponent's every play. It would be improper to pit a newcomer to the art of the card against one such as myself, and I must therefore politely decline. That's what Prince said.
Oh, Prince doesn't want to play with us, huh? Fine, then Prince doesn't have to. We'll play you instead.
I'm sorry, but from the day I met the mighty cardmaster Prince, I swore an oath that my hands would live solely to hold the cards and not to play them. I will never play another match of my own again.
If Prince is unwilling to play, then I guess we should look for an alternative. How about this? Diona!
She was just down there the whole time.
What is it?
Fuck
I'm
off.
pretty busy over here, you know. Why is it that every player that sets foot in here to play Genius Invocation TCG has to have a drink? Ugh! Don't they have any clue that the key to playing a game is the ability to think straight?
She's true, she's right. She's the only person I know that works in a bar that hates people drinking, but...
Seriously, games and drinks don't mix. Don't they get that?
I mean, I'm on her side. I don't drink, and I used to a lot, and I gave it up, and I feel a lot better for it. And I actually look back and think, why was I drinking so much? What a waste of my life. I suppose I had some times, you know, the lads and the mates, and, you know, the crew and the raves, and yeah, I had the times, but I'm glad I gave it up at the right time.
What can I say? As the tavern owner, I can't help but feel happy to hear this. Anyway, I see you've been working hard, so I thought you could use a break. So why not come over here and teach these customers the rules of Genius Invocation?
Why ever not? We're nearly at 10 minutes now, since I set that timer.
Ha! Ha! Yeah, what kind of break is that? I'd rather not. Oh, why are we letting all these loafers come in here to play Genius Invocation TCG anyway? All it does is encourage more people to come to the bar for a drink. If drink sales keep going up like this, pretty soon Mondstadt's alcohol industry is gonna reach new heights. Looks like my first step in destroying Mondstadt's alcohol industry should be stamping out the spread of Genius Invocation TCG.
10 minutes.
My dear, you are quite mistaken. You said it yourself, a clear mind is necessary to win. Soon, their thirst for victory will overcome their thirst for alcohol.
Well, then it's bad for her bar.
Prince speaks the truth, Diona. Not only is the spread of Genius Invocation TCG no obstacle to your goal of destroying Mondstadt's alcohol industry, it could even support you in this endeavor.
I mean, I don't drink, and I wish people didn't. Like, people around me that I love, adults, like, I've got to say this, I know there's a timer on, but we did a bit before where I didn't time it, but adults, all my life have been drinking. I didn't realise until I became an adult that fucking hell, I wish they hadn't. Just how it is. I'm not going to drink around my kids if I ever have them, and I'm not going to try and destroy the alcohol industry either, though. I wish other people didn't drink as much. I see it as a big negative. I understand the pressures and the social aspects of it. You know, I was part of it. You have to make your own decisions. You have to wake up in your own mind. So I'm not going to go around sort of like fighting for that. The things I fight for are children's rights, animal rights. You know, unheard voices of children in conflicts who are suffering. We need to help them. Unheard children's probably unheard animals. Same thing. They haven't got a voice. But you know, adults who are choosing to waste their lives drinking. I can't. There's not enough slices of me to fight that fight. I had to fight it in my own heart. And I managed to. I know so much about how it's a personal thing. Like, no one was able to tell me, oh, maybe you should stop drinking. Or maybe you should... It was me. And in fact, a lot of people around me didn't say to stop drinking. They were drinking the same amount. So, but I fought that in my own heart. I know about that. But yeah, I don't know about taking down the wine industry by creating a thriving alcohol sales establishment. I don't know how that's going to help, but...
Could it really?
Sure, why not? Alrighty then. Our 2 customers are waiting to learn. Shuyan, let's put you on drink mixing duty for now.
But Shuyan is destined for a far greater purpose.
Shuyan, drink mixing, now.
She don't take any shit. She's the boss. I thought that Diona was the boss, but...
Okay.
Ooh, all right. We'll need some space to learn. Let's go to that empty table over there.
Okay. I really do appreciate the lovely music. Go to the empty table to learn the rules. Prince, Jewel, Saint of Cats. And he's got a card thing above his head. So this is what I expected. This is going to be our...
Diona's waiting for you.
Yeah.
That's what Prince said.
Okay, every time we talk to him, that man's going to talk instead of him. And it's going to annoy the piss out of me. And once we've done this, this will be... We come here, we use this as our portal to the game, don't we? It's cool being in the cat's tail, I'll tell you that. I've got the timer on 13 minutes. I'm going to quickly run upstairs. There's nothing here. Just a crystal... Not a crystal, sorry. A chandelier. Very strange to have an upper deck like this with nothing here. Just a chandelier hanging. Like, what were they doing before they had this card game? Every table is occupied by the card game. There's some cats. I get it. But every table is occupied by the card game. So before they had the card games, they just have customers. And now where do the customers go? They are the customers.
Okay, let's go through the rules. First things first. You'll be needing your deck, so place that on the table.
Now she knows how to play it.
Deck?
Yes. You should have built a deck. You know, a set of cards that meets the bare minimum requirement to play the game. What's with the blank stares? Come on. Don't tell me you came to learn Genius Invocation TCG without bringing any cards.
Apparently, actually, we do have some cards. Or don't you have a practice deck we could try? I'll say practice deck.
We need a practice deck. Can't you just let us use one? There's no such thing. Okay, let me think. To learn the game, you'll need at least 2 character cards to switch between. Oh, Oh, that reminds me. A few days ago when I was closing up for the night, I noticed a customer had left a couple of character cards on the bar counter. Maybe you could use those for now.
Are you sure that's okay?
It's already been a few days and he still hasn't come back to claim them. Who knows? Maybe he left them here on purpose.
So I know I took a little tangent here and there. We started this by talking to those people first and I didn't do the timer, but we're over 15 minutes now.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got them here with me. You know, just in case the customer came looking for them. Yeah, not because I like to play the game or anything. Please.
All right, so now we have 2 character cards. That's everything we need, right?
Yep. So, are you ready to start?
I'm ready. So we did 15-minute introduction.
All right, then let's begin.
Let's begin. I'll turn off the timer now. But I'll leave it.
Welcome to the world of Genius Invocation TCG.
No, I'll turn off the card game. We're in the card game now, so I'll turn off the timer. But 15 minutes, Christ, that's a long time. Isn't it? Firefox me. Edit, undo transform. Okay, let's turn it off. Okay, we're in the card game. It did take a while.
Simply put, this is a game where you control character cards to duke it out with your opponent. Pew, pew, pew.
Much like Marvel Snap, then. There are lots of different ways of making a game that functions with cards. And this is not like Hearthstone, where you're drawing your deck and then you've got a hand of cards and you're playing from hand. This is about controlling what's on the game board, utilising the assets that are on the game board. There will be times where we can apply different assets to the game board, I'm sure, but it's more about this maintenance of the board state.
Once you've defeated all of your opponent's character cards, victory shall be yours. Now then, you're gonna need a character on the field to start with.
Select do luck. Confirm my selection.
Let's go.
And that just nudged him forward, so now he's on the board.
First, we roll 8 elemental dice at the start of every round.
Completely random. Very annoying.
These dice correspond to elemental energy. We'll be spending these dice to perform actions.
Like the idea that you've got 8 dice and they're 1, 2, 3. What are they? D8s. Yeah, they're D8s, aren't they? We've got 8 8s. 64. Each one is a 1 in 8. And if you've got an idea of what you want, you've got a 1 in 8. It's 1 in 8 times 1 in 8 times 1 in 8 times 1 in 8 times 1 in 8. It's a remarkable, like the statistical probability of you getting what you want from a dice roll. It's like, when you're talking that number, let's say you need them all to be red. Never going to happen. It's never going to happen, is it? But what if I need 4 reds and 4 blues? Oh, that's still never going to happen. So, like, it's just going to be you work with what you've got. This one, I imagine, means any kind of... That means any kind of element, I think. Wild card, at least. That helps, but... Like, immediately I'm put off by this, because one of the things I like about collectibles card games or trading card games or any... You know, the thing I like about Hearthstone, I know that the deck is random when it comes out. I don't get the cards in the order I want them. But if I build the deck correctly, I increase the probability of me getting certain cards at certain times, don't I? If I put loads of 2-drops in, I'm quite likely to get a 2-drop. So you balance your deck, you build your deck accordingly. So it's all, for me, that's strategy. And there's a lot of strategy. Before I even get in the game and start playing the cards, there's a lot of strategy in which cards I take to the game. Hearthstone removes that strategy from you by creating really strong archetypes that, oh, you could spend all day choosing the right cards to put in your deck, but these are the ones you want in your deck. We've designed them to go together. If you don't choose them in this order and these ones, you're really not going to get any benefit. But some people thought, oh, I found this interaction. Oh, I found this. Oh, this is clever. I built my own deck and it's clever and it works. I love that. That's the thing that really makes me happy. I always dreamed, oh, I would design a deck. I'd be the first one to see an interaction and, you know, break the ladder, and they'd call it the Ganji Kid deck. And, you know what I mean? Like, that's your dream as a Hearthstone player, that you look at these synergies, and you go, oh, hang on, I've seen something and someone else hasn't. Like, that would be a dream for me. That was the joy of it. And watching other people to construct these decks and watching their videos on the internet and seeing their, you know, imagination and their ingenuity. Dane is brilliant. I've always been a big fan of Dane since the day one I started Hearthstone, because the first card I got in Hearthstone, they give you a free legendary, and I got Sonya's Shadow Dancer, and I was like, I don't know how to do this, don't know what I'm doing with this. So I looked up on the internet, Dane had a deck. I was like, this is brilliant. I love what Dane's doing. This removes a lot of that. All those things I loved about deck building are now in the bin, because I'm going to be rolling dice, and that's going to determine how and well I do and what I choose. From there, I've got to make good choices. So there's still choices to be made, but it starts with randomness, and then I have to carve out some stratagem from the randomness. And if my opponent does a better roll, they win. I'm thinking. Now, let's say my opponent has got a really strong blue deck, and they roll and all they get is reds. They're not going to win, are they? But if I've got a really strong blue deck and I roll all blues, then I'm in a good shout. So I think that's going to annoy the piss out of me. What it does, though, that's good. There's two things about it that are good. One is it takes away certain aspects of... It's an equaliser. It takes away certain aspects of, I'm a better player, I've got better cards, I've bought more stuff or whatever, and I'm going to beat you. Well, no. You're an equal playing field. Go for your roll. You can't be a better dice roller. So go for your roll and we'll be on an even playing field in that aspect. Okay. And another aspect for me is that with some strategy games, if there's just enough strategy for me to feel that I could make the difference, then I keep going back, even if I lose, because I think I can just do that better. I can't believe I misplayed, or I got a little bit unlucky on that card not coming out. But the next game, whereas if it's purely random and I lose, I'll be like, right, fine, that was fun for a bit, but I'll go and do something else. I won't have that same like hook claw in my heart or my mind or whatever it is of strategy. Like sometimes with Hearthstone, I finish playing Hearthstone, I go to bed and I'm thinking about card synergies and what I could, and whether I could, you know, it keeps ticking over in my mind. Strategizing. You don't have to be on the board to strategize. You can do it when you're not playing. If there's nothing for you to do off board, I wonder what it'd be like if I got 5 reds. Like, wait till you roll 5 reds. Like, if there's nothing for you to do off board, deck construction, planning, strategizing, you just wait and see what the dice say, then I can put it down and walk away. Much, much easier. It just becomes a bit of fun.
Once the roll phase is over, you'll enter the action phase, where the real game starts. During the action phase, you can spend elemental dice to perform various actions.
You don't say, right, I'm going to have to flip my face because everything's on this side and you're going to get annoyed if you can't see it. But she's on that side talking, so you're going to get annoyed if you can't see her. I'll just make myself a little bit smaller maybe for this. Where are you? So it's my mana crystals there above my head. They're my mana crystals. They're in the same shape as mana crystals. It's just that they've got different properties now, and you would usually start with 1 and work your way up. Now I'm starting with 8 every time, and they've just got different properties. And I've got to hope that they line up with whatever card I've put on the board. And if they don't, I lose.
Of course, the most common action is to use character skills.
So select his character skill. I understand it will cost the dice, yes. I understand, yes. So I could have killed that enemy. Oh, I need to move my face, look. I could have killed that enemy if I'd been able to use this character skill. Oh, now coffee.com's in the way. Where is it? Could have killed that if I'd used that character skill. But I couldn't use the character skill because I don't have 3 yellow. I didn't roll a 4 and a 3. And like, how often? Or maybe that 3 is something else. I don't know yet. It's not the same shape as a mana crystal, you see. So I was going to say, so how often are you going to roll a 4 and a 3? You're not. Well, that's the best thing I can do anyway. What about this one? Normal attack deals 2. Dawn. Oh no, Dawn doesn't deal. Anyway, they did. I get it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Am I not doing it? I'm doing it. There you go.
Huh. Not bad. You just made your first attack.
So there's not much to that, is there? I just do what I'm told. Like, whatever I'm allowed to do off these dice roll, I will do.
During the action phase, both sides will take turns making their moves. After you use a skill to attack your opponent, it's their turn to attack.
And you can do nothing?
And as you can see, once the enemy finishes their move, it's our turn again.
So I'll do it again. This will kill that, won't it? Because it's down to 1 hit point. I've got 2 Omni dice. I want to do this one.
These are Omni Element dice. They can be spent
on
any move regardless. So we're going to use them to pay for the Pyro dice.
I understand. But I want to do this one. It won't let me, okay? Well, I just select that, and I just press it again. Now I've won.
That was pretty good. That's one opponent down for the count. Bam! But the game has only just begun. Remember? You have to defeat all opponents to win.
I'm not fucking stupid, am I? It's their turn. My turn.
As much as we'd like to attack again, seems like we've run out of usable dice.
What, so... Well, of course we have, because it's our second turn. How many turns do we... Let's see what happens.
In that case, let's end this round.
What?
After you end round, you won't be able to do anything else this round.
Well, I can't do anything else anyway,
once
can I?
everyone chooses end round, we can move on to the next round.
They're going to do something else, aren't they? No? Okay. It's interesting, I can't see what my opponent rolled, or I can't see what my opponent has.
Here we are, a fresh new round. Woohoo!
Roll the dice again,
And
every
a fresh
round.
new round.
Oh, God. I'm not going to enjoy this.
Ooh, that's some terrible luck. Well, there's no way we'll be able to use Diluc's skill now. But don't worry, situations like these are why we have the option to reroll. Once per round, you can select all the dice that you don't like and reroll them.
So it's mulligan. So you basically halve whatever the...
When the action phase begins, the player who first chose end round in the previous round takes their turn first.
It's not exact what I'm about to say, because it depends on how many dice you choose to mulligan, but you basically halve the statistical chance of getting whatever you were trying to get. Instead of it being a 1 in 8 times 1 in 8 times 1 in 8 times 1 in 8 times, then you can re-roll all the ones that are wrong. So it's basically like, let's say 50% of the time you get the wrong ones, and then you re-roll them. So you actually don't halve it, you re-roll, and in that time you can still roll wrong ones. So you've taken a quarter of the... It was like 8 dice rolls worth of stats statistically multiplied by each other to find the probability. Now it's probably more like 6. But it's still a very high chance that you're not going to get exactly what you want.
This means that since you finished first the last round, you'll be the first to start this round.
Or it's not about what you... I mean, because there's a variety in things you can use, different colours, and it's not about what you want. But it's like, you can't tell it, I want reds, and then hope it gets reds. It's just... It sometimes will give you shit, and sometimes it will give you good stuff. And the chance of you... Like, you have no control, and like the chance of you getting, I say, what you want... The dice don't know what you want, or the game does. It's not what you want, it's just getting whatever. Like, it's just whatever it is, isn't it? So now we're just really like the thing I have the problem with is in Hearthstone I sit there My opponent's got 16 cards in deck, I've got 15 cards. I know what cards they've got in their deck because I've played it so much that I know what the archetypes are and I know what the kind of cards they put in their deck. I know what their win condition is. I know if they've played this, that and the other. I'm able to work out statistically, out of 30 cards you've drawn, you've got a 1 in 2 chance of that card being in the deck still, overall, because you've drawn, like, let's say you've drawn half your deck, is the card in your hand. 1 in 2 chance. 50-50 chance. If it's not in your hand, it's in that deck. What's the chance you're going to draw it next? 1 in 15. How many turns do we go until I draw mine, until you draw yours? What's the statistical probability of me getting... Like, if I need, let's say I want to make a play, and I need a 2-drop to play it, then am I going to get that on my next draw out of my deck? Well, I've only got 5 2-drops in my deck, and I've drawn 3, so there's only 2 left in the deck. I work out the statistical probability, and I say it's not likely that's going to happen. It's more likely this other thing's going to come out the deck, so I will play accordingly. Yeah? Do you understand what I'm saying? I work out statistics in my mind on the fly. This is like betting as well, when people are betting on horses, and you know, it's the same sort of mechanism in your mind, isn't it? But Hearthstone's not that. But, I work out the statistics in my mind on the fly, and I work out the reasonable, most strong plays. I mean, it could be my opponent gets lucky and draws their win condition on the next turn, and then they, oh, I couldn't, well, there we go. But if I do the right things at the right time more often, statistically, I will win more often, and that's what happens. I'm good at Hearthstone. Not blowing my own trumpet or anything, but you know, I'm reasonably good at Hearthstone. So with this, I haven't got that. Every turn I roll the dice again, and so does my opponent. Are they going to have good stuff? Am I going to have good stuff? Well, it's fucking completely random. Oh, we can re-roll some of those, so it's not completely... It's still completely random, because the re-roll is also completely random. So what, have I chosen good characters and I've built a proper deck? No. It doesn't matter. You can choose all the best characters you want and then roll the dice and it's random. The best thing you've got, the best chance you've got, is having random deck. Because random outcome of dice equal random deck. You will always have something that can synergize. The worst thing you can do is specify, I've got fire character, 3 fire characters, let's hope I roll some reds. No, that's the worst strategy you can employ. Statistically over time, in order for your dice rolls and your characters to line up, you want the widest range of possibilities in your characters, because you're going to be getting a wide range of possibilities in your dice rolls. Somehow this one's turned out to be reds and blues and 2 wilds. That's really weird, because that's very improbable.
Alrighty then, let's learn a little bit about energy and elemental bursts. Each time you use a skill, your character will gain 1 energy.
Yep. I understand.
Once Diluc's energy is full, he can use a powerful elemental burst. But we're still 1 short.
Okay, well that's clever, because what that is your basic skills are your basic attacks, aren't they? And then once you built them up in the actual game, you use your elemental bursts once they've charged up. And here we're charging up our elemental bursts, and then we can use them. So I like that. That's a clever idea.
Never mind. Let's start with the normal attack instead.
Will do.
Diluc's normal attack only needs 1 pyro die and 2 other dice of any type.
Okay, that's clever, because I understand now that 2 doled out means any type, so at least you can... That I will say immediately, that settles some of my concerns, because 2 dice of any type, using any type of dice, it's the same as rolling a wild dice.
In any case, your normal attack needs fewer pyro dice than your elemental skill.
So it won't let me use the wild dice for some reason, but it's the same as a wild dice being rolled, sorry, die being rolled, by having any choice, isn't it? Because you can choose anything, so it's the opposite of, like, that's the wild die on the roll is the equivalent of rolling anything. You can choose anything. Having I can choose anything is the equivalent of saying, like, that's wild die equivalent. Like that's good, because it means you can use anything. So any dice roll that's not particularly good will still be useful. Have I not just done that? You can also click the skill button again to use the skill. Just like elemental skills, normal attacks grant 1 energy, yes. They've got theirs charged.
Now we have 3 energy, plus we have enough pyro elemental dice left over. It's time to...
Yes, I understand. So that was my thing, 4-3. Oh, that's the 3 energy. Okay, I get it now. But you'd have to get... I mean, look. How lucky would I have to get to make that happen? Let's say we just did that exact thing and I rolled 1 yellow instead of 1 red. That's it. Fuck then. That'll feel good.
Time for retribution!
I'm not even commenting on the animations and shit like that, because to me it's less important. I know that Hearthstone going for it heavy and, you know, the look of the game is important. I know there are other TCGs out there that just don't look right and feel right, so they're not as popular. Magic the Gathering is a great example, probably the seminal, is seminal the right word? You know, probably the most important trading card game out there, giving everyone else the ideas, and they put it on the computer and it's just stale, dry. But Hearthstone's alive and it's got character, it's appealing. It's like, you know, in the main thing with TCGs is, you know, in Star Wars, and they played the 3D chess. We'll have a look. We'll have a look. I'll do it quick. We'll have a look. Where are we? Why can't I see it? Got it. 3D chess in... Actually, it's 4D, isn't it? And Star Wars... Because 3D is just like pieces, actual chess pieces, but 4D... Power. Shut up. Obviously, you won't be able to see a Star Wars one without a fucking advert, will you? Come on, I want to move the screen around, you chuffer. So the whole concept of this chess game being in 3D like this, 4D, and you know, you move your characters around the board and they do things to each other. That's like auto battler games, isn't it? But that's what Hearthstone. That's the joy of it. That's what people, when they saw this in Star Wars and they wanted to do that, and you can't, like chess pieces that actually fight each other. That's auto battlers. That's team fight tactics. That's Hearthstone. It's a card game. It's different. But when the mechanics of, like, you tell them to do something and then you see them doing it and they're like crunch, crash, bash and smash, there's a bit of that involved. So that's what is staying. Like when you're playing Magic the Gathering online, I should actually show these things, shouldn't I, if I'm talking about them. When you're playing Magic the Gathering online, MTG online, you're just playing the card game. Like, there are still animations, I suppose. Where's the actual... There you go, look. But really, look, it's a big card game, and you've got the occasional dragon and stuff happening, but it's the card game. It's very much the card game, just put onto a computer. There is also another version of it where it really is just the card game put onto a computer. But Hearthstone is much more alive than that. Has a lot more character. I don't want to watch Regis. Let's watch Dice. Actually play a game. Or is he theory crafting? He's theory crafting. Let me see a game being played. Like, it's a lot more colourful. It's a lot more interesting. It's not 1080p. There you go. It's a lot more colourful. It's a lot more interesting. Things are happening. Look, he's doing that. He's, you know, actioning those things to happen, but they're happening on the board. There, it's alive. You see what I mean? It's not like cards. The cards are in your hand, but when you play them, they become these on-game, like, even animated look. It becomes this 3D chess, 4D chess game that you're playing on the board. Like, that's part of the joy of it. Anyway, what we've done over here, it has got those animated effects and stuff, but it's very much like cards on a board, like the old TCG Magic the Gathering version. Instead of, I've played Diluc, and now there he is standing on the board. Do you know what I'm saying? He's not there standing on the board anymore, is he? He's still a card. So it's got that dryness to it. Which I think is a mistake. I don't think that's... I think you should have gone way more Hearthstone. You're trying to appeal to, you know, a wider audience
In an
like
actual game of Genius Invocation TCG, you need to use multiple character cards to form a party.
In fact, the idea... I mean, Hearthstone's the biggest, most successful one. So the idea that you wouldn't follow Hearthstone's lead in that fashion... Like, we don't even have a hand of cards here, do we?
Next up, it's time for your second character card. Oh, it seems like any move by Kai is going to cost quite a lot of cryo dice.
Select all non-Crow and non-Pyro. So I keep the Pyros for some reason. Okay, I've just done that, haven't I? Alright, no, this is selecting them. My turn first, is it? Or did they do a passive skill? I don't know. Select Kaya's elemental skill, Frost Gnaw.
When you deal cryo damage, you'll cause your target to be affected by...
I've done that. Pay 3 cryo. I've just done that. I just selected them.
Dodge this!
Okay, so we're getting the elemental thing on board, which is interesting. We've got that in Hearthstone. The actual characters freeze. They don't just have a little thing over their head.
Now our
They actually
opponent is
freeze.
affected by cryo. This is a good time to learn about elemental reactions.
You know, I should be really up on this. I should be like, yes, this is brilliant. It might be because I'm a little bit tired, but actually, I don't think this is brilliant. I think they've fallen into the trap that many other card game, like they've thought too much about card game, and not enough about the fact that you're not limited by being an actual card game because you're on the fucking computer. So they've lost some of the magic that they could have had in this. 3D Hilly Churl Auto Battler would be 10 times more interesting and popular. It's not trending at the moment, but you know they've lost. They could have been thinking about that a couple of years ago when the Auto Battler, you know, in Battlegrounds and Teamfight Tactics and all that was all, but I don't know.
Different types of elemental damage affect enemies with different elements. When a character is affected by certain elemental combos, an elemental reaction will be triggered.
You don't say.
At the moment, your opponent is affected by cryo, so we should try and use a pyro skill on them. Looks like we have to switch active characters, though. Oh, that reminds me. Both sides must have one active character, while others are considered standby characters. Normally, we can only... Now, if we want to use the skills of our standby character, we'll have to switch them to the active character.
Do you think?
In this case, we'll have to switch to D-Luke. You can spend one elemental die of any kind to switch a standby character to the active character.
Okay, it costs 1 mana.
Let's finish this swiftly.
Switching characters is an action, just like using a skill. So once it's done, it's your opponent's turn.
So it's really, really not good to switch characters then, because it costs you a die and and a movement. So the first thing that your new character does is gets hit. Unless your opponent is switching characters, in which case you get a free pass, but the first thing your new character does is get hit. So it's not good to switch characters, really. You're better off running the character down into the ground and having it die, and then being forced to switch automatically than spending dice and switching, and then getting hit in the face. Instinctively, I feel that. It's like a fault in the game.
Most skills can only target the active character. As you can see, your opponent just attacked D-Luke. Alright then, now that D-Luke is our active character, it's time to use his skill. Because the opponent is already affected by cryo, dealing pyro damage when triggered, melt increases damage dealt by 2. This will allow you to deal loads of damage in one go.
I just clicked them. Seems kind of slow to me, but that's because this has been a really slow train. Like, the training setup has been like, oh man. I mean, that is slow. Hearthstone, new player. Experience, will it show me? Yeah, he's done it. Okay, Raran's done it. Quite a clever video to do, Raran, because people are going to search for that. Look.
Hearthstone since closed beta. That's around 8 years ago at this point, and I had no idea what. So there's a tutorial for mercenaries, one for playing Hearthstone for 8 years at this point. You run out of health.
So this is how what happens is you start on. Like, he's edited it, which is annoying to me actually, because I don't want to see all these edits. I want to see what it's like for real time.
The game works. Free cards.
So you start, you get your cards. You're in a game.
Hogger, it's been a while.
I remember this actually. So you've got free cards, you're playing a game.
Buddy, I feel like they changed this over the years, right? It's been, God, I don't...
It has changed. I think it was an innkeeper. No, it was a series of enemies first, though.
I remember the last time I did this. I've been playing Hearthstone for 8 years at this point. You run out of...
No, you don't even have a hero power at this point. You're very limited on what you... You can't even see it. I'm an idiot.
Hogger, it's been a while, buddy. I feel like they changed this over the years, right? It's been, God, I don't remember the last time I did this. I've been playing Hearthstone for 8 years at this point. You run out of health, you lose. Don't forget that. Rather than this being a 2...
So you played your character. He's edited it far too much. What an idiot. I don't watch Regis. I think Regis, I can't stand him. So,
It was free. So if you were a free-to-play player, it was 700 gold.
Just talking. Didn't even show the experience. I mean, I'm not doing it. I'm not logging on with a new account, am I? But I'd like to see new account Hearthstone, you know, what it looks like. Am I going to have to watch Regis? This is Bacon Infinity. I don't know who they are.
Every Bacon here. And just today we finished the...
Please hurry up, internet. I'm just trying to skip on in a video, YouTube. Come on. Please. This isn't even the new player experience. This is him playing an actual game. Fucking hell. I don't know if it's just me. I mean, I don't want to produce bad media, and I'm sorry to you that you're watching another fucking advert. And I really should get an ad blocker that works. But this is annoying me now. I'm feeling angered by the internet. I'm not some dullard. I don't need to be treated like such. I'm not going to buy Duracell batteries because of your stupid fucking advert. So please leave me alone. Like, I might sound like a, you know, hoity-toity up my own bum here, but maybe there are some dull people out there who watch the adverts with glee. But like, who is? Do you? Treat us like grown-ups, please.
Hey guys, how's it going? Crapan here.
Hey, it's old Crip. Old Crip.
I want to give you guys my review of the new player experience in Hearthstone. And this is something that's changed over time. At certain points in Hearthstone, it was much harder to get started as a new player, and at others, it's been, you know, not so difficult. And I want...
No, it's not what we're doing. He's talking about what it's like to be a new player. I just want to see the fucking... Is this it? Look. Yes. Thank you,
Hello,
Toycat. I can't even pronounce your name. You've got 1.8 million subscribers. I've never heard of you. I was going to drop you a subscribe, but I don't think you need it.
Welcome back.
Oh, you're a
to
Minecrafter.
Live stream on the internet, on YouTube Gaming. This is my first Hearthstone stream there, and I figured because you know, a lot of people get like confused.
Just like me as well. My first early Hearthstone streams, I was out of sync.
I stream Hearthstone, wherever it is elsewhere.
Brilliant.
That'd be kind of cool to play.
Shut up now, though.
That I'm going to start with these
Okay, this is
three
what
cards
happens.
right now. Oh, I actually thought there'd be a pack opening, but nope. It looks like I actually get to be a hero instead.
That's cool, isn't it? You open the game, you log in, and that is what's happening. You don't do anything else, just straight into this.
So yeah, this is Hearthstone, the card game based on World of Warcraft. That's
You've got your enemy, you know who you are, it's straightforward.
why it's called Heroes of Warcraft. Hopefully you'll enjoy it, because we're playing against Hogger. I really like the announcer. Like, I think he's like kind of tricky to understand, and maybe I have to turn it up or something. But, because it sounds pretty epic usually, but if he's just talking, let's play some Hearthstone, shall we? Because this is the easiest way to kind of get acquainted with the game.
Yeah, it's not the easiest way to get acquainted with the game. This is their tutorial, okay? So this is the only way to get acquainted with the game. You don't turn it on and get confused and what deck am I building and what's going on the ladder. You start off and this is what you're doing. And they completely limit your options. You're going to play that Murloc Raider because you've only got one thing you can do. 1 mana, 1 Murloc Raider. Put it on the
A lot
board.
more confusing if you don't see what's going on here. So as you can see,
Put it on the
here
board.
is a minion. Here are some details. There's its cost. It's let's just play it. But yeah, I want to play through this entire experience and then see what it's like to play the game with no cards, because this is a game I have so many hours into. I really like Hearthstone.
I might actually drop you a sub then.
But I'm used to playing it with my giant card collection.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I should do this same thing. You know, modernise this exact video. This was 5 years ago. Maybe I should do a 5-year update. You know, new account Hearthstone. Yeah. But look what's clear. What's happened.
And I can't necessarily get the experience of someone who hasn't done that. So I think
Right, shut up now. They've hit him. They know that you know that if you get hit, you lose, and it's up to you to play a card. So you're going to play a card, and then what you're going to do with your other character, you're going to kill his character. Look, minions must wait a turn to attack, but this one can attack, yeah? So crush this knoll. It tells you, crush this knoll. Go on then. Now you're playing Hearthstone. Like you're in, it's happening, it's not confusing. You don't need anything else being told to you. You're playing Hearthstone. And what happens is each card and each thing that happens, like your next card, obviously it's a stacked deck, is designed so that you play this card, but you can't kill both these things. So you're starting to learn the different strategies and ideas. When Hogger has no health, you win. So you're playing one. This isn't how the game works. You have more cards in hand. You know what I mean? But they're showing you step by step how the game works and what you can do. You know, you've run out of cards here, look. Watch this. Drop it. Drop the card. Drop the card. Drop the card. Oh, I thought it gave you a hero power at that juncture. But anyway, like, you play and you're in, and you'll play through a series of what they call missions, and each different character that you play has a slightly different deck that you play with. It increases the number of cards you have. Look, you've got more cards in your hand now. So you start to learn the mechanics step by step, very simply. And the more complicated cards, the cards with an effect, are introduced to you one at a time. And so once you've done that, as you work through this series of battles, it's only a short intro sequence. What you've done is you've learned what all the cards do, how to use them. You've played the game. You're not just like being told and do this, do that. What we did for half an hour then was nothing. We watched a tutorial. I clicked the button when it told me to click the button. But really, I didn't do anything, did I? Like, here, he's making his own choices. He's doing what he wants. He's playing the game. And it's simplified, so it's more obvious what you should do. So you can get a real, you know, a real handle on the game. This actually tells you you have to kill the minions first. This is teaching you board control. You can't kill Cho, you can't go face. You have to board control. So it's teaching you, but it's very limited in your options, isn't it? So this is a really good intro sequence. And as you work through it, look, this next lesson is Taunt. Fuck off. It is ridiculous how many adverts you get on the internet, isn't it? Like, it is actually fucking ridiculous. So now we're teaching you Taunt. You're playing Taunt cards and you're having to work around Taunt. Lesson learned. It's fun because you're actually doing it. You're actually playing the game. You're not playing against a human, but as soon as you finish this, you can. That's Hearthstone's intro. I'm glad we looked at that. So I think this is actually quite bad from Genshin Impact that they haven't learned from that. Because we went 15-20 minutes talking, and then we've done this, and this has taken ages, and nothing has happened. Like, I know how to work, you know, I know how to...
All right. Next up, let's learn how to use card types other than character cards.
Oh, thank God we got other cards, right. And it's getting more confusing.
These cards are all known as action cards. Each time a match starts, you have to draw 5 action cards to form your starting hand.
Okay. So, what I just learned about the game...
Uh-oh. Looks like we don't have any elemental dice we can spend to make an attack.
Oh, what's annoying me there is that with the Hearthstone introduction, what you learn is what you do. Like that first bit of gameplay, draw a minion, place a minion, do it. Okay, it gets more complex because you draw more cards in your hand and you've got more choices on things to do, but that is the game. Now I'm learning that that first introduction that I watched wasn't really what the game's like. You don't just play 2 character cards and roll dice. You've got other cards in your hand and more shit happens. Oh, does it? I'm glad that you taught me that first bit first so that I have a misunderstanding of exactly how the game works. I get it. Look, we haven't got any... This is going to happen all the time. Oh, we're going to re-roll them all. Look. That'll happen a lot, won't it? No. Because if you've got, like, 1 red character, it's very unlikely you don't roll a red die.
We still don't have any usable dice even after that reroll?
Like, that would do my head in so much because it's impossible. Statistically. Roll 8 d8s, each of which has a wild card on it. So on each d8, there's 2 chances at hitting what you want, or something you can use. Actually, I've got 2 characters, haven't I?
Well, never mind. Even in cases like this, we can still attack. We just need to put the action cards in our hand to good use.
I understand. I can spend the mana with the action cards, but I've got 2 characters. I've got, therefore, 2 different kinds of element. Like, this would never happen.
Don't underestimate action cards.
Right, what am I supposed to do now? You want me to expand my hand, select the greatsword.
So playing this action card will require 2 of
Yeah,
these.
I understand, yeah.
Some other cards will cost you these instead. The cost requirements for these are much more lenient.
Yeah.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there, though.
So I need to play this and spend 2 the same.
So, playing an action card from your hand is a form of fast action. Fast actions do not end your current turn.
Got it. Until we've attacked, we're not finished.
Simply put, you can continue to act even after playing an action card.
Yeah.
Well, but wait. D-Luke's elemental skill costs 3 pyro dice, and right now, we don't even have 1.
Yes.
Well, not a problem. This is where we can use a more advanced mechanic known as elemental tuning.
She's like, yeah, elemental tuning. Exciting and everything, but I'm not doing anything. I'm listening to you talk.
By discarding 1 card from your hand, you can convert 1 elemental die into the element of your current active character.
Well, that's terrible. That's a massive cost. Like, in Hearthstone, you could discard a card to gain a mana crystal. I mean, there are cards that give you mana crystals, but discard a card to gain a mana crystal, you'd be like, that's a bad card. In Druid, discard a card, gain 1 mana. Actually, that could actually work in Druid, actually. Like, how much would the card cost? 0, I suppose. Discard any other card, but you'd have to spend a card in order to do it. It would be really difficult in Hearthstone. Discard this card to gain a mana crystal. Therefore, it's spend this card to gain a mana crystal. It's Innovate. Innovate cost 0 initially, but then it... Was Innovate nerfed? Oh no, Innovate was 2, wasn't it, initially, and then it was nerfed to 1. We're basically saying Innovate. This is Innovate.
And this card isn't useful right now. So, we might as well use it for elemental tuning.
What, the book? Yeah, the book, because none of my characters can use it. How did I get these cards in my hand? Are they random, or did I pack them in my deck? Because if I pack them in my deck, then I'm fucking stupid for using a random card that I can't use, aren't I? Like, how did these cards get in my hand? It's not explained. Turn 1 elemental die into a pyro die. I'm clicking it.
Sometimes, You won't be able to perform any actions you want to because you didn't roll the elemental dice you wanted. Oh well. Moving on.
That would be awful. You can't do your go because you didn't roll the right dice. Oh, thanks. Good game. That's a shit game.
Ingenious Invocation TCG. Keeping up a constant flow of combat is much more important than the number of cards you have.
Keeping up a constant flow of combat.
In this case, well, let's just take all these useless cards and use them for elemental tuning.
So,
just like playing cards from your hand, elemental tuning is a fast action.
I know.
Come on, hurry up! Use elemental tuning to get yourself 3 pyro dice.
Funny that it tells me to hurry up whilst holding me back. But interestingly, it's not explained to me how these cards get into my hand, how many I have. It says, well, you might as well spend them because you want to attack. Do I? I don't know where my next card's coming from. Like, it seems counterintuitive to teach me this way. I feel confused more than certain. I'll turn this one. I won't turn those ones. I'll turn this one. I just did that.
Well, would you look at that?
This would be tiresome and dry
because
to be
you have the
messing about
white
like
iron
that.
greatsword equipped. Searing Onslaught will deal 1 extra damage. What?
Brilliant, yeah. Doing that elemental tuning, taking an individual card, moving it over there, clicking on the thing, coming back, clicking confirm. It's like labour-intensive menu work. You know when you're in the menus in Genshin Impact and you're crafting something, and like you go to the I'm giving this game a kicking. I don't know if it's because of my mood or because it's actually worth a kicking, but you go to the blacksmith, yeah. You give him the thing, make the ore, and then at the ore, do you want to collect the ore? Yes, please. You click it, and then you clicked it, and thanks, I've got the ore. And then also click confirm down here. Why do I need to go over there and click confirm? I just got the ore. That's all I wanted. I don't need to confirm that I got it. Extra clicks, extra menu, extra. This is going to take time. While instead of instinctively playing the game, choosing my card, put it down, moving my attacks or whatever, I'm now busy working my inventory, moving cards over here, clicking these, and my opponent's just waiting. Next. Final test.
Now comes the final part. Hoo-yeah! In a real match, you can make adjustments to your initial hand.
Mulligan.
At this time, we can select any number of cards in our hand to shuffle back into the draw pile, and then draw the same number of new cards. What?
Good. Do you do that every turn then, or do you do it at the start of the game? Because you haven't explained that to me. He doesn't want these for some reason. I've got no idea what any of them are. See, in Hearthstone, you get introduced to the cards one by one, like I just showed you. So you know what's in your deck now. You know what that raptor does. You know what this thing does. Here, I don't know what any of this does. I know what the sword does. So I don't know whether I should mulligan these, but I'm being told to. So it's not me learning through doing. It's it telling me. I might as well be watching a video. The only thing I'm doing is actually doing this click. Actually do the click. What if I click here? No, don't do that. So I've not got any agency or choice. I'm just doing the click for the sake of doing the click. I could be watching a video.
Once you have confirmed any adjustments you wish to make to your starting hand, both players have to select their starting active character at the same time.
And the thing is that I would, if I was watching a video, skip it or go faster than they're doing to me here. I understand everyone's got to learn from this, so it needs to be a tutorial that everyone on any level can learn all the things. Again, that's why Hearthstone is so good, because it doesn't do all this talking and confusion. It just gets you in the game and playing it, so everyone at every level can do it because you're doing it. You know, you can't not work that out, how to hit the thing. It's the only thing that you do, and then you build on that. And then before you know it, you're doing it. It's like teaching someone to juggle by saying, right, here's a ball, throw that up in the air. Got that? Right, here's another ball, start throwing that up in the air. Okay, you've got those. Right, the third ball, what you're going to do, before we get to the third ball, just throw the first ball over. Just go back to one ball, just throw that on. You got that? Now take the second ball and just swap them over. Swap them over. So you got that, and then here comes the third ball. So you're going to go 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's a bit harder now, but you see what I mean? Like you're building on things. You've gone from one ball swapping it over, two balls swapping them over. Here what they've done is they've said, right, here's all the fucking balls. Play this ball. Use this ball. Juggle one ball. This is juggling 3 balls, this is. Don't worry about that. You're just going to throw 1 ball. Okay? Like, it's confusing and it hasn't built on anything, like, in the same way. It has a little bit. I know generally what's going on, but I don't know what any of these cards are and what they do. I don't know what strengths I have. I don't know what my opponent's strengths or weaknesses are. There's so much information that I've not learned through this that when you do that Hearthstone introduction, you just take on subliminally. So I need to choose, they need to choose. They've only got 1 character, so they're choosing that one.
Boy, this one's a real doozy. We gotta take it out pronto.
But
Let's see how you do this time. Remember, start by selecting your initial starting character.
I know. I'm going to choose Kaya, because I hate him. Like, I haven't got a good character here, have I? 1, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4. Different elements. I didn't see my dice roll, so it's irrelevant. It's the same, they're the same character. The only difference is that there's an elemental difference, and Kaya's Glacial Waltz only requires 2 power-ups, whereas this requires more power-ups. If I look at that, that's deal 2 damage, deal 3 pyro damage. For the 3rd use of this skill, deals +2 damage, so it's getting more confusing. I have to think more ahead, and it gets more confusing. It's not like this is what's happening when you do it. It's like this is what will happen in 3 turns if you do it 3 times. Deals 8 pyro damage, gains pyro infusion. The character to which this is attacked has their physical damage converted to pyro damage, which isn't good for me because this is a physical damage enemy, so I probably don't want that. Whereas here I've got, after you switch characters, deals 2 cryo damage. Deals 1 cryo damage, creates an icicle, and then after you switch characters it deals. So I want this on, I want to deal the icicle, and then I want to switch off to make that work. So I actually want to start with Kaya. That's deal 3 damage, that's deal 2 physical. Physical, that's what we want. So it's Kaya.
This will be interesting.
And of course, I haven't got a choice here. Alright, reroll. I obviously want to keep that, don't I? I see now I should have rolled the dice first and then chosen my character, because now I've got the fucking dice for the pyro. I don't want that, I don't want that, I don't want that, I don't want that, I don't want... Oh, that's an... Yeah, I want that. I'll keep the pyros though, because I can change character, maybe. Or should I bin them off, because I don't want to change character? What if my character gets killed? Then I'll need them. I don't know until... Like, these are in the wrong order. I'm not able to strategize properly here. And I don't know what I'm going to get anyway, it's just going to be a load of random shit. One of them landed on its actual tip. I've got that on... recorded. One of them landed on its actual tip, and they gave me a red.
You sure are getting the hang of these rolls. Now let me teach you one last trick, free of charge.
Yeah, go on then.
You can preview your opponent's actions. I mean, that is to say, you can read their intent. Check it out. So here's where you can see all your opponent's intentions for this round. All your opponent's intended actions for the round will be listed here in order.
So are you telling me that as my opponent makes a strategizing move, I see it? Or is this just their options?
Reference this to come up with effective countermeasures and easily defeat your opponents.
That's stupid. Who's going to play first? I don't know if I like that. I really don't know about this. Like, seeing my opponent's intent. So you're going to see what... So I change what I do based on what they're going to do. But then can't they change what they want to do? No, it's locked in. So you're not going to want to lock in first, are you? You're going to want to make sure you see what your opponent's about to do before you lock in your attack. Otherwise, you're an idiot. How's that going to work? I don't understand that properly.
Well then, that's the end of the tutorial. You're on your own from here. May victory be yours.
Shut up. That's the end of the tutorial, so everything else is on me now. So even if I haven't learned something, I'm not going to get to learn it. You know, I've got to read all these cards to work it out now, one by one. My opponent is probably going to do that. The other thing, of course, is I can't do anything about that, really. Like, now we're locked into what dice we've got. I'm pointing over the wrong shoulder. We're locked into what mana we've got. We're locked into what characters we've got. I could change them, but I'm just going to hit in the face. And we've got these cards. Like, I'm limited on options here, really, aren't I? And I don't know what's going to happen next round, whether I'm going to redraw cards or my opponent might have more. Is this my only enemy in this game now? I beat this and that's it? Or are they going to provide another player on the table? I'm a bit confused in lots of aspects. I can press... What's this? I'm going to attack with Kaya, and I'm going to spend... She told me to spend all the cards, didn't she? So Kaya's attack is going to be that, isn't it? 3 cryo damage, but we've only got 2 cryos. Or it could be that. Could spend... Oh, we've got some... We've got some wild card die as well, so... let's spend some of these. You have to put 2 the same in to make one of these happen. Deals 1 damage, only sword characters. When a character uses a skill or equips a talent, spend 1 less cryo die. But you have to spend 2 die to... once per round, and you have to spend 2 to use it. Convert the elemental dice spent to Omni Element. Well, yeah, that's brilliant, isn't it? That's a no-brainer. You always do that. There's no way you never do that. Doesn't matter which ones you even if... Why does it not let me do these ones? Oh, because it's turning it to cryo and they're already cryo. Oh, wait, hang on. Wait, what did it say? Convert to Omni Element. Can be considered any kind of element. So I might want to change the Omni... I might want to change the cryos to anything. Because I can still use them as cryo. Oh, are you saying that I can choose what I change them to? No, why would it only do cryo? It says here, convert the elemental dice spent to Omni Element. Omni Element could be any kind, and that's that one. No, that's that one. That's Omni Element there, isn't it? That's that one. So, by using this Paimon card, I can convert the dice that I put in the Paimon card to any element. Yeah? So why can't I put these dice in there then? Why can't I put the 2 in? It doesn't seem to work properly. What this says is, use 2 of any dice to pay the cost. And when I put them in, I convert them to any element. Okay, I'll do that. Oh, I see. Okay, what I was doing wrong there was I was actually swapping it for crystals. No, I want to play the card. Played it. Okay, now I can do it. I can choose anything, yeah. Turn anything into Omnis. So I'm going to turn those 2 into Omnis. Play card. Right. See how even me, an experienced card player, fucked that up. It can't be the best tutorial in the world. Broken Rhymes Echo. I don't know about that. Witch's Scorching Hat. When a character uses a skill or equips a talent, spend less 1 pyro die once per round, but it costs 2 die. I don't really understand how that's a benefit. If it costs 2 and it saves me 1, I'd have to use 3 different other things of pyro for it to be worth it. Otherwise it's not worth it, is it? Stupid. Or do I equip it and it's always there and then it's ongoing? Is that what's happening? It's an equipment card, you see. And I don't know. I'm never going to know. Unless I do it. I'm going all in on cryo then. Probably want to give him that as well. It said spend all your cards. Do you remember? It said spend all your cards. I can't... Can I not equip you with the claymore? Oh no, you're not a claymore. You're a sword character, right? Yeah. And now I'm going to do my bestest attack.
Cool it!
And they're going to do an attack. Which I can't do anything about. I haven't got any defensive moves, have I? So I can check... Oh. My opponent has finished... Opposing intent. My opponent has finished acting. They're not going to do anything. But me, I can do something. No? Oh man, I've got 2 dice left. I fucked that up. Might as well spend them on something. Okay, I'm finished. I might end up really loving this game. You don't know. I just think the introduction sequence has been very poor.
Wait.
And I think they're missing the trick.
There's one more thing I almost forgot.
Because they're making it way... you can eat food and it heals you up, I know, and I understand. They're missing the trick that it feels too much like a card game and not enough like Auto Battler, like 4D chess. The whole reason that we enjoy Hearthstone, like the whole thing is once the cards are out of your hand, they're on the game board. And on the game board, they take on a life of their own. In the adverts even...
Every time you hit an end phase, you get to draw 2 cards from your action cards pile.
Why didn't you tell me that before you fuck... Unbelievable. What a tutorial. In Hearthstone, you see these are cards, you play the card, it becomes a thing on the board. Right? And sometimes these things are actually animated. They're in these little shield spaces. You know, they're not really physical auto-battler characters on the game board. But if we look at something else like Teamfight Tactics, they are actually on the game board. Can we just please see some Teamfight Tactics going on?
Take the universe of League of...
Not until we've seen an advert. Oh no, this is the thing. Sorry. See, they're there on the game board. Look, they're all going for it. I'm not doing anything at this juncture. I've put my characters on the game board, and then they're going for it. But it's like that little 3D chess, isn't it? That little 4D chess game. It's fun. What you want for TCG Online is to feel like this, but it's a card game. It doesn't have the automatic part. You're in charge. But the things happening look like a card game. If you do Hearthstone in real life, they do these card reveals. Of course, there's an advert. I mean, have I not watched enough adverts on YouTube today? I'm only doing this for a 30-second minute of, you know, seeing it. I don't deserve the advert. Fuck Argos. Fuck Argos. This isn't what Hearthstone is at all, is it? This is how they promote it, or this particular person makes these videos. Anyway, look. But then you see what's happening is they're playing the cards out of their hands. Like, this is the real life. This is, you know, I say it's set in... Hearthstone is set in World of Warcraft. And in World of Warcraft, if you were to go into a tavern, which you can't because you don't live there, but if you were to go into a tavern in World of Warcraft... Oh, hello, Cruel, you're back. Sorry. I was missing your chat, but I've noticed it there, and it was appropriate. Yeah. If someone is in the like, if you're an elf in World of Warcraft and you go into the tavern and you sit down for a game of Hearthstone, this is what you imagine is happening. You know, there's Jaina and she's playing her cards, and they're on the table as these little auto battlers almost. They're not auto battling. You're telling them what to do, but you know that's in my imagination what Hearthstone is, and we've recreated it as a TCG. And it works fairly similar. Not Regis. Like the things, once you play them out of your hand, they are a big effect on the board. Or they exist on the board. Go on, play the card, you idiot. You know, that's there now on the board. Okay, it's not 3D, like Teamfight Tactics, but, you know, that's what's going on. The more they animate them and all that. Whereas what we've done in Genshin Impact, which is a huge failing, I feel, is we're looking at actual cards. Like, once you've played them, they're still cards. There's no sense of that game board being alive. It feels like in Genshin Impact, the people are going into a tavern and they're playing with a deck of cards, and the deck of cards don't come alive on the board. Like, they're not... It's not that real-life Hearthstone thing. It's not that... I showed it before while you were away, Cruel. I'll show it you again quickly. 4D chess. It's funny because 3D chess is obviously just 3D pieces, isn't it? But 4D Star Wars chess... Let the Wookiee win. Another advert. I mean, I've actually watched this video once today already. Like, how many adverts have I seen now? It's because it's Christmas, isn't it? Like, this thing... Wait, where's it gone? This thing... See that? The game board is all alive and the characters are moving around. This was in Star Wars back in the day. And that's where the whole thing has come from. Everyone saw that when they were young and thought, wow, I want my chess pieces to move and, like, attack each other. Wow, that's what I want. They had it in Star Trek as well. So, Star Trek. They had 4D chess. But it's different. It actually is 4D chess. And surprisingly, they don't come alive and they don't do anything. But this is what I'm talking about, right? And what we've done is, in Genshin Impact, for some reason, they've gone for actual cards on the actual board. Like, that Mitchell is not running around or, you know, animated or anything. Like, maybe they'll get to it in the future, but it feels like like they've misunderstood the point. I'll reiterate one more time with this as well. Magic the Gathering. When you play Magic the Gathering, it's funny, isn't it? You can type in Magic the Gathering and you don't actually get a game of Magic the Gathering that you can view. Like, here's the online one. This is a good example. Is that it's just the same as being, you know, there's the cards. It's confusing. It's dry. If you were sat in an actual game room with a real person, you'd see the same thing on the board. It's just this one's moving about animated because you're using a computer as your hand. But essentially, it's boring and dry. Like, you've missed a trick. What you could do with the computer is more than this. That's the cardboard game. Make the computer game. And that's the difference. That's Teamfight Tactics. That's Hearthstone. And this is a dry, boring look. And if you're not initiated, you don't know what's going on. It's confusing as fuck. When they're golden, they're animated like the Hearthstone golden ones. A bit, yeah. I'm saying more than this, though. Look, see how these cards are on the table? They're cards on the table. You're recreating a card game by physically recreating a card game. Or, sorry, virtually recreating a physical card game, yeah? That's your actual hand. You're moving them onto the deck, onto the board. That's what's actually happening, yeah? That would be what's happening if you play Magic the Gathering in a real live situation. You know, across a table. There's no difference in the online version to the tabletop version. Fucking fuck you, Duracell. And Disney, you can fuck off. There we go. So, the only difference is that you're having to do all those things by hand. All those movements. Like, they might animate them. The cards might be animated on the table in the online version. But it's the same thing. They're cards on a table. Yeah? Like, so that's boring and dry. What you want to do, what Hearthstone did... And auto-battlers afterwards really took up the mantle much more. But what I'm saying is that what you imagine is in the game world, you walk in... Okay, so we're in Hearthstone now. We're in World of Warcraft. You know, we're in Azeroth. Fantasy world. In the real world, I've got cards on a table. In Star Wars, I've got actual things moving on the table. In Azeroth, I've got actual things moving on the table. And that's the imagination. That's... So when you create... And Hearthstone don't actually go in for this. Not as hard. But when you actually play Hearthstone, you're imagining I've walked into a... Why is it now full screen? What have I done here? Oh, the fucking Windows keys are awful. When I go into... Like, when I'm looking at a Hearthstone game, I'm imagining, you know, you're in a tavern in Azeroth, and this is the game board and stuff. Like, it's got a lot more... They're not cards. Once you've played them out of your hand, they become actions. They become animated. The cards on the table aren't cards. They're units now. We call them tokens, I suppose. But, you know, they're not 3D. They're not 3D. I get that. But... Like, they're there on the... Like, we're not looking at a boring card game where you've played... Like, when you play the card, it's not a card anymore, is it, on the table? Like, you're not having to tap the card or move the card or any of that. Like, it's now a Murloc. It's a token that represents a Murloc, but it's now a Murloc. Like, it was a card in your hand and it's on the game board, it's become a thing. And the game board is this arena where this thing takes place. Whereas what we've done in Genshin Impact, just like Magic the Gathering, is we've now created actual cards on an actual table in a virtual reality environment. Like, you could actually print these out and play it at home. You can't play Hearthstone at home. Even if you print all the cards out, when you start playing them, the things that interact and happen require the computer too much. Maybe I'm wrong in that, actually. Maybe it'd be an interesting format to try and play a real game of handheld Hearthstone. You know, real life one. Maybe I'm wrong in that. I just feel that artistically and creatively, this is like 1990, not 2022.
Remember, you have to make use of both your elemental dice and your action cards to win.
I've drawn 2 fucking chickens, that's rubbish. This is the best translation to play Genshin. Okay, I understand what you're saying there. We've got the Genshin effects in a card game, yes. Yes, understand that. Well, why are we doing it in Genshin then? Why isn't this produced as a cardboard card game? Why are we translating it in Genshin to a card game that we are then making translated into Genshin as a card? Like, we've taken Genshin out of Genshin the game and turned it into, in my world, a card that has an effect that's like a Genshin effect with a freeze thing. When I play it on the board, it doesn't actually freeze anything like Hearthstone does. The animation, all that. All it does is you get a little element above your head. Like, I could play it in the real world. I could play the card and put a token on it. Now it's frozen. Like, I'm doing it all in my imagination. I've taken this real world card now that I've created from the Genshin game with all of its influence and its effects. That's a Diluc card, yeah? And now I want to play that in the computer. So now what I'm doing is I'm going from... How can I not plug my headphones in? Come on, you idiot. Yeah. Now what I'm doing, right? I just applied cryo, not freeze. All right, yeah, but you know what I'm saying, like, you know, it's a thing that happens, and on there's just an emblem, is all. But what I'm saying, right, is that you take the Genshin Impact effects out of that game and you put them into these cards. I could print them out at home. I've got a Diluc card. That's the Magic the Gathering game now. We've made a Magic the Gathering collectible card game, tradable tabletop card game in the real world from Genshin Impact. I understand what you're saying. Good. That's clever. Sell it me for Christmas. I'll buy the box. We'll play it at home. Right, now we've got that. I want to put it in the actual Genshin Impact game in the metaverse. So now I'm going to retranslate this. Retranslate it into this. What? What? So now I've got virtual dice, virtual cards. Yeah, okay, I've got virtual cards. They're on there now. What? You never even made the real cards. Why are you restricting yourself to real-world mechanics? Why do they look like dice? They don't have to look like dice. They could just be numbers, colours, flashing. Doesn't have to be anything. Why are we making it real world when we've taken it from a video game in the first place, tried to translate it to real world? We've achieved that. Why are we putting it back in the video game then? If you want to make a card game in a video game, you know, a fun... You don't have to have these real world restrictions. Like what they did with Magic the Gathering, and therefore Hearthstone, was they said, how do we make a real-world card game exist in our fantasy world? Oh, wow, now we haven't got restrictions. Well, first of all, we can have mana crystals instead of rolling dice. You don't have to... You bin off all those things that you needed to function a game in the real... We needed dice in the real world because the random probability couldn't be randomized without them. Like, Dungeons and Dragons Online is... There's a difference between, like, Skyrim... and Dungeons and Dragons Online, isn't there? Like, this kind of annoys me now, actually. This is kind of annoying me. I mean, it might just be my today's attitude, or it might not. But, like, Dungeons and Dragons is a tabletop game where you can't have all the stuff the computer can do. We didn't have computers. We had imaginations and minds. So I am that little character down there on the table, but instead I'm a piece of paper that I've written all the stuff on, and I've got my dice that I roll to create the randomness of my actions. But really, I want to be, like, in my brain, I want to be in a dungeon. Yeah? So instead I'm playing Dungeons & Dragons at a table with my friends. Got it. So as time moves on, we get... Actually, not start with Skyrim. Let's start with something else. Daggerfall, maybe even Arena. Let's start with Daggerfall, though, because it's probably a good example. Images. This is a brilliant image for it. The next thing is we get computers, and now I'm in the dungeon. I don't need people at my house with, like, bits of playmat and characters and miniatures. Citadel Miniatures is another great example. The Warhammer universe. They make computer games now. If I want to do this experience, I do it in the computer game. Brilliant. Got it. Got it. Understand that. Yeah. Got it. So we've gone from tabletop gaming to the world of being in it on the computer, yeah? Got it. What we've done in Genshin Impact then is we've taken the world of being in on the computer, like with World of Warcraft, we've created a tabletop game. I understand what you're saying. The Yu-Gi-Oh decks maybe helped you, yeah, maybe that. Like, I understand that. We'll make it a card game then. Make it a card game. Make it a physical tabletop game. Do that. No problem with that. No problem. I still enjoy Dungeons & Dragons. What about this, right? This is a really interesting concept that I don't quite get my head around yet, but... Demio is a VR tabletop Dungeons & Dragons game. From Resolution Games, Tommy Palm. So, when I see this, I think, wow, Dungeons & Dragons... tabletop gaming in VR. So I'm going to be in my mask, right? I'm going to be walking around the dungeon, aren't I? I'm going to be in the VR game, in the dungeon, walking around it. I might be an elf, I might be a warrior. I might have to wait for my turn, but I'm going to be in my mask, in the dungeon, and things are going to be happening around me. That sounds incredible. No, you're not. What are you doing? You've got a tabletop. Like that. In virtual reality, and I'm picking up the pieces and moving them around, so all my friends can play Dungeons & Dragons together without having to be in the same room. Oh, okay, I get that. It's not what I thought it would be. I thought I'd be down there in the dungeon, actually being the character. Maybe at some points you can, you know, change the camera point of view to feel more like that, but that's you know, I'm feeling more like that because the camera point of view, but I'm not that character. It's not first person. This is third person, and I'm controlling the tabletop look. See that? I've got a virtual tabletop. Well, that's clever because it can be anything, and I can play with my friends all over the world. It's Dungeons & Dragons in VR. But it's not... When you say Dungeons & Dragons in VR... Hello, Capital K. Yes, I'm always in mid-rant. I think yesterday took a lot out of me emotionally. I was so positive. I'm ready to unleash. I might be a bit tired. And also, I'm disappointed in what Genshin Impact have done with their card game. I think they've missed the mark and missed the point. I don't mind if they do it. Make a Genshin Impact card game, a tabletop one. I'll go and buy it, and we'll play it at home at Christmas with my friends. But don't... Like, we had to move away from this to this, and then we moved away from that, and we eventually got to the World of Warcraft, and within the World of Warcraft, they said, what would it be like if we had a card game in the world? So then you got Hearthstone. But it would be the equivalent... Would it be the equivalent? How am I trying to say this then? So Hearthstone and Demio, to be the same thing, yeah, would be the... Like, I actually had... Like, Hearthstone's somewhere in the middle in a way then, isn't it? Between that auto-battler. But, like, maybe Hearthstone's the worst example because the Magic... This is the worst example. Magic the Gathering Online is... Are you actually going to play the fucking game? Like, look, see how confusing and complicated. It's just the card game, just turned into an online version. This MTG Online is the worst one because it's actually the card game turned into a virtual version. So you don't have cards anymore, but they're not doing anything. You're not using the computer. You're not doing this. Like, you're not stepping from there to there. In fact, you're stepping backwards or sideways or something. It's hard to explain in my brain now. I'm starting to lose my train of thought. Hello, Bob. Unleash the tangent. No, but you see what I'm saying, though? Like, this is a... I've got cards in real life. I used to play Pokemon cards, yeah? Or I used to play... Oh, fuck this, man. I used to play Top Trumps. I'm having it. Now we're having it. I used to play Top Trumps. Now we're having it. Lovable Dogs, I'm not keeping up. You buy a deck of these cards, they've all got stats on them. Yeah? You hand them out. And then he's my Tyrannosaurus Rex, right? I'm going to pick weight because it's 6,000. That's a lot. What's the weight of your card that you're looking at? And you're not to lie. You're not to lie. You're to tell the truth. Your weight is 350. I win. Shut up. Give me that Herosaurus. That's mine now. Goes in my deck. Top Trumps, mate. Now, if I want to make that on the computer, you could open a pack of virtual cards and have your virtual cards and play with virtual cards. That's Magic the Gathering Online. It's dry and boring. When you take them out of your hand and play them in Hearthstone, they become a thing on the deck, on the board. You know, they're somewhere in between that and 3D chess. The Auto Battler is one step further, but Hearthstone wasn't doing the 3D thing at the time. It's an older game, but if they remade it now, you might even have actual 3D characters on the board. It becomes this other thing. It becomes this 3D... You know, it becomes this, doesn't it? This is what we're aiming for, remember? That. So, I'm actually angered at the idea that you would take something from the virtual world of Genshin Impact. This is what I'm boiling it down. I think I'm right in what I'm saying. You'll take something from the virtual world of Impact, and I like the fact that you've turned it into a card game, so that now my card has effects, and I have to attack 3 times to charge up my elemental effect, and when I use it, I can combine my... Yeah, good card game. Put that in the virtual game. Why? Why dice? Why the restrictions? Why not the joy of the 3D animated? Why it's so dry and stale? This is like what you would make in the fucking 80s or 90s before you understood what you could do. That's my problem with it. It's like you could have made this as a separate app 10 years ago. Although Genshin didn't exist 10 years ago, but you know what I mean? It's like... I'm actually... That's not... I'm on the... Why it like this? Well, I've got chicken. I can spend chicken. Drag this card to use it to conduct tuning. Or I can just eat it, can't I? There you go. He's ate some chicken.
Freeze!
It's like they've not done enough to make it a... Oh my god. What? I don't want to equip it. I want to... I might be doing this wrong now, you watch. No! You're just beholden to the... I don't like the dice rolling thing as well. I really don't like that.
Freeze!
Because you can't strategize or plan because it's random. If I win... Gwent, there's another example, yeah. I want to just... Hang on, I need to get chat up again because I'm missing bits and pieces. Let's get chat up on the screen as well. I haven't played Gwent, but I understand Gwent is another good example of this, yeah. I'll have a look at it in just a second. If you want to immerse on the combat, they do on the TCG. You can do Genshin Impact. The mechanics are the same, but not turn-based. I get point to immerse more, but you're fond of the clear and simple boards. Kind of. You can also re-roll. Yeah, but you're re-rolling. You're re-rolling, so it's still random. Like, the problem I have is that with Hearthstone, I know how much mana I'm going to have, so I can predict that. It's not unpredictable, it's definite. Next turn I will have an extra 1. Next turn I will have 2 more, and I know what's going to happen. I have to strategize. I don't know what's going to come out of my deck, that's random. But I've built my deck, so I'm affecting the randomness. I'm doing as much. Everyone's got the same amount of randomness, what card's going to come out next, but you are in control of that element of randomness by the way you stack your deck. If I want, I can guarantee a 1-drop. I'll just put all 1-drops in my deck. It's not a good strategy, but I can guarantee it. So it's up to me on how much randomness I want and how much I'm prepared to accept. And then, when I'm waiting for my next card, I can say, right, there's 15 cards left in my deck, therefore I want Sorcerer's Apprentice. There's 2 copies of it in the deck, so it's 2 in 15 chance I get it. Should I play for that coming out the deck next turn? 2 in 15 is about a 1 in 7.5. It's not a very good chance it will come out. 1 in 7. Would you gamble on a 1 in 7? Probably not. So I better strategize to consider that it might not come out next turn, and I might have to hang on another turn. Like, you can strategize, but with this, I can't strategize, because what dice will I roll? I don't fucking know. When I re-roll them, will I get the ones I want? No, probably not. I don't know. I mean, that's a lot like Genshin Impact. But you can't, you roll the dice first anyway. Or do you roll them second? So, no, you choose your characters first, don't you? And you roll your dice second. So you can't... You'd be better off rolling your dice first and then choosing a character based on your dice roll. Not applying myself to... I'm going to put my cryo characters on the board. I roll the dice. I should have chosen the fire ones. Like, what? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I want it to be based on my skill, my strategy, the least amount of randomness possible, especially on a strategic game, card game. Allowing the whole point of the card game... twofold. One is deck building, and the reason deck building is important is to obviate the randomness of the drawing of the cards. The reason certain cards are so powerful is because they allow you to tutor out different cards. Like, it's a massive part of it. A massive part of it. Having those main character cards that are your main... you put those on the table first, and then you draw from your deck. Well, that... I don't know if I like it. Yogg-Saron decks was random. Yes, that's not good. That's not good. Yogg-Saron is not good. But yes, some people like to spin the wheel and have fun. Yes. That would be the equivalent of printing one of these cards that says, fuck all your strategy, now you spin the wheel, yes. Like, for me, not fun. I understand it. I used to like playing against Yogg decks, because when they did their win condition, I'd think, well, that could be my win condition. Well done, you idiot. You've 50-50'd your win condition. Yogg can kill you. Well done. I've been more certain to win because I haven't created that element of randomness in my game. The best decks I've ever played are the ones, and we all know this, the best decks you've ever played are the ones that are consistent. And this game is guaranteed inconsistency from the get-go by having dice as part of the main... It's not just a card game, it's also a dice game. It's also a gambling game, a lotto game. Like, you remove the dice... You remove the gambling, like the random aspect. You increase the strategy aspect, don't you? Because it's up to you what you're choosing. It's not up to me what I'm choosing with the dice. That's a shame. And this element of it is totally absent. You've taken something from a virtual world and created a card game with it. Yes. So release it as a fucking card game. Like... Why have you made a virtual card game in a virtual reality space without any of the bonus elements of the virtual reality that you can use? Seems weird. Like, if I was to tell you I'm making a... I'm going to take your point here. Advanced cards make you lock some dice to being either omni, so consistent. Okay, so you can get some consistency out. Okay, that's good. That's directly, what's the word? Fixing the problem that existed. But why code the problem to exist? Then fix it. It's like they realise there's a problem. Some people don't like this. And the lack of this, like, 3D chess bit I find baffling, yeah. I think they've missed the mark. Do you know why as well? Because they've got so many other card games to look at and decide on before you, like, go for this. You had all those other ones. They must have looked at those other games that I just went through, and they must have thought that, I should have them all open as pictures, shouldn't I? But they must have thought that, like, MTG Online was the best. Like, this looks the best to them. But it's not even, you don't even deck build. But you know what I mean? They must have looked at that and thought, that looks equally confusing as our game. I'm glad that we're going for this style. Like, the cards don't come alive when you play them. They remain cards. I like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, like, they could have looked at everything. I don't know why they wouldn't look strongly at Hearthstone, because it was the most popular game of the last however many 10 years. It's died off now, and you'd want to be looking at that as well. But it seems strange that they've gone for that. To me, it seems strange. I will get into it and give it a, a full whirl, and I'll get deeper into it. But my initial maybe it's because of my background with Hearthstone. That's the only thing I can think. Because I expected a lot more. It didn't grip me like Hearthstone did. Now it's telling me again what I do. Is it actually telling me again what I do? It is, isn't it? Look. Everything I've just been through, retold. And you know what I haven't done? When you play the Hearthstone experience and you first do it, you play through, probably in that first tutorial, you probably drop about 5 or 6 different character types, you see 5 or 6 different enemy types, and you learn what they are and what they're doing. I don't really know anything about this game yet. You're having to tell me things about other cards that I've not been aware of. The player who declares the first will play first next round. That's interesting. Once both sides have made this declaration, this round is over. Both players will draw 2 cards and begin a new round.
All right, cool. Those are the basics. Did you get all that?
I mean, yeah, and if I climb down from my high horse a little bit and say it's great that we've got a card game in Hearthstone, in Genshin Impact, it's another string to the bow. It's a good thing. People who like actual Magic the Gathering will like this. Nothing wrong with it. But there's other, like you said about Yu-Gi-Oh as well, people who like that will like this. Nothing wrong with it. I just expected more. I expected majesty. They've got those game boxes on the table. When you open up Hearthstone for the first time, you are taken into a fantasy world and you are part of it, and you are playing within seconds. You are playing cards and having fun. And this was dry and laborious, and tutorial was full of complexity and complexity without the sake for the need of complexity. Why am I rolling 8 different die? Hearthstone, you start with 1 mana on turn 1 and you play your 1 drop, and it builds on the complexity. This is like, right, fucking all this is going on. I don't know the song High Horse, actually.
What we just played was an adventure challenge designed specially for new players.
I understand that, Dion. You don't need to tell me twice, you fucker. There's one other thing I want to see now is Gwent, because I didn't actually ever play Gwent because I just considered it a B-rate Hearthstone, but I just want to see how Gwent fashions out. Same principle. We're inside the world of The Witcher, and in the world of The Witcher, people play a game called Gwent, yeah? So let me just... I don't want to see how to play, I just want to see it being played. What I'd rather see is an advert for something that I'm never going to eat because I'm vegan, so why don't you just go and right off. Oh, what about another one? For all the worst things that I hate the most. Thanks. Right, here it is. Here's Gwent. Let me see it in action. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. Like, this has the same problem and failing. This is why I chose Hearthstone over Gwent all that time ago. I wanted to experience an online card game. I thought, this is an interesting concept. I'll go with Hearthstone. And it looked the most appealing and interesting. And this looks, that it has the same problem. It looks dry and they haven't used elements. Like, they've made a card game on the computer, yes. But they haven't used any of the things the computer can do to make it sing. Like, all of the reasons that yesterday's playthrough, I don't know if you saw yesterday, Capital K, I did a playthrough of, I was watching that earlier, and I'm on this. I've got too many windows now. Let's go back to my channel. My channel, let's go back to me. My channel. Me. videos. Yesterday I played the Forest Quartet. My friend Mads, who was at the Stugan project. I mean, this is a brilliant example. This is a brilliant example. This place here where I encountered this... somewhere in the middle of a puzzle game and a meditative game, in a way, for me, because the puzzles, the thing form a puzzle, like being able to understand the abstract. Check this out, making sense of things. Never seen anyone ever use projection in a game like that. It's not a huge thing. It's a small indie game. It's not a huge thing in the game. Like, it's not exploited. It's not like a mechanic that's a theme that's exploited over and over, but it's there. Like, Mads has the intellect and the intelligence and the abstract concept of thought to create that, like, unique... Like, what a really clever... What a really interesting and clever thing to put in a game. Utilising what a computer can do, creating something that actually is a real world thing. Projections. Gwen Stefani. Actual projections. You know, that's a human real world thing. Put into a computer 3D world environment. Use the computer to make it sing. Whereas I feel that, I mean, that's just a little example from a small indie game that I played yesterday, but I feel that what's being done here, maybe we're getting to that with the virtual reality version of this, but actually, yeah, we are with that. With Demio, we're getting to that, aren't we? You're playing Dungeons & Dragons, but it's virtual reality and it sings, it's all alive, and the Elder Scrolls is that trying to get in the dungeon. We're trying to be in the dungeon. You know, it's steps on steps on steps. So what I'm surprised by is that Genshin Impact being so modern, being the most up-to-date popular game of today, when they implement a card game in their game, it loses all of that magic and takes us back to Magic the Gathering Online Gwent. Like, that's 10, 20 years worth of thought and development gone in the bin then. Like, if you talk, and let's compare it, the best way to, actually, I can't believe I'm going to do this now. I feel bad. I actually feel bad. Full circle. Feel bad. Can't believe I'm doing this. Oh my god. No. Marvel Snap's better than Genshin Impact. Tell you what I really appreciate, he's got a big face. He's got a big face, look. He's got a big face. He's got a big face. Like me, he puts his face on big. Because it's a mobile game. But look, you see how their mobile game, which is the same thing, right? It's the same thing. It's just cards on a table with effects and things happening. But it's alive. It's illuminated. It's animated. It's not if you get the gold card, you get the animation. It's everything is alive. It's not over the top. Every card is not animated. You do have to get the gold cards to get the animations, I imagine. But you see the effects are animated and the lights are on and the, you know, do you know what I'm saying? It's not dry. But again, still here, you have got still some... I'm not into Marvel Snap. I don't see any... Like, for me, it doesn't appeal to me. For that same reason, again, is that you've taken all these Marvel characters in the world and turned them into things that are lesser. So if you want to play an actual card game, go and play a fucking actual card game. We've moved on. We've got the computer. It's better now. We can do better than that.
Genius Invocation TCG can be played in duel mode, where each player brings 3 character cards, or in Adventure Challenge mode, with a fixed deck for each challenge. But the rules are all the same. As long as you understand the basics, then you should be able to take on any of those rowdy booze hounds.
I think Hearthstone's got a mode called Mercenaries, which I've never opened because I can't be fucked with it. I just like playing the actual card game where you build your deck and play the cards appropriately. But I think this is quite like Mercenaries.
Although I feel there are still many details to grasp.
That was quite the detailed explanation. I didn't know the Cat's Tail's famous mixologist had such an eclectic skill set.
What? Oh, when did you get here?
I stepped in while you were in the middle of your explanation. I hope I didn't dampen the mood.
I'll tell you what as well, I would be surprised here. You'll not stand for any Marvel Snap slander. Listen, mate. We started today's episode with the Marvel Snap slander. That's what I started on today. That's where I've come from today. Is this.
Into our first award of the night for Best Mobile Game. These games stay with you long after you've finished them, literally, unless you delete them off your phone. Here are your nominees. Apex Legends Mobile, Diablo Immortal, Genshin Impact, Marvel Snap, and Tower of Fantasy.
What? Who?
And the Game Award goes to Marvel Snap.
He's right there!
Oh my god!
Oh, it's a surprise! Except you were there with your microphone.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Better put that down.
Thank you so much. Thank you too.
Never gonna touch that again. Put that down. Never gonna touch that again. Straight in the bin.
Marvel for taking an incredible chance on us.
This is you don't even. How did they beat Genshin Impact Best Mobile Game? That's where I've come from today. That's what today's episode's all about. Now I'm going to have to play all these fucking card games and decide if they're any good. I mean, maybe Genshin Impact's game is great. I don't know, I haven't played it enough, but I found the tutorial experience compared to my great love Hearthstone to be lackluster and wanting.
You snuck in without making a sound!
If now a variety of Genshin Impact players arrive at the Cat's Tail to play a series of games with us, I will actually think it's the most contrived load of nonsense I've ever heard. What are they doing all turning up to play this card game with me? I'm the big traveller and that it doesn't really fit in this world so much, does it? Like, why are they...
Anyway, what are you doing here?
The Cat's Tail is a player in Mondstadt's alcohol industry. Naturally, you have some collaboration with my winery.
Right.
I'm here today to discuss a few items of business with Margaret.
Right.
Too bad she just left. But if you head off right now, you might still catch up with her.
Never mind, it's nothing urgent.
You just drop the Marvel
In
slap.
fact, I think I'm now more interested in this card that you're using to teach them the game.
You're just here to drop the Marvel slap slander and then disappear. I get it. Later on in today's episode, after this, we're going to be looking at my Fallout not my Fallout shelters, my Fallout settlements that I built. I wanted to do it. We're going to do it. So.
Wait, this card? It's Diluc's character card.
Although I have some degree of experience with Genius Invocation TCG, seeing this particular card is a first for me.
And this is really difficult, isn't it? How they end up on character cards and who knows them and who's producing the cards and whether people are just making up their own cards and what's going on. Like, we need to work that into the story, and it's very difficult to shoehorn that in. Like, Diluc seeing himself on a character card and it knows all about his special attacks. Like, how does it know about his special attacks and his... It's weird. How come he doesn't know about it? Has he got copyright on his own image? I really don't appreciate the idea that Diluc, being who he is in his character, would turn up here and be like, oh, playing cards are we? It's my turn. Like, what? And what about other people? Like, are we going to get other people on the cards that I know about, you know about, but all these characters don't know about, and were we to explain to them, no, Venti is actually the Archon. Barbara's going to be surprised. Like, what's going to happen?
A customer left it behind a few days ago, but he wasn't even playing the game while he was here.
Someone brought a really expensive trading card and then left it here.
Oh? And what sort of a customer was he?
He wasn't wearing an eye patch, okay? He had a light complexion and a super serious look on his face. He wasn't much of a talker and looked like he was just drinking his worries away.
So a really...
Never seen him around here before.
So a really talkative, smiling person who doesn't drink and is dark-skinned with an eye patch. So we're talking about that fella from the big chuffer out from the desert.
Eye patch, you say?
Oh, Kaya. We're talking about Kaya.
Gah! I was trying to give the opposite description, but I just ended up giving it away.
Don't worry. Somehow, I don't think he'll be giving you any trouble over it.
So, what about the Diluc character card?
I don't mind. It's just a card with my image on it.
I didn't expect Diluc to be familiar with Genius Invocation TCG.
Or give a shit.
The game has been catching on lately. It's hard to go anywhere without hearing it mentioned. Every now and then, I'll sit down and play a game with the customers in Angel Share.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Don't give me that. Come on. Come on. Does Diluc really, about his business, every now and then drop in to play a game of fucking cards in the Angel? No, he didn't even know his card existed. Go away. And I have to duel him. I haven't got a choice. I have to duel him.
I was hoping we could play a game, but this issue of someone leaving a character card with my image of the cat's tail is very intriguing.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll be up for that. I'll be up for going on a bit of a quest to find out who's printing these cards and where they're coming from and what's going on and explain it all. That'll be okay.
It's getting late, and someone has some explaining to do.
Okay.
Good. Then I'll take my leave.
Oh, you're going to go and do that? Am I not going to come with you?
You know where the door is.
Fuck off,
Don't
you.
let the door hit you where Lord Barbados split you.
Don't let the door hit you where Lord Barbados split you. The game actually existed before. Ito, yeah, you're right. In Inazuma, I remember. Ito, we went there and there was a box and they were talking about there was decks in the box on the festival. Yeah, absolutely. I agree into that, yeah. Fair with that. My point is, though, let's say, for example, Nahida's a good example, isn't she? Well, is there going to be a Nahida card? Who knows about her? Who's ever seen her? No one in Sumeru can see her. Only I control her and run around as her. She's their Archon god. There are some pieces of knowledge they're not party to. How are they going to get her attacks right on the card? Like, some things break the fourth wall here and don't really... We're trying to shoehorn it in and fit it in. When they designed Genshin, they never knew there was going to be a Genshin card game in the game, so now they're trying to fit it in. I think we're going to have to suspend our disbelief a little bit and allow a few things to allow it in. Same with Hearthstone. Absolutely the same as Hearthstone. I do not understand how... I mean, I'm not a World of Warcraft purist, so I don't care. I play Hearthstone, but in Hearthstone there are cards in the game that represent characters that general people in the inn have no business knowing about. So... just is there in the card game. Just happens. What are you going to do?
Uh-oh. Guard Captain.
I hope Kaya will be alright. Well, now that we are familiar with the rules, why don't we try playing a game of Genius Invocation TCG?
Ooh, 2 new players having their first ever duel. This sounds like fun.
It kind of does. On a different day for me, it would be brilliant.
In order to play an official duel,
Maybe.
remember, a complete deck has to have 3 character cards.
Oh,
then,
okay.
let's use my cards. These were mixed in with all the others I had received. And I didn't know what they were for at first. Now, it looks like we each have the Kaya, Diluc, and Sucrose character cards. So why don't we have our first duel?
Do you think that someone's going to hand over their precious trading cards to you and just, there you go, they're yours now? I didn't know what they were. Like, we're ripping her off. Oh, I didn't know I had a Black Lotus. I've got 2. Oh, why don't you have one? Yeah, thanks. We're ripping her off. Go on then, we'll do it. We'll do this, and then after this, we're looking at my Fortnite settlements, which is insanity. Insanity creates insanity, and that's what it is. So, okay, this is my turn now. Do I want this card? I don't know, because I don't know what it is, but I can't look at it. Oh no, it says up there, the next time you use a skill, your next character... I don't want food. I do want Paimon. Paimon's really good. I don't want that. I don't care.
Unlike the adventure challenge you tried previously, duels are true tests of strength between 2 players.
I didn't know she was going to keep talking all the way through it, slowing me down.
Your opponent can also use action cards, and they'll also be able to grab new cards during an end phase.
Do you think during a duel my opponent will be able to do all the same things as me? Is that logical?
At the same time, your opponent must also spend elemental dice to take action.
Would you shut up?
Are you ready? It's time for some exhilarating...
Oh, God, she doesn't stop talking. Right, select my first character. There's no way of knowing what's the best choice here, is there? I don't know what my opponent will choose. And I don't know what dice I'm going to roll, so it's irrelevant. Some people have never played a TCG, yeah. And some people have never fucking... wiped their ass before. But you don't need to explain it. Like, honestly, come on. Really? Do you think your opponent might be doing the same thing as you? It's the amount of time and talking. A good tutorial doesn't need to do that. It just shows you. You just play and it just happens, and you realise through learning and doing. Select active character. Again, like I said, there's no combination of choice here that makes any difference, other than if I've got a card I can use on someone. That's the only thing. Shift energy to your characters. Choose one summon on the opposing side and destroy it. I don't know what a summon is. The next time you perform switch character, spend one less die. And that's elemental. It really doesn't matter. Does it? It cannot matter. I cannot make a good choice here. Because I might get the wrong dice or anything.
I want to help.
Really? I mean, that seems well harsh. It fucked me. Am I ever to believe that my opponent is beating me through skill or pure chance? Like, that fucked me then. Look at my die. I've got... My dice have got... I've got 3 electros, for Christ's sake. But I suppose you spend them with your cards, don't you? Look. The best travel companion. Change these two to best ones. Okay, that's good. So now I'm improving my abilities. I'm improving the number of die I can spend on... The next time you use a skill, switch your next character to be the active character. Your next character in. Switch your next character in to be the next active character. Which costs 1 anyway, so irrelevant. This is good because it costs nothing and it saves me a die next time I switch characters. Assuming... Read the Paimon card. It's gone now, sorry. I think I know what she does though. She switches my die... I knew that, but they still... Like, that's good that I've got the Paimon card, but... They had to print a card to fix the problem again. Changing character takes a turn on attack. Oh, right. Okay, so it's actually good. I feel there's a lot of confusing bullshit going on here. Deals 3 animo. The target is forcibly switched to the previous character. I mean, it's got enough complexity for you to strategize and think you would like. If you knew what all these cards were doing, then you can think about it. But I can't think about it because I don't know what any of these cards are doing. I know there's so much for you to learn in one go. For you to be able to at least engage with it. Like, how am I supposed to make a good choice here?
Absorption test.
Why is it their turn? It's my turn again. Can I do anything? I can do this, but I haven't got the crystals, have I? I've only got 2 crystals. It feels well wrong to leave Animo, to leave Oh yeah, you're right. I'm supposed to be making them... I'm supposed to be doing them in order, yeah. I'm supposed to be making them fire and then melt and then... Yeah, you're right. I'm supposed to be doing that. I think this is the end of my round now, so I'm going to spend these cards because... Like, I'd be wrong to not spend them. Prerequisites not met. Shift 1 energy from at most 2 of your characters on from the standby. Okay. Alright, we're done. Tell you what, this is not as well. This is not viewer friendly. You might like it, I might like it, but I can't see a random viewer understanding what's happening. It's like when you watch tennis, you know who's won the point. When you watch boxing, you're aware of who's winning. When you watch this, you fucking know what's going on. I forgot to do my re-rolls. Fuck. Not two the same. I've really fucked this up now. I feel bad. I feel confused.
Animal hypostasis emulation! Animo test 6308.
I can't do anything with Diluc. It's my turn. I haven't switched. Where's my switched? I switched to Diluc, but it switched me back. What? I don't really, you know, I'm not very good at this. For the Shiny card, it said after using a skill. After. I didn't notice I had a Shiny card. I missed that because I'd have been like, oh, Shiny. You know, it doesn't even say their names or any shit on them. It's my go again. I'm done with my go. I'm fed up with my go. How do I switch to character?
Ready when you are.
I thought that was the end of my turn. It is now anyway, look. I bet you come back, right? I bet you come back in 2 weeks and all I'm doing is playing this game and I fucking love it. Like, maybe that, but... for me, it's going to be a part of Genshin, but it's not going to be... Like, the reason I come to Genshin is not for this. So, everything I love in Genshin, I think... I know that it's got the theme and the idea and everything, but I feel like I'm in a different frame of gameplay mode, mind. And it doesn't quite tickle me the way Hearthstone does. It's very confusing. Maybe you're a bit smarter than me or a bit of a better TCG player or whatever, but I find it quite... Did I not roll some dice? Did I skip my dice roll again then? I think I just skipped my dice re-roll again. I want it to end. I just want it to end so much. So I'm just going to end it. And we'll come back to it. Like, it's not finished. We're not done with this. My chair makes these noises, right? That sounded like a fart then. But I screwed this chair together. And that makes these noises. I will, you know, we are doing this. Don't get me wrong, we are doing this, but just for the minute, I just need a bit of a break from it. Very interesting, very different. Didn't expect it. Let's have a go at this. Is it happening? Why isn't it happening? Let's have a little look at this, and then we'll go back to it. Put myself back where I need to go over here. I prefer it over here. Edit, transform, reset, flip horizontal. This is how long it takes for the Xbox to come on. Fucking ages. What is it even doing? Not a full game change. I just need a break from that card game because it's breaking my brain. And I want to do this as part of the stream today. Like, we can jump about. But it's not a full game change. I just want to show you my places in Fallout. Just want to show you what I was building. Why can't I... Surely the controller's not... Oh my god, the controller's working on my computer. What the actual fuck? What? What in the fuck is all this shit on my screen? Xbox, capture, performance... Like, I don't want Xbox open on my screen. I want my actual... No, why on earth would you... How on earth do you repair this with the Xbox? Shut up, dog. Dog, don't. Now's not the time. Shut up. How do you even switch the controller off? Now, you must understand that it should log into the Xbox, mustn't it? It's making me so angry, that is. I'm moving things around now on the screen that I don't want to move around. They're in the wrong place. Right. Xbox controller paired with PC, but, and this is a big but, I want it to be paired with Xbox. It's not here, is it? It's not. It's all about how to make it work with the PC instead of the Xbox, which is not what I'm asking. It's not here on my computer as a device. It's not listed on my computer in my settings as a device. So it's not paired with my computer. Pair button, 3 seconds and release. Xbox? You know, are you going to wake up and understand, smell the coffee? What a Ferrago. You having me now? Yeah, okay. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Like, the stupidest thing about that, right? I did get the controller set up so that it would work on... What's going on now? Just having a think. I got the controller set up so it would work on my PC, so it would, you know, so I could choose to have it on the PC. What the fuck are you doing to me now, Xbox? The fuck, and I can't see it without this, and you can see it, which I don't want you to see it, do I? Fuck. What I have to do now is change OBS to be 2 screens at once, studio mode, and then in the window that you are seeing, program 1. Shut up, dog. Right, now you can just see... You can just see me, and you can't see the computer. And I can put my password in, and I don't really know it. Because, of course, you don't know your password, do you? Could be anything. Why would it do this to me? I put a password in. I don't know if it's the right password. It's going to have a think about it. Oh, it's me. I think it likes me. Can't believe the trouble I have. And now I need to put this back to studio mode. Right, okay. And I need to put it back to OBS is up there. And that's the Xbox. And I will need OBS to see the Xbox because it's my only window for the Xbox. It's a bit weird. Start playing in seconds. See the games. Got it. I don't understand Game Pass. I don't want to know about it. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So today's stream, I definitely wanted to do this, and I've started to get wound up about that card game. So instead, we're going to take a bit of a thought break and just browse in the world of Fallout. After we've done this, we'll go back and finish the card game bit. Because I do want to finish it and I want to, enjoy it. I can't hear that. I don't think you can hear it either. Oh, you can hear it, and you can hear it either. Weird. It's not sending it to me. Got it. I got it. Right. So the thing is that when you're in the world of this place, oh, Ganjet, no, Ganjet, that's my second game. Load, Commonwealth, Ganjet, no, select character, Ganji Kid, thank you. 11 days, 13 hours, 13 minutes, that sounds about right. When it says 11 days, it means 11 days, like 11 days, 13 hours, 13 minutes. That sounds about right. In this game, what it's asking you to do regular intervals is you come across a small settlement. It might be a small farm or a little outhouse building, and there's two people there and they're like, oh, we're having trouble, they're raiding us, can you help us? And you're like, yeah, I'll help you. And you help them. They're like, thanks, we're yours now, we belong to you, all your base belong to us, we belong to you, and you can build things here now. And you're like, oh, that's cool, that's interesting. And then they say, please build things because we're going to get attacked by super mutants again. And you're like, are you? Do I have to? And like, yes, you do. And you build lots of things, and you build walls, and you build turrets, and you build... And what's supposed to happen, right, in the game, what's supposed to happen is that you go on and you do all these missions and you do the stuff, but instead, you end up doing this. And this is just one of my many encampments. Now, I didn't get the DLC, so there's lots of stuff I don't have. Don't have the signs, the lights. I'm doing it all with the basic kit. But this is just one of my many encampments. And I'm outside. You might notice I'm outside in the wilderness. Yeah, I'm out here. Why am I out here? Because, and I might fuck up my saves now by doing this because I might get attacked and all sorts. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I built this campfire out here. Look, who's this? What are you doing out here by the campfire, you nutter? This is dangerous out here. You can sit and chill on the chair with him. There's me. This is Ganji Kid. This is me. Sitting and chilling on a chair, look. That's fine. But really, what you want to do is you want to see what I've built. So, to get in, you have to go in here. Oh, what's this in the bush? It's a turret. You're going to get shot. You don't like that. Oh, there's another turret. You don't like that. Oh, there's another turret. You can't get in without being murdered, can you? That's a good start. This is the clinic. You might want to see the doctor after you've been shot. If you do want to see the doctor, they're going to take you around here for an appointment. See, the little doctor's office. I haven't got a proper door on it or anything, but it's just a little bit out there, a bit of privacy. Yeah. If you're really sick, then you might want to come. You've got the waiting room down here. If you're really sick, then you want to go upstairs to the beds. Stay in the beds. This doubles up as a dormitory because the people in my place need beds. But if you're really sick, you might come upstairs to the beds. If you want protecting while you're in bed, don't worry, we've got you covered. We've definitely got you covered. What are you doing? Protecting the people, yeah? Up here with your turrets, yeah. This is what we do. Guard stations, protecting the people from the baddies. This is how we do. And I've got my generators all protected up and away here. And this is a building that was here before, so it was already here, so like it had to exist. But I put some little stairs in because it's easier to get in. This is my little bar. Shut up. And then this lad's playing on his game back here, so I bring him other toys.
Huh?
And that's the bar in our living areas. Out here we've got water. This is only the first, right? Wait till you get through it. This is a good solid base, it is. If you get attacked, right, nothing's getting in. That's the main thing, isn't it? We've got a bit of a problem around this area where the ground slopes up. But the idea is that nothing's getting in. And within these walls is space. So I've put a general store in one of them. You can get up the towers. If you want to do some shooting from the top of the towers. And shut up, you. Get out of the way. You can defend yourself. Look, you're up here. You can defend yourself. Spend a lot of time doing these. Built it around that. And then overwatching it. What's this? Wait. What kind of a nutter am I? I'll show you. You only get the start. This is just the start of how much of a nutter I am. So I've built my solid base with a big wall, right? And then over there, which button's the jump button again? Not that one, obviously. Not that one. Not that one. How can none of these buttons be jump? There we go. Up here, this is my first... I put a little thing for the cows. My first, like, attempt at a thing. I think it went a bit wrong. I've got a bit of an intro space here, like, if you want to come in this way. Because people might come in from this way. But really, this one's a bit more simplistic. It's just a fucking empty space. Bit of a big empty space. But what it does have is it has Overwatch over there. And I needed to build these heavy artilleries. So it's got Overwatch. Look, this settler's manning the heavy artillery. And if anything goes on down there, I can fucking fuck them up from up here. Yeah, quite sensible. Now, the only problem is that when you have an attack, it will say, super mutants are attacking your base. And you're like, oh shit, really? I'd better get back there, quick. And you get back there, and they spawn inside the wall. And you're like, what? No. They're in already? How did they get in? I've built this. They can't get in, but they do. They spawn inside, so it's right fucker. The spawn point's about here somewhere. Bit of a shame. But in principle, this is brilliant, yeah? So, this only happened because... on the map. This is only one of many. This is Somerville Place. And it only happened because I stumbled across Somerville Place and they needed my help and I helped them and then they gave me the keys to the kingdom and I built that for them. But these are all of my places. Each one of these lines connect them up in supply lines. So in chronological order-ish, we start out up here. Now I can't fast travel to Sanctuary because my game is bugged. I have to fast travel to the Red Rocket and walk there. Honestly. So every one of those bases, and there's about 17 of them, it takes a lot of resources, it takes a lot of time, and I've done that for every one of those places. No, it took me 11 hours to play this game. Sorry, 11 days to play this game. Most of that was doing this. Most of it wasn't story quest. Most of it wasn't... Like, this is the... You know your teapot? You remember we talk about teapots? It's a lot of points. You talk about teapots, right? This is the Red Rocket truck stop. There's the Red Rocket truck stop. Yeah? You're supposed to just get that as a base and then live in it. I've gone a bit overboard again. So... A bit like the teapot. This is why I can't do the teapot. Because... If you want into the Red Rocket, you've got to come from outside, haven't you? Here's my reception desk. She's actually outside taking the full brunt of it. She doesn't have to be. I put her there to, punishment. But the Red Rocket is now completely encased in a... Build the wall! Build the wall! Build the wall! Here it is. It's very dark and drab, isn't it, Fallout? Build the wall! Build the wall! Look at it. You ain't getting in here. The super mutants, they usually spawn over here when they're attacking. I'd quite like it if someone would attack me at this juncture. They sometimes come from over here. And if they do, you ain't getting in. There's not even an entrance. You're getting laser beam to the face, mate. Laser beams to the face. You can't come in. This is the Red Rocket. You can't come in. Big functional wall. And again, Overwatch over this area down here. If anyone wants to attack me, don't worry about it. You can come and... Look. Turrets. This is what it's like to live in the nuclear wasteland. This thing here is a big... That's an actual natural barrier. So I've incorporated that. Built my wall up to it. And if you're walking up this road, which sometimes people are... if you're coming from down here... This is my building, look, this is my base. Oh, it's the Red Rocket. Oh, is it? Well, let's go in. Let's go in and have a bit of a chit-chat with the people at the Red Rocket. Holt, who goes there?
Hi, how are you?
Equipped with a flamethrower. And you can come up these steps if you want to come in. There's a turret there, you're going to be in trouble. And check this out, this is my stratagem. You walk down here and you're getting shot from above at the same time as you're getting shot from below. So it's open top. And then you have to walk down here, and it's the same deal. You're getting shot from up there and there. You might think to run up there and kill these things. No, that's the door here. That's the door here. So you've got a gauntlet of death that you cannot come through. If you're a super mutant, you're not making that. You're not walking all the way up there and getting shot by these turrets. You just can't come in. That's my system. And then once you're in, and you're like one of us, then obviously we've got all this stuff going on. Haven't we? going to open that. They didn't open. They're just hanging out by the bar and general store, and we've got a massive turret on top if you want to cause trouble. And, you know, get out of the way. You need to sleep and eat, so we've got a farm. And you're going to need to sleep, so we've got dormitories. And these are built with security in mind. Open at this end. I can't get out. I'm stuck. Get me out of here. I was going to fill this space with a few more things, but I got waylaid. I was going to create more stuff here. And this is the other dorm. Boys and girls separate, please. Come on. Electric lighting and everything, look. Let's go up to Sanctuary, which is our very first port of call when we arrive in the game. Sanctuary. I can't even work the game properly anymore. Come on, get up the steps, you fucker. It's not really been your day at all. Oh, what a shitter. This one's for the edit as well then, yeah. Sorry that you've got to work twice on a weekend day. Or maybe I'm just boring you with this shit. But I wanted to show people the inside of my brain a little bit. This is why I can't do a teapot. You'll understand now. It gets out of hand. Because that was just 2 of them. And we're going to go and walk around 17 of the fuckers. I have to run to... It looks like a good base. You need to build something like that on your teapot. I don't think we need turrets in our teapot, do we? We don't get visited by super mutants. But in Fallout, I do, and I have. And so I have to run to Sanctuary because I'm not allowed to teleport there because it's broken, it's glitched. But, oh, you do appreciate the designs. Okay, that's alright then, that's fine. It's alright as well if you get bored. I mean, this is set relatively boring. You see these dead people here? See this dead raider? That's because... Right? That's because I think it might be that I'm so cool at killing and kill everyone all the time. But it might also be some glitch in the game. I don't know why they're still there. But, simple and efficient. We've got a problem over here, is that it's so big that you can't build a wall around the whole place. So what I've done instead is I've created a greeting post, which is all guns and stuff. And I have actually walled off... where's all my walls? Hang on, this can't be right. Is this wrong? Is this in some way an old save? No, I have. Look, I've walled it all off. All around here. Every little gap. You can only get in the front there. Everything else has got fencing and walls all the way around it. You're not allowed in from the outside. Build a wall. There's a piece missing here. That's the principle anyway. But this isn't my favourite place because it's so big. You can't do... I couldn't do as much with it because it's so big. Couldn't build a big wall around it. I've got all the main bits and pieces. I thought I'd done more here. Haven't I got a shop at the back where the old lady lives? There's a bar here. They're all hanging out. Look. And this is a shop. There's a bed for the old lady. It's her, there's her. There she is. Look.
This place is starting to look like a proper home, thanks to you.
Here's her shop. It's not as good up here, actually. I thought I'd done more up here. A bit disappointed with myself. Right. Other places, then. We'll go around them all. Ranger Cabin isn't a real place. Abernathy Farm. I feel a bit bad now. This is a bit like revealing to some people. Like it's a bit like revealing to people like you're an alcoholic or that you've got a drug problem or something. Like, this is like showing people the inner workings of my mind, and it's not good. Abernathy Farm. Just going to turn off chat for the edit. Yeah. Abernathy Farm. Might be able to see the theme.
Yeah.
Which is build the wall. Build the wall. Look at it. Oh. Someone's shooting their gun. That's good. I want to go and see it. Where is it happening? Shooting guns is cool. It means someone's attacking us and we can, you know, see the characters in action defending their property.
Yes.
Property. So I built a big wall around here. Same deal. If you want to come in through the front door, you're going down the corridors and you've got problems with turrets. And down the bottom end, that's our property down there as well. So I built a big shed and there's people on top of that, but we allow people to walk through. And the ones that we want to leave unmolested walk through, and the ones that you might have heard them shooting, the people up there will kill them if we don't want them walking through. Again, the corridor system has got slightly out of hand. You want to come into the actual farm. This is entrance to the farm, but to get there, and you can come right through to the bar there, look. But to get there, it's got a little out of hand. I'll have to run. So you've got to travel all the way through that corridor there. You're not getting up there without getting killed, mate. You're having troubles. So, corridor there. And let's pop down. There's probably a bit of there's probably a bit of structure at the back there that I'm missing. There's all sorts of stuff I've built up there, like... I've got better ones though. This is just the first few. Down here, we let people walk through this area. My fella here, all armed and ready. This is the kill squad hut. So we let them sleep here. No, we don't. No beds. You stay on top with your turrets. You kill people when they come through. What's that? Is that a rad stag? I don't tend to kill wildlife because I'm vegan, but I want my squad to start shooting, so I want to aggro some enemies and see if we can start... see if we can make it kick off. No. Who's that? Oh, the turret sounded like they were coming alive. This really is brilliant when you get enemies in the area. It's really fun. But generally, it's much more like this. In fact, I want it to be daytime as well. Can I wait the time? How can I wait the time out? We'll see it in a minute anyway. It'll get daytime, won't it? Right, next place. Can't remember. It was weird that I can't remember how to use any of the buttons. Spent 11 days in this. Sunshine Tidings Co-op. This was the first one that I decided to really go for it. Sunshine Tidings, though, is a very unique layout. It's quite big, so you can't really go full on with the wall, and you need to plug up some gaps, and it's quite a free-for-all when you get attacked. But as you'll see, this is probably want to go first person again, don't I? This is where we get attacked mostly. They come up this way through this area. So this is the front of Sunshine Tidings Co-op. You can see again. You can see what I've done here, can't you? Gone for the big wall. Gone for a big build or big wall. Don't know why there's this gap here, but I have put a gap there. And this... Oh, it's because it's the entrance area, look. So, we used to have this is a big barn building that's already built, pre-built. We used to have an entrance over there. If you come around... I'll go around the perimeter. You can see through here into my bar. You can't get through. I had to collect every pool ball. This is an outhouse which I abandoned, look. Boggy crapper. Abandoned that, walled it off. Can you get in here? Oh, hang on. No, I don't think you can. A determined enemy might try, but I don't think you can. Yeah, we're all walled off. No one coming in. There's a painting there that I'd put up. If you come and look at it, then you get shot by the turret. Oh, get in there. Get in there. No, you can't. This is a problem, isn't it? But thankfully it's boarded up. Stuck in a tree. It's weird nothing's attacking us at any juncture. Probably killed everything in the game anyway, haven't I? So if you want to come in, you're... Oh, I can hear gunfire. It's kicking off. I think they've dealt with it. If you want to come in, you've got to come through a turret. Another corridor with a turret. There's my reception desk. Hello, nice to meet you. And then we're in here. Oh, look, she's got a gun out. So it is kicking off, look. It is kicking off. What happened? Did they kill it or what? They've got their guns out. You see they've got their guns out? They're on high alert because something's around. Some baddies are around. But fortunately, we've got this huge wall around the entire perimeter, so they can't get in unless they spawn inside. And what tends to happen is that my crew will be... Right, yeah, they're over here. They're dead now. You see that pile of dead ash there? That was the baddies. They're now dead. And that's the exact reason we have this huge wall around here with all these turrets on it. It's a good thing. And you can come over the roof here into a big house. This place here has got several floors. Bunk beds. It's kind of like a bit of a rabbit warren, but you can access through to other properties. And it helps you to be able to get on the roof. Because you want to defend these places. And what I like to be able to do... Oh, I've jumped off wrong. What I like to be able to do is to travel around on my perimeter wall. You know, build a wall, build a wall. Travel around on it and hopefully... If we're ever getting attacked anywhere, I can run around on the wall and be effective from all sides, you see. Bit of a space there, isn't there? I need to fix that up. This is a shop. The shops. My sister's shops are so much more impressive because she's got all the DLC, but mine are just bare bones. This is the main general store, and here we keep a nice dining table set and stuff that we're collecting up as like a sort of communal area. Talking of communal areas, we've also got another bar over here where you can come and get yourself some food, snacks. Most people... We've got a feral ghoul that's dead on the floor, but you can't get rid of it. I think most people are in bed or patrolling at the moment, but... it's the backstage of the shops. And we've got our bunkhouse over here. Can't get in the fucker. Yeah, they're all asleep, look. This one's just sleeping on the mattress with the feral ghoul reaver. Cuddling him. Each their own, mate. And there's two more places I want to show you here. Obviously, we've got the farm and all that. This is a basketball. It says kickball, but it's a basketball. Because there's the basketball hoop that I put up. It's good, isn't it? This bell makes everyone come and stand in front of me. I wonder if they'll do it. If they'll get them up out of bed. Alright, look, they're all coming. They hate it. But you make them all assemble. Like this woman. Man. Person, non-denominative gender. You make them all assemble and then... and then you can give them different roles or change their clothes. It looks so dark and dreary. I want it to be brighter. It's going to be a real fucker in the edit because I'll brighten it up in the edit and then my face will be blown out. See how they're lining up? These are my guards. They wear these... Oh, shit, they're all here. People that work in shops and things, I dress up smart. People that work on the farm are a bit more rough and ready. You know, they've all got jobs. They've all got roles. This one's a doctor. You can tell she's got a COVID mask on, look. He, they. Oh, talking to the doctors. Here we've got a proper doctor's. See, it's got a sign on it. So I modified this building to be the doctor's. And you can maybe take a seat in the waiting area there, or here. Have a little seat in the waiting area here. And doctor will see you now. And then you come through, and we've got the microscopes and the, you know, doctor things. There's a wheelchair there. Biometric scanner, in case you need one of them. And I've got all that, and there's a bed there, and a bucket. And like all the stuff you need for a good old operation. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. No, you have got to be kidding me. The fucking batteries have run out on the controller. And I know where the other batteries are, but they're not in this room, obviously, are they? So I've got to go and get them. Give me a minute. You're right, doggy. You're a good boy. Daddy ain't got no food for you, though. He got himself a vegan bar. You're not a vegan, you're a doggy. Mm-hmm. You can have one of these Crispies. You're a good boy. You like them? That's your Crispies. Right. I'll have to edit this into a YouTube video, I swear. I'm playing basketball, are you fuckers? Oh, you just jumped over there. Nicely armed, look. Quite pleasant, actually, isn't it? If you were to live in the nuclear wasteland, but you could live here. Got your farming, look.
It seems to be growing well.
You looking to trade?
Generators. Actually, a few private buildings or spaces, even. Up here's the... There's a dead settler here, but other than that, it's quite nice. And as you saw, if we get attacked, quite defended, aren't we? It's quite nice. It's quite a big space to build all that in as well. Next then. We'll go starlight driving. Be interesting if someone got attacked while we were doing this. That'd be quite cool. Come on. I just need to check my quests to see if anywhere is getting attacked. But I can't remember how to. Yeah, no one's been attacked, are they? Look. Auto-saving. So where are we now? The Starlight Drive, and you might not recognise it. Oh. Someone got shot. You might not recognise it, but here it is. This is the main building, the main central building. I've built all this shit over the top. Someone's working behind the bar here now. Makes sense, doesn't it? Nice and safe. It's actually quite nice, isn't it? Among the fruit plants. This big area, open plan market area, straightforward. If you actually wanted to come into the Starlight Diner... Oh, that's the wrong way. Let's see what we've got down our corridors. Again, I feel like I haven't quite finished building some of these out, but... There we go. If you wanted to come in, you have to come down this corridor. 2-turret job. And look how far it is. You're going to be getting shot. That turret is going to make mincemeat out of you on the way up there. Here's the exterior of the Starlight Diner drive-through. Such a cool system, I actually think. Now I'm looking at it, like, so secure, because you've got to get through all of that to get in. So you're not getting in unless you're getting shot. If you're bad, but if you're bad, you're getting shot. Like, and once you're in, we've got all the stuff we need: the plants, security. We can walk across the whole place. Of course, I haven't bothered with this area because this is all nuclear irradiated, so I don't want that in my build. But there are some people just wandering around out there because this is my property. But I don't want that in the build, so it's nuclear radiated, so I stop there. We do have guards and people just wandering around outside. Loopy that they are. Is that a super mutant? That could be one of my friends. Stronglet. He's one of my friends. But he's out here where the radiation's big. Probably enjoying it in the radiation. Super mutant. But again, you're not getting into the star. Look, there's a tower there as well. We've even got a tower. I should have gone up the tower and had a look. Will do. Plastic. Where's my tower? There. All along the watchtower. This dude's doing some farming. At least I hope he is. What are you doing down here at the bottom? Not doing much good there, are you? Get up the watchtower, you chuffer. This is where it's at. Again, overview of my actual location. If anything kicks off indoors, we can give it a good shooting. But it's nice to have a look at the whole place as well, isn't it? And generally we tended to get attacked from this direction. There's a few of them out there wandering around, aren't there? Getting their exercise. I mean, we own all of that, but because that's so irradiated in the middle, I couldn't be bothered to deal with it. I just built this end. So you're supposed to be playing the game and doing your quests and stuff, but that's the Starlight Drive-In. Next we've got Grey Garden. And I think people who know Fallout will know what these places are. But for anyone that doesn't, I didn't build that. That was already there. But all of this stuff, I built this. This is my building mode. So you can see everything that's highlighted green is stuff that I can pick up and move and mess with, or, you know, if I wanted to, I could, for example, pop in a couple of chairs like that, look. So all these things, all these walls, all these stuff, I've popped them in like that, and then I've placed them wherever I want them. So, no, don't do that. So that's the building menu in the process. This place is called Grey Garden, and it usually is a little garden here, and just this glass house, and these robots are running the place. But we're all friends now, so I'm running the place. So the robots work in my garden, completely protected by this massive wall. Build the wall! Build the wall! Baddies coming from over here and elsewhere. And if you're bad and you're coming from over here or elsewhere, you can't get in. Can't get in around here. You're not getting in around here. You're not coming in around here. You can see in through here.
Thank you again for all your help, darling. We won't forget it.
No worries. But you can't get in. In fact, you're quite vulnerable here because you've got turrets and shit on the roof. So if you are a bad chuffer and you manage to find your way to the door, most of my buildings have this lighthouse as a feature. And this lighthouse painting. You get to the door and you get through the turret, in past the second turret, and the robot and the third turret. Then you're in. Into the confusing killing zone, which is the garden. If you make it into the garden, you know, you're going to get murdered while you decide which door to pick to get out of here. Which could either be this one, general store, living area, or you can come this way, which is where you came. So don't do that, that's the reception area. But general store and living area. Bar. It's nice, isn't it?
Hi, how are you?
Through to the greenhouses where we're growing stuff and the robots are tending to it. It's nice. Nice and tidy. Out the back here, we've got heavy machinery, water, weapons, scrapping materials. And then it gets dirty around here. So we've got the bunk beds and the bunk house. Ooh. We've got a second doggy, haven't we? Junkyard dog, look. Junkyard doggy. And around here is where we keep the cattle, essentially. They don't have much space to wander in, but this is like our toilet and wash, you know, this is where we use, for unsanitary conditions, you know what I mean. All the bunk beds here, and the toilets out the back there, and the cows, and yeah. We want to keep them safe. And talking of keeping things safe, upstairs, look.
Yes?
Get up on the roof with your guard turrets and posts. Pretty safe. No one's coming in to my buildings. So it's a repeating theme, but I'm going to repeat it and I'm going to take us around all of them because I wanted to show you this is how much of this game I spent doing this, like building all of this. It required me to collect loads of materials. It was a bit of a big grind. And it wasn't just the one, it was... I mean, for the edit now, I'll probably skip through them a little bit quicker, but you're watching it live, so enjoy. Next, at Oberland Station. And I've got a real... It's weird, because I've got a real, like, warm memory of most of these places. This is the place that... where, you know, the geography and things are slightly different, and you did something different in every place. I've got a bit of a warm memory of all these places. They're all there scrubbing away on the farm. This is Oberland Station, so it's easy to defend from the back. And you can see what I've done. This is a shack more than a shop. These are the early shops that you do. But the back, all built out and defended against, proper. Big bunkhouse under my feet here. And protected. The railroad is where we get a lot of traffic. But I found it difficult to protect and build up this area. Because when you first arrive at Oberland Station, they've actually got their own little fence. And, I don't know, I didn't build the wall all the way around, did I, on this one? Left it a bit open. So if you are an enemy, this is the soft point that you're going to attack into. But you might notice that there are gates and pumps and fences here that confuse you a little bit. You can get in to our little farm through here, but you can't get in through every, like, you can only come in through certain weak points. And if you are in, then there's a lot of us here. We've got a lot of weapons stationed on the roofs, so you are in trouble. But it is a bit of a soft point. But it's a bit more welcoming, isn't it? Because we get a lot of traffic up and down the railroad, so I want it to be a bit more welcoming. Usually we have someone guarding, you know, stationed here for this exact reason. We should be able to see them coming. We get a lot of enemies approach from over these hills. And when that happens, you want to get yourself up on top of the turret places. Get in, quick. You know, you can see them coming. You shout, get in. And this is one of my places. Look, nice little bar, tables, paintings. This is to make you feel more relaxed, look. Come through.
Get back to Diamond City one of these days.
Go on then, piss off.
Biggest town I ever saw.
Shut up, get out of the way.
Yeah?
She don't want to let me through.
Ain't looking for trouble, I hope.
This is the shops, look.
If you've been up to see Grey Garden, you should go. Whole place is run by robots.
Nice artwork again.
You eat. It's as simple as that.
Another bar. Now, we just like serving drinks and sitting out, don't we? So, another bar. And,
let's trade some things.
No, let's not. I'm running away. No. And then the bunkhouse down here. Not the most secure, but we do have this proper lockable, solid door on it.
Hey.
And again, bunkhouse, straightforward, isn't it? Lots of beds, shrubbery growing indoors, lots of art, bunkhouse. Makes sense, they just go in here to sleep. But we always have people on shift, either working,
Seems to be growing well,
or defending. Always got people out here on shift, so it's a bit of a work, you know, workers, busman's holiday here, you know, it's a bit of a workers' place. Got to be at work if you're working on the farm. We always need people out on shift because we want to defend the place as well. This is the original bed, the original place that was here. Just this little room, so I built up around that. So I did all this around the back. It is a bit of a weak point here, and it could have a bigger wall around here. Hangman's Alley is an interesting one. Because this is actually in the middle of an urban area. It's very interesting, actually, Hangman's Alley. I'll edit all of these screens out of the final edit. This is one that I hope will make a nice YouTube video of me just touring about, you know, it's touring about my locations and talking about what I did. Showing you how there's something wrong in my brain. If you're in Hangman's Alley, right, look how defended this is. I might even be able to go out and attract some arseholes to come and have a go. He's not a baddie, is he? He's a goodie. If I have a pop at someone, they might follow me down the alley. There's no one about, is there? But you see, this is all a big urban area. Oh, dog meat found something. What'd you find, boy? Fucking dead bloke in a bath. Well done, boy. So you come down the alley anyway. You don't even know it's here. Shut up, dog meat. You don't even know it's here, look. Oh, he's got his gun out. Here we go. Someone's attacking dog meat. Look. Look at them all killing him. Come on. There you go. Have that. You're not going to hurt my dog meat. Yep. So...
My back hurts, my feet hurt, everything hurts.
This is where the firefight was... You know, the fire was coming from my end. These are my fellas, like, my ladies. She's here guarding the door. If you want to come in, you've got to get down the alley. And if you can get down the alley with 3-4 turrets pointed at you and all the settlers shooting at you, well done. You get down the alley, you come in through the reception desk. It's like a 2-door thing. So if you've got problems and you're naughty and you've made it this far, you're still not coming in. And then if you get through the airlock, here we are. It's quite a thriving little populace down this back alley. Look, got a little bar, armour shop, general store. It's all happening. Of course, I can come up here if I want to defend the alley. There's another level up there with a turret on it. I've got a few buildings where I've got a few sleepies, things like that. A little bit of a farm going on. You know, making the best we can of the space.
Seems to be growing well.
Little chair there. Workshop. Higgledy-piggledy, but we've got it all in. And then out the back here. So you might think this is the back of the alley. You know, it's just a little alley, isn't it? Look, there's a door. Close that door. We're all safe in here. Yeah. Got my... You need this. This is heavy artillery. It means I can launch heavy artillery when I'm out running around. From any, I can call it in from anywhere. But you open this door, and what's this? Oh, it's a bunkhouse. Look, I've walled it off. You're not getting through there. It's another bunkhouse. Lovely beds, nice and warm, nice art on the walls. You feel safe sleeping here, even though you're in the middle of this dangerous urban area. Because look, this alleyway in, you would think you're coming in this alleyway, you're not. You're walled off when you get to here. You're stuck in the alleyway, and we're going to shoot you dead. So it's a very safe bunkhouse, this one. You're not coming in the back way. Quite a cool system. Laser turrets. If anyone did manage to spawn inside the zone, they get melfed. Got food. Everything you want. Bit of a trading centre. People come here to buy and sell armour. They come to use the bar. Have some food, sit around the fire, do some cooking. Sleep in the back. It's good, isn't it? Thanks very much. You're doing a good job on reception. Out into the world, where raiders can come, and from a distance, you kind of see that it's there from the glow of the heat and all that, but from a distance, you don't know we're in there, do you? Oh, just one of these abandoned buildings, just in this area. We're gone. Where are we? We're lost. So it's nice and cosy, tucked away. Nice and safe down there. Next. 10 Pines Bluff. So bear in mind, each of these, like that was another build that I did. That one. So that took, you know, I had to build every bed, every bunkhouse space. I have to build all the things, collect up all the materials, loads of concrete, loads of stuff, scrap metal, do it all, build it all. It takes a lot of time. Spent 11 hours in this game. 11 hours, 11 days. Might have spent too long doing this. Because if you know, I don't know how long this video is going to be, even after I edit it. So I want to do these places the respect of showing you what they are. I don't know. My sisters are even more elaborate. But every one of these was just a little settlement where I did a little quest, helped them out, and then all of a sudden it was mine and I had to defend it. And I'm not defending it with just a turret. So initially it was this.
Make a move and I'll end you, Wastelander.
Alright, she's eggy. I just made this cooking station and a bench, you know, around this bit of hut over here. This was the initial start point. And then we've created an entrance gate. Let me close that so that you can see what it looks like if you're approaching from distance. What are you doing out here?
You ended up to see Grey God?
Oh, you're a provisioner. Right. So if you approach from distance, you know, you come in this way. And here's my build. Big, up there on the top. Turrets, guards, no problem. We'll ignore the gate for now, that's the entrance, but we'll just go around the perimeter to show you. You're not getting in. And this is sloped down here, so we've got a good defensive position here. Again, sloping ground down here. Very nice defensive position up there. These were previously existing structures that I've just put big cement blocks in. Build the wall. Build the wall. So, no one's getting in. Running theme, of course, but I still want to show you. This is a bit of a weak point, isn't it? You just can't quite get in. But you can see and you can shoot. A bit of a weak point. Should have walled that off. And if you want to come in the main gate, you can open the main gate, but you're not in, are you? Look, you're in this holding pen zone where you have to go up the steps and talk to the guard on reception. Get up the steps. Up the steps, and there's the guard on reception. So you're not coming straight in unless you can get through this. And if you can get through that, past the guard on reception. We don't have the full system here. We don't have the full corridors and turrets. We just have a big gate and a secondary door. Seems to work alright though, because we've got such a big load of firepower up on the top there. And then what we've done is we've built ourselves a little doctor's... Oh, this is the general store here. I thought this was the doctor's. The general store with a bed and get you up on the roof. Oosh. Again, I like to be able to... I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? I like to traverse my walls, my perimeter from atop the wall. You know, I like to be able to do this. Oh, falling off. Again, we've got the mod cons, the bar, the clothing, the sofas, the settlers. I thought I had a little hospital here.
Another day of hard work.
This will be the dormitory. Bare bones, but, you know, it's a nuclear wasteland for Christ's sake. And, yeah, I do have a little clinic up here. You need them because people get sick, but we've got an old Eatertronic. It's useless. We put it up as a bit of a showpiece. And then this is the clinic. You sit in the waiting area. There. Dreaming of yesteryear. And then you're through. A bit of privacy. Doctor's appointment around here. And if you need a bed, I'm sure we've got one upstairs, haven't we? No? Yeah, we've got a little bed upstairs there for you if you need to be upstairs. But mainly, it's all about defence again, isn't it? I like it.
Yes?
Doing a good job, Settler. You're doing a good job. Next. And there's a lot, you know, there's more to come than we've done already, so buckle up. I'm doing it. I'm fucking enjoying it. I'm doing it, and then I'll go back to playing that card game in a minute. 10 Pines Bluff. We're just there, aren't we? Let's head across to the boathouse. The thing I want you to really take on board here is that this is why I can't do the teapot, is I went overboard here. I didn't need to do all this. Fallout is not a game about building a load of stuff in the environment and creating settlements and things. That's not what the game's about. It's got a main story campaign. None of this matters. But this boathouse here, this area here, it's on the water. So that creates a nice natural barrier at the back. We don't have to defend the back so strictly. You know, you're not coming through the river unless you're a Mirelurk. So we've got a defender here, but otherwise it's a bit more open at the back. Got the farm going in the middle. Cows. And we've gone for a bit more of a bigger bar here with more chairs and spaces. At the back you've got your dormitories. And we have gone for this turret system again. Entrance point is this door. Turrets on stairs. But you're straight in here. We don't have a corridor. Generally the traffic comes from up and down this road. So it's a bit more straightforward, the boathouse, isn't it? Didn't do so much building here because we already had the natural features to help us out. But if you are approaching from this road, this way, you're not getting in, you're getting shot with those turrets until you get near the door. Anywhere near, you know, you can't get near the door without being shot, basically. That's the system. And it keeps them all very much safe and sound. And it's this area that the enemies usually come from. I am actually surprised that during this game, this little run that we're doing, this little, you know, mess about, we haven't seen so many enemies. But usually they spawn around here and follow me down the road to this area where they get murdered. Bunker Hill. Some of these places were just flat areas of empty ground that I was able to start building on when I arrived. And some of them were already quite interesting locations that you just modify a bit. I think Bunk Hill was already quite well fortified, if I can remember right. So what was interesting about Bunker Hill, alright dog meat, what was interesting about Bunker Hill was this was a bit of a big zone and mission, and it was already built up and fortified. I've done that in the middle. When I see it now, I just think, what was I doing? What have I spent my life doing? Look, 11 days of my life, built that in the middle. But this structure in the middle was already there, and a lot of these exterior structures, I haven't built these. The town hall was already there. This was already a big, you know, and I sort of came, defended it, helped them, took it over, and it gives you a sort of look. You know, if you're up to this point in the game, if you haven't been building your settlements like this, it kind of says to you, look, you can build your settlements a bit like this and defend yourself and have an open plan spaces, and, you know, it kind of like is a bit of a pointer for you. They've just gone for scrappy walls, but I've gone for a bit more of a, you know, sturdy wall with a perimeter fence that I can walk along the top. But this was already basically built when I arrived here. The difference, of course, is this thing, this monstrosity. Most people don't have this monstrosity. Oh, there's gunfire going off. Again, I want to go and get involved and see it. It's over here. Raiders have got through. Look, a raider's come in. I'm not going to kill them. I'm going to see if anyone will help me. Is anyone going to help me? Fuck it, I've killed them now. It's less well defended, this is for this sort of reason. I can't do anything about this. This is already here. Open door. I didn't build it. They already had it like this, so, you know, it's not my choice. I could go for a second perimeter, internal perimeter wall, but it's a little bit higgledy-piggledy to build in. And there's enough people here to defend it, really, anyway. It's just, it is what it is. I just took over as the gaffer. Right? I didn't build it, but I put some things in. Like this. So I was able to do. I don't know why I did it really, but I must just build this fucking monstrosity of a guard tower. Did I build this, or was this... No, I did build this. I did build it. Just so when we do have a big fight, because sometimes you get attacked by a lot of enemies at once, and as you can see the doors are open, it's not the best place, but now I can get up and do my thing on the roofs. You know, I'm quite happy with my tower. So this one didn't require me to do much to it. It already existed. Next, we're going to head to County Crossing. And at this point, you're thinking, have I not built enough settlements now? You know, you're moving through the game, you're doing the story mode, you're doing the quests, and you're finding new places, and they ask you to build a new settlement. And you're alright. Right, little doggy. You're being a good doggy, you are. You're a good boy. Oh, he's a good boy. Oh, look at him on his tum tum tum. He's a good boy. Oh. Yeah, at this point in the game, you're sort of thinking, well, I've already built quite a few settlements. I've got to the grips of that. I don't think you need this many settlements in the game. Can I not zoom out any further? Anyway, I don't think you need this many settlements in the game. I think maybe just 5 would have been enough. Because this place, I built all this. None of this existed before. It was just like an empty wasteland. I built all this. This was required for a quest that I did. Got me into the Institute. Bit of a big mission that was. So I needed a location that I could build this thing in. So I built this thing in secret. So because I was building it in secret, the thing that's in the middle there, I won't spoil it for anyone who's not played the game, but I was building it in secret. I wanted to make sure no one was going to see it. So I built all this around it as well. No, I don't think many people... Like, you didn't need to build anything around it to hide it, but I did because I was role-playing. Built these awnings over the top so no one can get aerial photos. Built all this just to do that thing down there. It's like my camp out for that, right? So that's important part of the game. So I also have got the settlement. A bit of a big one this. I wanted to make sure that this was protected. So we've got a big tower in the middle. We've got lots of laser guns. Get a lot of approach. Which way am I facing? South. I think it's east, isn't it? Over in one of these directions, super mutants live in a place just over the way, and you can almost shoot them from where you are with the right ranged weapon, and you can kick off a fight quite easily. It's one of these directions. So I've got a lot of turrets, a lot of guards, a lot of walls. Yeah, that's dog meat having a run. I feel quite at home in a way because I've played so much Fallout. Being here is quite homely in a way, even though it's decrepit and horrible. This is all my generators. This is like the boiler room. All my generators. I'm stuck now. Some beds. It's the doctor. Dr. Smoothskin. There must be a way into my actual... Hang on, am I lost now? There must be a way into the actual facility through here. How come I can't get into my actual facility from the doctors? No, here it is. So this is the bar, the armory, everything. Look, everything here. Tables, chairs, the whole shamonga. Doctor there. And then down here is the central area where we're growing foods, fruit. That's the big secret barn. This is the whole shamonga. And I think it was just this little cabin. When I first came here, it was just this little cabin. Some people were living here. And so I built them a huge wall to defend themselves with a doctor and a bar and all that stuff inside. Here. It's much better than the way they were living before. Let's do the perimeter check. Because it's really fun. Let's do the perimeter. For me, it's quite fun, actually. Let's do the perimeter check. Because I spent lots of time in my life doing it. This doesn't reach the... Look, it doesn't reach to the ground, which is interesting. But we've got a big wall. You're not coming in. This is the entrance. I like to put a fire sometimes by the entrance. A lot of easy, big open space here so that we can see you coming. But you might be coming through these buildings. We'll probably see you coming. If you get in here, then you're getting turret shots. It's very similar to the last couple of places, isn't it? It's very similar. I've got a strategy now. I started to pull together this strategy of these turrets. Then you've got your reception desk and you're in to our main area.
Yeah?
Yep. Which of course takes you through, as you've just seen a minute ago, to the open air central area. I've actually got a statue here, look. Baseball statue. The paintings, very bare bones. I don't have any of the DLCs, like I said, so I haven't got any of the interesting stuff you can build, but to survive in the wasteland, you've got it all here. You've got your farm, you've got your security. This guy's got a chuffer of a gun, look. Look at your gun. That's a gun and a half. And we've got all the defense you need. What we'll do is these down here, the southern ones. The one I want to finish on is the island, so we'll do the southern ones last. We'll finish these northern ones. I'll start from the top and we'll work our way down. So the most northern one is Coastal Cottage. And at this point, I mean, this is going to take a while. I didn't realise it was going to take this long on stream. I thought I was going to whip through them quite quick, but because it takes a while to walk around them and because it takes a while to load into them, it's going to take a while. But my edit might turn out longer than I thought it would. It's just going to take a while. I find it interesting. And what I'm really interested is actually on review, is knowing how long it took to do all this. And knowing how unimportant it is in the final throes of the game, really. You know, how none of this really matters. And yet I put all this time and effort into it. Just because I enjoyed it, like building dolls' houses or something. So that's the original building. This building here. And then I've built all of this. Climb up there. Come on, get up there, get up there. Get up there, you. Falling off the chuffer, come on. Why am I stuck? This is good for my defense, because you're going to have problems going around here if you're trying to attack, aren't you, look? So it's actually good for my defense. But it's not good for me to be able to walk the perimeter. Bollocks, I'm all the way down here now. We'll see it from down here, though, look. It's like a fortress on the rocks. We'll go around the other way on the perimeter. Again, craggy rocks, you're not getting in. I don't know what this piece is in here for. I think it might block off the windows so that no one can shoot in the windows. I don't know what this piece is here for, actually. This, you might say, oh, you can get in here. Well, sort of. You can sort of get in there, but you don't want to be in there. You'll be getting shot with things. It's a bit of a trap, but you can sort of get in there. Be trapped down there. This is sort of like an entrance. There's a big turret shooting in the back of the head. Do I have an actual entrance? I can't remember if I've got an actual front. That might be the front door, you know. No, this is it. Corridor. Turret job. Corridor and turret job. This is the front entrance area. So I think most baddies will be drawn to this, and it's like a trap. You fall in the gutter there, down there, and you're getting shot from this turret up here. If you can sneak through, you get shot by another turret before you reach the door. But here is the main entrance, and it's turrets down tunnels. And if you can make it through that, you need to see the doctor. There she is. And there's your beds. And here's the internal structure of my space, which has got giant munitions, farms, general store. This is on many levels. This build, a bit higgledy-piggledy, but it's on a couple of levels. So you can get up the tower. And of course, like any good castle, being up on top of the tower affords you a good view of the whole area. It's all in mist and in shadow now, but good defensive position, of course. First place to run to if you're being attacked, maybe, if you feel scared. But we've got double walling, and you'd have to come in from this area. You kind of want to funnel people into a... You kind of want to funnel people into a killing zone, but you do, like in strategic warfare, if someone's going to, they've got to come through here to get in, yeah? And so what I've created is a killing zone, and it's this zone, they sort of are attracted to the weak point, and all my munitions and things are targeted on them. Multiple turrets, and you can get down here, and then all of a sudden, oh no, I'm a bit lower down than I hoped to be. So I've got trouble getting out, and I'm being shot, and it's difficult. And if I do manage to, because I needed a place for me to get out as well. If I do manage to get out, then, you know, it ain't going to be much better for me. Next. The slog. There was only one of these. There was one that I didn't get. There was one place that I'd failed the quest because I didn't realise it was time sensitive. And it annoyed me, but, you know, it is what it is. There is one undefended settlement in the wasteland. It takes a while to load, doesn't it? Mind you, I built fucking loads of stuff. The slog. We'll start from outside. This is an interesting one as well. You wouldn't know it from outside, but this was a like swimming pool thing run by ghouls. Makes sense. Turrets on the walls, I'll do the perimeter. This is ours, but we don't really, you know, we defend that area there that's walled in. But this play park and structure here, it is ours, and we can build around it, but we tend to stick... It's quite a lot to be defending, so I tend to stick to this. Now, remember what I said about a swimming pool? So you can get in. Our walled section is walled. Like, you are defended inside these walls. But this outer back area, you're not defended. The farm is not defended by being enclosed in walls. It just isn't. So he's got his gun out. Some of my farmers are actually armed with decent weaponry, and you know, they're wearing armor and all that as well for that reason. This is just a defensive outpost for all the reasons just explained. Turret, defensive position, guarding the farm, and they use this water to produce these plants in the water, the tar berries. So again, it's farming. We're purifying the water there for our purposes. So, can't get out the fucking thing. So if we do get attacked, there is a vulnerable position here, but it doesn't lead into the main camp, and the only people who are vulnerable are the farmers themselves. So, you know, it's a dangerous job. But we do own all this. This is all our land, all our property. Well, it's fucking nuclear wasteland, isn't it? Everyone's dead, so I could say I can own what I want. And as you'll see, there is a great big wall. I've come from around the front, so I'm not going to go all the way around there again, but all walled off around the front. What I would call the front, totally walled off. So if you want to come in, then you're making your way through, around the back. Those turrets can be shooting you while you're here. Do you like the statue I put on there? It's a guard, isn't it? For the guard post, so don't go fucking about. There's another guard post on a turret post there, so you're covered. You are covered. But you might want to enter into the location. So I've built an extensive corridor with turrets that leads you in. And then this is... they're all here. This is my seating area, bar, communal area. General store. And finally we've got some storage for the actual general store. Beds. It's good, isn't it? Again, nuclear wasteland, settlement, 2 different dormitories, 1 for each side. I didn't build all this building was already here, but I've allocated all the beds and put the stuff in the middle, and I've walled off the front. We've got some more space here where we've got our big gun. Makes sense, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's another good community. Safe and sound behind a big wall. Get on the roof. For when we're having... Oh, fell off. What's wrong with me? For when we're having troubles, get on the roof. Can get to any position at any time. Defend the farm. I'm surprised that we haven't been attacked while we've been doing these. I'd quite like if we did get attacked, because then I could show off my defences. And one of the great joys of the game, there's a couple of actual sequences where places you sort of reside get attacked, and you have the... Oh, is that a ghoul? No, it's just a... Is it? What is it? No, he's a settler. There are a couple of places where you get attacked and you get to defend your positions, and it's brilliant fun. That place over there, actually, there's some bad dudes that live over there, so we can sometimes kick off a fight. If we get the right range. Right, there's somebody. Can you see that person there? Where have they gone now? There, see they're coming out and running around there? Caution, it says now. See, there's baddies out there, look, with guns, look. See, there's people out there with guns. They're having a fight now. I can maybe attract their attention by shooting at them. I killed that one, I think. Look, here he comes with his hammer. See that dude with the hammer coming running? That's what I want. Come and get it. See, he's coming. Forged. So we live real close to enemies here. And I can actually, like, kick off a Barney. Rah, 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 rah. Come on then. Look, they're attacking me. Oh, I'm dead. No, no, wait, run. Run. What am I doing? Why am I stuck? I'm fucking stuck on. Right, now I can lure them over here, and my dudes will absolutely fuck them up. Look, you see my dudes fucking them up. Go on, fuck them up. Don't let them, I'm running into the wall. No, 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 no. Don't fuck this up. There we go. Now you're dead. Alright, you chuffer. Fuck up my edit. Now you're dead. So that's actually quite fun. Like, when I come over here, usually I just pop over here and have a bit of a fun luring them over to their death. The times we've had. That was the slog. Next, we'll have a look at Kingsport Lighthouse. That's quite a special one, actually. This was already built. There was already a lighthouse and a building here. I don't know if it was a lighthouse, a building. So when I discovered this, I'd already been all the way across the map. And it was quite obvious what I was going to do. Feels like I'm revealing like an eating disorder to people or something. It feels like a problem that I have. Because I played Fallout 4 and I did this. Like, hi, my name's Scott and I'm an alcoholic. Do you know what I mean? Like, I had this building that I took over. You can see the shell of the building there. The internal, that's the building. Let me show you from a distance. So, you can't see the building anymore because I built this big wall around it. Like, it took a long time. All up on these rocks. We're out by the water again, but I have gone full hog with the wall around the back. Full works around the back. We own this little building. I didn't build this building and this stuff around the back, like this is already here. But I've connected it up to the power. It's just a little outbuilding we've got, but you don't use it much, because... Look at my fucking great big monolith building there. It's much better. But if you need to get out and launch a boat or something, you know, we've got you covered. And then... If you want to come in... Alright, this... The only problem I've got is these pack mules need to come in, theoretically. I mean, they don't really, but theoretically they do, don't they? And they can't fit in. So maybe that's a mistake, because... Like, I can't get in now. Right, I'm in now. The provisioners would like to come in, but their pack mules can't. Just one of those things. We've got turret. 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 There's no one on reception again. And we're in. And similar sort of thing. That's already been built, so we've got that. That's great. You know, we use that. It's great. It's a lighthouse. It's good. It's already there. This house was already here, so we use it. It's great. It's good. Bar, general store. Dead people on the floor. Trader? Why is there a dead trader? Who killed the trader? Did you kill the trader, Nick? What are they doing here being dead? Nick. Nick's here for a bit of a holiday. By the sea.
You smell that? Is that coming from the water, or did we stumble into a crime scene?
He doesn't like it. It's the body, Nick. It's that body that you can smell. Anyway. We can go upstairs if you want. Use the bathroom. It's more about what I build, isn't it? Than what they've already got. Big wall, that's what I like to build. I feel like this. I feel like I'm able to psychoanalyze myself a little bit by looking at this. There's something quite organised about it and repeating patterns, repeating themes. This is a lovely little lookout here, isn't it? Kill people as they're trying to come in. Security, safe, solid. And again, we've got another armour, weapons. You know, we've got buildings that we can use, functional buildings. This is a restaurant, it's got hot dog signs on it. Functional buildings. Not being used at the moment because it's night time, I think. They must all be in the dormitories somewhere. But straightforward. Up on the walls. Let's have a little run about my perimeter. On the wall. Build a wall. Turret. Big flat space. Quite like it. Are you well armed, soldier? How you doing? Oh, it's Deacon. You alright, Deacon? You're out here as well. I leave my you get these companions along the way and I leave them out in these places. Deacon's out here as well. These are my usual soldiers. Fully decked out, look. And yeah, we defend our position again. Right, next. That's quite a nice one at the lighthouse though, isn't it? Next, Finch Farm. They're repeating now. I think if you're watching this, you're probably thinking they're all the same. But you've got to, it doesn't, like, you need to see them all for it to really settle home, you know, for it to really ring true that I've spent all this time doing this. And that there's something kind of, there's some like obsession or compulsion involved. It's not the normal gameplay. It's not even what you're supposed to be doing in Fallout. It's not even what you're like, it's not even the purpose of the, you know, the main quest or anything. And once you've obtained these places and they're yours, Finch Farm, once I saved the Finch Farm from problems and it became mine, then you are, you know, you have to defend them. But you probably don't need this level of... Oh, we're getting attacked. Brilliant. There we go, look. Up there on the hill, there's one wandering ghoul or something. And my laser turrets and my armed settlers are having a right go. It's kicking off proper, isn't it? And I'll put my sniper rifle so we can have a bit of a look. Oh, they're dead. So they're dead now. I don't get to do much combat these days because I just, you know, my settlers and all these fucking minion turrets do it for me, but it's good though, isn't it? Let's have a look at the perimeter. Finch Farm. Finch Farm's in a bit of a difficult position as well because if you look on the map, you see it's in the middle of all this stuff. Sagus Ironworks, I had to clear it, it's baddies. Down here we've got Reed Marina, I had to clear it, it's baddies. We've got the National Guard Training Yard, baddies. Like, there's quite a lot of places here that... County Crossing's mine, but we're surrounded in a little bit by baddies, so you get attacked quite a bit, maybe. Build the wall. Oh, something's out there, hang on. Where? They'd be shooting at it if they could see it. Anyway, build the wall. Build the wall. I'm quite impressed by myself, but you might be bored of me just showing these walls, but it's actually quite a thing. If you played Fallout, you know. If you played Fallout, you know, I really want to hear in your answers in your comments. If I make this into a YouTube video, please answers in the comments. Did you do this? Did you feel compelled to defend your structures with this elaborate defense, or did you just put a few turrets in and move on? Fake passage there, look. Did you just put a few turrets in and move on, or did you do what I did and create corridors with killing funnels, little reception desks at the end, and an entire settlement's worth? This was the original building. In here, this was their original building. It's rubbish. I've done this. General store.
Yeah.
Clinic. Don't know what you're doing. That's Daniel Finch himself. Changed your life for the better, haven't I, Daniel? Come through here to another communal area, which is farm, cooking, bar. Yeah, you're safe in here. Safe in here, aren't you?
Hi, how are you?
Come up and scrap a hobby, right?
It's not Finch Farm anymore. Sun's coming out again now, which is nice. Finch Farm. Finch Farm. Next place. So we went north and we're heading south. Croup Manor, County Crossing, Nordhagen Beach, the castle. Okay, we'll go. County Crossing's a bit more straightforward, I think. It's just another big wall. Takes a while to load, doesn't it? I thought this was going to be a lot quicker than this. It's all the loading time. You see what's going on. I don't have to over-egg the pudding here, do I? Have we already looked at this one? Was this the one with the machine working here? Yeah, we've already been here with the machine working here. Sorry. What was I doing? Am I tripping? Did we do Green Top Nursery? And what I used to do, right, when I was playing this game, actually I shouldn't say this in these loading screens because I want to edit them out, but I used to go around like a loop. I used to go to each place in a circuit, making sure they've got everything they need, building a bit more stuff. Okay, now I'll go and check the next one. Now I'll go and check the next one. Now I'll go and check the next one. And it's like an endless loop of... I know I haven't been here, I haven't shown you this one. It's got a glass house, you've seen a glass house before, and that provides us with defence towards the back. And we've defended the back with another build on the back here. Straightforward bunkhouse on the back with turrets. But this is actually quite a fun combat arena because we get a few attacks around here, and they come from this end. We're turreted up, and they come from the other side. Automated radio alarm system, oh, don't worry. They come from over here. This building was already built, so we already had this. And we just added to it. But we do get quite a lot of attacks. And it is quite well defended. In the barn area, this building was already built. They're all chilling out. Look. Sorry, did I disturb you? It's all a bit of a rubbish mess in the buildings, but... And there's stud walls and whatever, but you can't call that defence, but it is technically, no one can get through, so... And then the greenhouse is for all our farming, isn't it? So that's all going well. And otherwise it's a pretty straightforward entrance, I think. There's my ammo shack. Where's my entrance? Where is my entrance? This is a bunkhouse. Clinic, sorry. That's a clinic. Look at this dude. You're right there, naked, with that on. So how'd you get in? That's the question. I thought it was through these. There it is, look, there's the entrance. Gone for the turret. Corridor system. But you have to come up these stairs. So it's a strange entrance. But what it means is if we do get attacked, then we know where they're getting in. If they're getting in. I don't think they are getting in. Yeah. A bit more straightforward, isn't it? Big wall. Entrance point. Most of the stuff was already here, so I just filled it with stuff, but connected it up and created that defensive position. Don't want to get confused and miss any out, so we'll go Croup Manor next. Oh, this is nice and chilled. I've always wanted to do this on stream. I've always wanted to show everyone my Fortnite builds, because I made them before I was a streamer, so I thought it should exist on a video. This is a good way to do it. Croup Manor, again, it already existed as a building. This building out by the sea. And it had some like land out around it and this sort of monument thing in the middle. So I've kept that and I've built a massive fuck off wall around it. That's the general gist, of course. Turrets. If you want to come in, you know, perimeter is safe, secure. It's basically a fortress, this one. We do have our own fortress, I'll show you in a minute, but this is basically as close as you can get for me building it with my big wall and it already having a building side, so that provides that second layer of quite impressive build. And that was easy then, wasn't it? Because you put everything in here. Get out of the way. So we've got the bar and the general store and stuff. I didn't know there's... Is there a cellar? I didn't remember there was a cellar. Dead ghoul in the cellar. The basement. I don't know. Do I remember this? I must have seen this before. Let's just start tripping. Yeah. Look, we've got a basement. For all the good it is. Waterlogged. Come on, dog meat. Gonna be a bit of editing for me, isn't there? All these blank screens. Right, auto-saving again. Doesn't matter, I'm never coming back here again, am I? So Croup Manor has got internal structure, it's got stuff inside, it's got beds upstairs.
My feet hurt. Everything hurts.
There's another deadie. They don't disappear after you've killed them, which is annoying. But, you know, it's straightforward, isn't it? I built a massive fucking wall around it. Croup Manor. On top, actually, there is a bit more up there, so maybe I do need to show you that. Because I don't want to, like, go through all this and miss something out and be like, oh, I never showed them that. It's not that interesting, it's a bit of a chill one. Chill vibe, I suppose, this. Show and tell. I thought this might be more fun, actually, but now I'm halfway through it, or nearly finished it. It's starting to drag a little bit, because all my builds are very similar, but the main thing is you get to see how fucking insane I am, because I built all this. And again, I don't think you needed to fix the roof of Croup Manor here and build a secondary, like, spot on top for defence. I don't think you needed that extra wall. You put a few turrets have been fine. We didn't get attacked as much as I thought we would. When we do, we're invincible. We're absolutely invincible. But most people probably didn't put all this time into this. In the game, or maybe you did. Again, tell me in comments or in chat if you played Fallout 4 and you spent this amount of time. It's akin to the Genshin Impact teapot. This is why I can't do the Genshin Impact teapot. It's because I would spend too much time doing too much of this. In Genshin Impact teapot, you don't get attacked, but I was compelled to defend these settlements. Come and have a go. Come on. Come and have a go. You bad Mirelurks and your chuffing ghouls. Come on. You ain't getting in here. Croup Manor. Getting there now. We've got 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But we saw one of those at the start, so 5 and the castle. And Nordhagen Beach. But you see what I mean? Because what I would do, let's say I'm playing this game, imagine I was playing it, I would have been there and gone around Croot Manor, done my bits and pieces, then I'll go on to Nordhagen Beach, then on to the next one, then on to the next one. All along the way, I'm grinding resources and building another bit of stuff. If you get a new settlement, I have to go and get 100 cement and 100 wood and 100 this and build up all these walls. Nordhagen Beach. This is Nordhagen Beach. It's quite a nice beach, and I've turned it into a fortress. You get in through this end, there's a road that we're defending, this position. There's a bridge, you're not coming across that bridge, frankly. If you did, you know, we're defending this position well. I'll just tread the perimeter on top, I won't go down on the bottom because you know what's down there is an empty space and walls. And, you know, we're on a little bit of a peninsula here, so all that back there is safe. You know, we've cleared it, we're defending it, no one's coming back and forth, that's safe. You know it's safe. I haven't built the wall around it, but you know it's safe because I've defended all this position. No one can get up there. They've got to come past us first. Down here we've got the farm. It's quite a farm as well. And they all eat and live well. Here's the bar.
Yeah?
Yep. This is the boiler room. It's the chef. Quite horrible whatever they're doing, but, you know, working kitchen. They're all here. Eating their scraps. Get out of the way, you fuckers. Right, get out of the way. They scrub around here for potatoes, look. And then this building was already here. Just a little shed for them. No, I'm heavy artillery checker, mate. Look, you're heavy artillery doing your job good. And then round the back here we've got another big bar area. Clothing and shops and that. Space to hang out, chill, play collectible card games. The clinic with its own little doctor's space, privacy again around this back area. And if you need your surgeries and your beds and your tables, that's all around the back. And if you want to come in, then you're making your way through quite an extensive system of corridor and turrets. Well, not that extensive, just the one here, but it's long. And you come in through the roadway here, up on this corner, and like I said, all that area is defended. We cleared it, it's a peninsula, you can't get in through here. Yeah. Actually, I put that ladder up there. That ladder always been up there. I think this ladder's always been here. I don't know. Anyway, it connects up to that bridge there, but that's an empty building at the end that we've cleared. So then it's just water, isn't it? So you're not getting in through this end. This end's fairly safe. It's one of the safest areas of all of my settlements. You know, one of the most open areas that can be considered safe. Because to get there, you've got to come past our fortress. And we've got several guards up there manning the door. And even if you do manage to get over this bridge, which is your only connection to this piece of land, you know, if you manage to get over this, then you're being shot at by my guard tower. It's nice, isn't it? Like, wouldn't you trust me? You know, if we're in the nuclear wasteland, and I'm like, I've got an idea of building a settlement, you'd trust me, wouldn't you? Done quite a good job on that. Next. And we're coming down to the final ones now. So let's look at the castle. The last one I want to look at is Spectacle Island. That's probably the most interesting. there's some interesting ones here. I think we started on one of these when I loaded in. I think we were at one of these when I loaded in, so we might have already seen one of these. But let's go to the castle now, because it's quite a big, important one. It is what it says it is. It's a castle, so we already gifted a castle. So I didn't have to do much. That's not to say that I didn't do much. So, we've already got... There's Preston, the motherfucker. I'm not going to talk to him because he's got a quest on the go, but... when I do talk to him, he usually says, go and sort out one of these settlements, and then I've got a whole nother wall to build. Whole nother place to defend. The fucker. But, all the walls were already built, so I didn't have to do all this. This was all here. Lovely. It's a castle. It's a defensive perimeter. And in the middle, I didn't have to build that. That was here. But I did build most of that stuff you can see down there, which is the entrance corridor system, but made out of fences. I'll show you in a second. And around the back, we did have a big hole in the wall. I put turrets up, of course. But around here, this was a hole in the wall. It was all demolished and devastated. So I built it. Oosh. Look, I built up. Fixed the hole in the wall. That's good. I'll run the perimeter quickly. Because there's actually an entrance. Well, I consider the back entrance, but some people might consider it the front entrance. Around this way. If I show you on the map, you see, to get to the castle, which is where we are, you walk down this bit of peninsula here. But it's also connected up over here. So it's like isolated but connected up over two bits of land. So this one, you could consider it the front door. You can walk up the road, up the thinner bit of land. And when you arrive, it looks more like a front door to me in a way. It might be the back door, who knows. But because of all this reasoning, I've built turrets and guard stations. I expect people will want to come in. But I don't want them to just walk straight in. But I haven't gone for corridors here. I've just gone for turrets, guard stations, blocked it all up. And you've got turrets. This is just space. You know, the space for people to hang out while they're guarding the door. So you might want 3 or 4 soldiers, you know, hanging out. I should have put some chairs in for them. And then if you can get through these 2 turrets, then you have to walk through this. And we've got guards. So that is kind of the front door, isn't it? And you're into the main bit. Where's the other door then? I thought we had another door as well. Was I tripping? I thought we used to have a back door and a front door.
Yes.
This is a big piece of wall that I built. This is it, isn't it? This is the big door. Yeah, this is the front door. No? No, I'm tripping. It's been a while since I played it. But you get the gist, don't you? This is a big castle, and it's already got loads of stuff in it. So all I did was I put in all this fencing and guard stuff at the front door, and then I added the shops and this open area in the middle. I linked up all the power, put all the turrets on, and I've even got a few little side shops in these side alleys. I think I've got ammo, an armament room, and you know, a few bunks and stuff. There's all sorts of stuff going on in these different bits and pieces. But generally, it's a very safe, secure place, isn't it? Happy with that. We'll do these last few, and then I'll take you to the one I kind of think is my favourite. So I'll take you along the bottom of the map now. Oh god, it took me so long to do all this. Oh god, it took me so long. And while I'm doing it, I'm not playing the game. I'm building settlements, and my quests are not moving forward, and my story is not moving forward. My side quests are not being done. Huh? Somerville Place. This is the one we started at. The first one I showed you. With that big house up the top of the hill. And the little chap on the fire out the front. Somerville Place. They look better in the day, don't they? And you can see up there where I put my my paintings of the lighthouse. It's like an emblem. We build these big forts out in the wasteland and we stick up the lighthouse paintings on them. And it's like a lighthouse for people, isn't it? They see it from a distance and they know it's safe. It's the opposite of a lighthouse in a way. The lighthouse drives people away from the rocks. So don't come here because it's dangerous, the lighthouse says. But this says, come here, it's safe. Or if you're a baddie, don't come here, it's dangerous. But either way, I use the lighthouse symbology there. So the last few then, we've got one, 2, 3, and then Spectacle Island. So, Merc Water Construction Site. There's a couple here that have already got buildings, so I didn't have to do so much thinking again. This was one of them. It's on the water and it's got buildings, so I put a big wall where I needed to put a big wall. Shouldn't do the talking now, I should wait till we get there because I want to edit it. Just jump off. You'll see, look, big walls. Oh shit, I've jumped off and there's a fight going on. Who are they shooting? I don't know. Let's run around the perimeter and see if we can see where it's at. There we go. Shit! It's a queen, hang on. Man, you can sort of see how they've annihilated it. See how my people have annihilated it. I got a couple of shots off. They've absolutely tagged it and bagged it. Very safe, aren't we? In fact, this isn't the place I was thinking of, is it? Down the corridors with your turrets, of course. No, this is a different place than I was thinking of. But down the turrets with your corridors. Those big turrets and corridors. And I built around the existing structures here. Because they were just bombed out messes. I put a roof on. Very enclosed, very safe. Sofas and all that shebang. Around here we've got an enclosed farm. Shops. Everything you could possibly want. See what I've done here, enclosed it all up, so that's all nice. And then up on top, defensive positions, and I've gone for a tower again. We've got beds and bunks involved in the tower. Lovely space to sleep here, more elevated. And as you saw from that Mirelurk queen, we're just like properly defended. This wasn't the one I was thinking of. This hasn't already been built around. This was a bit of an empty space, scrappy, rough space with these burnt out buildings that I had to really properly fortify. But now it is properly fortified in amongst this swamp. We are strong. Take down a Mirelurk queen, no problem. It's quite an interesting one being out in the swamp, isn't it? Quite dour, but very well fortified. Next, Jamaica Plain. That was already stuff was already built there. Warwick Homestead. Okay, so Jamaica Plain. This is a bit of an urban area. This is like a small town area, and we've taken a corner of it, and it's ours. So it's a bit more difficult to build a big wall around this one. Instead, I've walled everything off and made it secure. Don't really want to say much in these moments because I want to edit the loading out. So, right, Jamaica Plain. Where's the best place to show you this? As you can see, we're in an urban area. Small village town thing. There's the church, and this part is ours. So instead of building a big wall around it, I've used what's already here and walled off spaces so that you can't get in or round. This is the entrance here. I'll show you that in a minute. I'm just going to do some perimeter. Perimeter, again, I haven't gone for a big wall, but this building acts as a super perimeter in a way. Extends our perimeter out a bit. And we've got a bit more higgledy-piggledy building going on. There's a guard turret there. And again, these buildings act as like an extra perimeter that we didn't build, but we've used it, claimed it. Probably sneak in through there. Yep. So I need to close that off. That's an obvious point of weakness. I forgot it. I obviated it earlier. And then here. Okay, you. Here are the buildings that are already here. Higgledy-piggledy. I'm using them for cows and farming.
If you ain't been up to see Grey Garden, you should go. The whole place is run by robots.
It's not very nice in these outer buildings, so I'm using them for cows and farming. Look, yeah. And then the main building is in here. A bit more of a, because it's an urban area, we've gone for a more open plan marketplacey field, like ground floor. You can come in, you know, halt, who goes there sort of business. You're probably getting picked off by my turrets and stuff on the way in, if you're a baddie. But if you get up to here, you should really have someone stationed here, shouldn't I? And you can come in, but we've got a turret to greet you. There's this bit of wall here. You have to step over. And then you're in. So it's defended, but not really well. And then in here, this is the main marketplace area. So again, we've got another turret here, just to extra defence. But we're hoping to get guests. We're hoping to have people come and use the kitchen, the bar, the facilities. If you want to stay here, upstairs, we've got a pool room and a lounge. And then up here, we've got the board, the dorms. And if you want to stay here and be part of our colony, you will have to take up arms, of course. You will be required to patrol, which is what's all up here. We've gone for the lighthouse thing again. Look, lights, Minutemen, illuminated it all. You can see us from a mile off. You know we're here. We're protected, we're defending. It's a marketplace, it's settlement. It's all good in the hood. Yes. We usually get attacked from over this way as well. We've got a good viewpoint on it. It's quite an interesting little one, isn't it? It all works, it's all good. I'm not going overboard on this one. Maybe. I mean, it feels a little bit like I've gone a bit overboard on this one. In my mind, I've not gone overboard on this one. I've only done the bare minimum, which is a perimeter wall, sealed off the edges, given them the marketplace, the living space and the dormitory space. Made sure that we've got a guard tower that can give us a good overview of the general area we get attacked from most, and we've illuminated our main entrance. I've got cattle and I've got a farm. I've only done the bare minimum. It's good, isn't it? It amazes me though, now I'm looking at it. It continues. I've still got one more to show you. 2 more to show you. And like, you consider how much time... Honestly, now, this is the thing that I want to really try and put across. Consider how much time I spent in Fallout doing this. It's not even the main thing of the game. In my opinion, as much as I felt compelled to do this in every one of these locations, it was a problem in the game, in my opinion. As much as I felt compelled to do this, it was a problem in the game. Because I don't think they wanted me to spend my time playing dolls' houses in the wasteland in a million locations, building huge towers and walls. Maybe just 5 of these, or 4 of these would have been fine. And maybe 2 or 3 of them already had existing stuff, so I didn't have to build so much stuff. Fine. I mean, I know that I put a wall around the Red Rocket myself, but you didn't have to provide me with so much here that I had to do. Felt like a chore eventually. And like I said, what I tended to do was I'd boot up the game and I'd go, right, okay, Sunshine Tidings, what do you need? Let's go there, let's build something. Then let's just check out Sanctuary. Then let's check out the farm and the truck stop. And I used to go around in like a routine circle. And by the time I'd done all my settlements, hours have gone by. Hours I put into this. Warwick Homestead. Do it as a separate game where it's just this, survival in the wasteland, couple of settlements, 2 or 3, you link them up, you provide caravan routes, and you have to, like, yeah, okay, yeah. It's like an entire fun game on its own in a way. Maybe, I wanted to point it across as well, I wanted to say that I don't think I've done this wrong. Repeat myself a little bit now, but I think there's something I think I had a bit of an over-the-top compulsion to create here. I mean, look at it. All this is mine that I built. These parts were already here. This big building was already here. This was a good one, actually. A good example of it is this was already here. So all I needed to do really was defend this. You've got a steel bunker, like a concrete bunker, steel doors. Yeah? So this is my bedroom and what have you. It's nice, isn't it? It's probably the nicest bedroom out of the lot of them. And then out here is your farm. Fair enough. You probably don't need to build a 6-foot wall around the whole thing. But I have. I leave this space open because it's the water. So the only thing that can get in is a Mirelurk. Again, what I've done is I've put walls around any spaces that are empty and available. Oh, I don't want to jump in there, I'll get radiated. Any gaps between these tanks that I've walled up. Oh god, no. Get me out. Bollocks. No, don't drink the water. Get me out of here, you chuffer. Why don't you take me out? There you go. Go on. Finally. But initially, you know, you can use these buildings that are already here, and that's all you need, really. But I've gone for big wall around it. All these little nooks and crannies down here are walled off, which creates holding pens for my cattle. That's a bit of a maze here, but it is walled off. Although this one's not, look. But you can't get through. I've actually put a Mr. Junkie thing there. Look. Have I put that, or has someone else put that there? Anyway, it's there. And, so I can't remember what I've done and what's already been there now sometimes. And what I've also done here is I've put my drugstore, my pharmacy, my clinic, waiting area, beds. This is the Crab Claw Tavern. Murloc's Claw, Mirelurk's Claw.
Yes.
Yes. Nice bar and general store. Upstairs for some beds. And of course, defence. We get attacked from this end. There's some baddies up on that boat sometimes. Defended. If you want to come in, probably coming from this end. This is our entrance point. Look at it, it's like I built this. And I built it 10 times over in all these different locations, haven't I? Down here through the corridor, you're starting to see a pattern. Hello. You're in the waiting area. Airplane seats. So you can wait to be processed, because you can't just come straight in. You've got to talk to the reception desk. We've even got a guard here. Because we're keeping this quite neat and tidy in here. This is a, you know, I don't exactly knows what goes on, but I send my scientist people here to deal with the salinate, the water and the food, and I don't know, like we're by the sea, we've got the pits, the tanks, we've got this. It feels like it's a sciencey sort of you know, formal establishment for stuff going on. It's not just a settlement. There's more seriousness going on. So we've got a holding area before you can come in, like a waiting area. You're all right there.
The only way you get old in this job is assume everyone's out to kill you.
I feel like I should just kill her for saying that now. Pop her in the head and then prove a point. Anyway. Finally then. Finally, Spectacle Island. I didn't expect this to take this long. I've been doing this for over an hour now. Over an hour. I don't even know how long I've been doing it. And when I download my things to edit them later, if I've done like a 7-hour stream, it's a 7-hour video that I have to download and it causes me problems. Thought this would be a quick little break from the card game because I'll take you around. I thought, oh, dog meat found something. So this is one of my favourites actually, this one, Spectacle Island. It's my holidays. You thought it was just a little tower then, didn't you? You thought it was just a little tower. It's not. Bed situation. You shut up. I'm not building any more beds. I've got fucking hundreds of beds. But this is a place like, this island is like separate. I think it might have been, I don't think it's DLC. Don't think it's DLC. I can't remember how. I mean, I've got it in the game and it can't be DLC because I didn't get any DLC. But it's a little island that's separate. And so you kind of get it at the end of the game and it's got Mirelurks on it and stuff. It's just my little holiday place, so it's the last one, separate. But now I've killed myself by mistake, so I don't know what's going to happen. We should hurry up and happen. Right, I'm just... Where am I? I'm here again, right. Take 2. I've got no Rizzler. Once we've done this, we'll go back to Genshin Impact, play a few more games of those cards, and we'll be done. So Spectacle Island is our holidays. I can't jump off it though, because I will die. This is a big tower, and they gave us a few buildings, which I built up and around it. I'm included, in a way. But really, I built my own space. Built up around the buildings. Built my own little space. And because we control the whole island, I felt less compelled to build a big wall around it. But if you see it from a distance, you'll see that it's another fortress. But this was good because we got, you know, you come onto the island, you've got this building's already here. You get given it as a place that you can start building. You've got these boat houses and outhouses back here. And I suppose you're less inclined to build a big wall around the whole thing since you've got the whole island. So I just built the one big giant fortress on the side there. And then across the island, it's almost like a prison this is in a way actually now I'm looking at it. Looks a little bit like a prison, my holidays. Across the island I've linked up the electricity. Because we don't want Mirelurks coming and taking over and ruining things. So I've linked up the electricity and I've put turrets all the way through. Got some more over here. Again, it's a simple system. What's that there? There's dead people there, look. Recruitment radio beacon. Settler there. Dead settlers. I don't know why they're dead. Don't know how they got dead and how they're there, but... Turrets. They should be protected by these turrets. And up the top there, there's another building which we had to... When we arrived here, we had to come and unlock. Like, it was like, fight your way to the end of the island. Unlock this thing. You know, do the thing. You get the settlement so you can have it. So this little cabin was instrumental to that. We had to do the computer or whatever. I don't know what we did. We plugged this in, the circuit breaker or something. So that's good. We've got that. This is our island. Protected by turrets. And I think we had to do something at this end, which again, I've not bothered to build all this up this end. I've put things here. like water treatment and what have you, but I'm not building stuff up here, I'm just abandoning it. It's the back end of the island with an old boat. But if you're a Mirelurk and you're trying to come down the island and come and give me some shit, then you've got to get through my turrets, which basically cover the whole island. They're not, I haven't got an extensive network, they're in the middle. But that's fine, isn't it? They're in the middle. So, in the daytime it's a lot nicer. It's nuclear wasteland, it's always horrible. But they're in the middle, we've got a bit of farmland here. I think that was already here, I can't remember. And Mirelurks sometimes come from out that way. They get melfed by this. Supposed to be. If you can find your way to the tower, fine. That's fine. You're probably not going to be coming in through this broken house. Because you can't get in. Another dead chuffer there. It's a bit weird, I've got dead naked chuffers lying around. I can't remember how they came to be. Whether they were baddies that I had to kill or whether they got killed during the process of killing baddies, I don't know. But you can come up here where I've got my artillery. Through the guards. It's by the sea, so for some reason this guy's got no clothes on. And you might be able to make your way across on the roofs. So there's a secret cheeky way in. You know, you'd have to get through all that to get in. Here's another one of my friends. And once you're in, we've got a couple of buildings that are already there that we're protecting with our walls come bedrooms. And it's guarded. And of course the tower. For the finale of this tour of my settlements in Fallout 4. The final tower by the seaside, and this is why I wanted this one to be last, because I quite like it. Like, we're by the seaside here, we're on our own little island. You see? You don't have to worry too much about defending this, because as long as you've got people up this guard tower, they're going to see anyone coming, aren't they? And we are defended, but you've got to get across the water. So it feels much more peaceful and serene up here. Kind of want to wait till it gets daytime. There is a facility for that. There is a wait. Am I in the way? No. I can't remember what the fucking button is. Maybe it's in the menu then. Or maybe you have to sleep somewhere in this game to do it, I think. Anyway. I wanted to wait for the sun to come up so I could see the island in the sunshine, because it looks nicer in the sunshine. It's our little holidays island, isn't it? That's what it's supposed to be anyway. Yeah. I should just mention that at any given time, and it hasn't happened, I thought it might happen during our run here, but at any given time, it can come up that at any given time, it can come up that you're getting attacked. It can say, Bunker Hill is under attack, and you have to go there and defend it. And if you don't, it's like, oh, that's a problem, you lost some stuff. So it's quite nice sometimes when you're playing the game and you've built this huge fortress, and it says, oh, your place is under attack, and you turn up there, and they've got it covered.
You need to get back to Diamond City one of these days. Biggest town I have.
So yeah, that concludes my tour of the settlements in Fallout 4. As many as there are. Look, there's one I didn't get. And it's worth noting, like I said, that I've only got the base game, no DLC, so I could have gone even more overboard on that. Could have been building neon signs and all sorts. And I'm sure there's people out there that have done much more extensive stuff. It's not about how clever I am at building and all that. The point I'm trying to make is I put a lot of time an obsessive, and I don't want to use words that are mental health buzzwords, you know, flippantly, but an obsessive compulsive amount of time, turn on Fallout every day, get down my settlements, sort these things out. Like, I was going to bed thinking about building turrets rather than fighting coursers. I don't know how we got onto this. I think I just wanted to do it. I think I just had it in my back burner today as like a thing we're doing, but we've done it. I've shown you my shame. I do find it almost shameful as well. It's like, it feels a bit like someone opened up a drawer in my bedroom and found like 50 empty vodka bottles. Is this what you've been doing? You know, your mum comes down the shed and opens the door and it's all plastered in pornography. I didn't know this was what you were doing in the shed. Yeah, I thought you were playing Fallout. I thought you were killing baddies and going on missions. I didn't know that you were making an extensive network of dolls' houses that you have to keep supplied and stocked with weaponry, new people, building materials. It's like a different game entirely. Like, you didn't see any of the process there, I just showed you the final product. But all of those blocks, like in Minecraft, you know, all of these pieces, all of these blocks required materials. Like, there's cement blocks on the bottom. I had to get cement bags and breeze blocks and scrap them and turn them into the materials. All of that is wood and metal. You know, you have to get all the materials. It doesn't come for free. It's a bit of a labour of love. I'm all hurty. I might go and sleep in one of the beds because I'm all hurty. But you would trust me, wouldn't you, as an architect? You would trust me as a decision maker there. I think I've done a good job. I'll keep you safe in the nuclear wasteland. It's still night time, look. Trying to get out of here now. Dog meat found something. Shut up, doggy. Yeah. Spent a long time here.
So, you ready to get a show on the road? Yes.
I don't know, 11 days is not 100 days, but I'm on guard duty now. I might as well just take up my post. I might do for the edit, I might just say thank you for watching. I've been Scott. You've been good. And if you can't be good, you're naughty. Just say that in case we edit that into a YouTube video. I mean, I think it might make quite a nice video. A tour of my Fallout settlements. Years later after the game's done and no one gives a shit. But it's just, I don't know, it just feels right to me to have shown you that. I'm glad I did. I can now put down the controller. I can now turn that off entirely. And we can go back to Genshin Impact. I feel a lot more calm and serene now, I'll tell you that. I'm actually having a really good one on Genshin Impact. The card game's here, yay. It's not exactly what I thought it was going to be or expected, but it is here, yay. Got my new character. She's cool. That's happy. I don't know why I was so cross earlier.
Ready for our duel?
Yeah,
All right, let the duel begin.
I've got a lot to learn. I think once I learned it all, I might feel more comfortable with it. But at the moment, I think it's a bit of a puzzler. Why is that a 3 cost Paimon? I know it's 3. Thought it was 2. Don't want the food. Don't want that. Don't want that. I mean, how do I know if I want that? No, I don't want that. Do I want that? None of my characters has got a bow, have they? So it's useless entirely. So why is it even in my deck? Geo, I'm not using Geo. Like, why would it even have a Geo card in my deck?
Unlike the adventure challenge you tried previously, in a duel, at the same...
Come on then, I'm going to win this. First active character. I'll go Diluc. Oh no, wait, I'm going to freeze them, then I'm going to melt them, then I'm going to... Yeah, I'll go...
Ready when you are.
Let me get into this now. Let me give it the right attitude. And oh my god. Now, I'll tell you what, that's a really interesting thing now. Do I keep those? Because that's a really good roll if you're Pyro. If you're not, it's rubbish. So maybe I go say, look, I'm going to stick with this and change to Pyro. And that was a useless reroll. Let's see if this works. It might be the most stupid thing I've ever done, but you never know. I want to switch.
Let's go.
So I've wasted my turn, but I've got such a good set of dice for that. I mean, you need to move me for this. Need to move me for this. All the detailed stuff is on the wrong side. Where am I? Flip horizontal. There we go. I'm going to have much more fun now. We're going to get into this. We're going to do it. Right. I've got loads of the dice that I need. I'm going to use this attack. Oh, he's him. I'm fighting him now. I forgot to do my cards first. Doesn't matter. I'm going to get it wrong all the time while I'm learning, aren't I? So I can't imagine he's got as good a set of die as I have. What's this? Only playable if one of your characters is defeated this round. Destroy all summons. I don't know what summons are. When you perform switch character, spend 1 less elemental die. When action begins, create 2. I don't need that now. When a character uses a skill or talent, spend... I should have done that straight away. But that's okay. And that's the end of my phase now. Because I can't attack, can I? Oh no. No, I can't attack. I could spend cards to change the die so they're different. I need 2 reds. So let's do this. That should be fine. Now I can do 2 reds. And you can do nothing. You surely kind of rolled that same... Okay, good. My turn. No, I need to roll again. I suppose they've ended their turn. I can't do anything they've said. So it's up to me if I want to do anything more. But I can't, obviously. So I'm ending... Or maybe I could have done something more. Like use my cards maybe in some way. Okay, I've got to really be careful on these, because usually I press confirm because it's right there, and I'm so used to pressing confirm. But what's that? I can look at the board if I want. That's quite clever. I can see it with all it laid out like that. That's quite clever. Obviously I want to reroll Dendro, Animo. I could use Cryo because I've got a Cryo character, so maybe I want to keep them. Like, it's so hard to know what... Maybe, like, I was complaining that you roll the dice first and then you choose your characters, but actually I know what characters I've got, so I could roll the dice with that in mind, thinking I might change characters. which is another complexity. The more complexities there are, the one thing, you know, I'm going to be favourable now. I'm in a different frame of mind now. I'm a bit more chilled. A bit more tired, to be fair. I think it's actually good to have complexity because it adds more strategizing and things you can do, and you know, it adds more for you to do in the game, doesn't it, complexity? But if it's too complex, it gets out of hand and you don't know what's going on and no one can ever get their head around it, so it puts people off playing it and it becomes something that nobody can watch. This, as I said earlier, the simple games, football, easy to watch, easy to understand. You know if that ball has gone there, that is a goal. But with fencing, like I used to do, no one could ever tell, oh, did he hit you then, or did you do a parry riposte, or what's going on? What is a parry riposte? What about a through cut? What about a stop hit to hand? What about attack, but miss, and then preparation on priority, attack left? What about that? It's like too confusing. As a fencer, you know exactly what's going on. But as a layman, just watching, it's very difficult to see who's winning that. Why is your attack now no longer have priority? Why does that happen? And why is this happen? And you know, you need things to be obvious to the viewer for them to really understand it. And then that draws people in to play it because it's easy to see. The best games are easy to understand, but take a lifetime to master. Chess. Drafts even, you know, checkers. This is more complex. I feel like throwing these out is a mistake. I'm going to do it anyway. And again, I got a shit roll on the second roll, so I hate the rolling system. I really hate it. I feel like I get cheated on the rolls, and then once I'm cheated, I'm cheated. That's it, isn't it? What was that? When action phase begins. I want to get this going early if I'm going to be switching characters. I need 2 dice the same. Yeah, that'll do. And then I'm going to play this to feed my character. And then I'm left with 2, but I'm going to get another 2 from Paimon. Aren't I? They did nothing. I'm confused. Why is Paimon not doing anything? Thought this was the action phase. I can't do anything with dice because I've got no dice. So all I could do is change cards. I don't think I want to change cards. I think I want to keep him on and use his special attack. So I'm just going to end round. So I've got an additional, from Paimon there, I got an additional Omni element there. So I should be up now. Feel like it's overkill. He's only got 1 health left. So I don't really want to worry myself about... what I want to do is I want to move my stars onto... Like, I want to shift... I don't want this character to die. If I attack, I will win, but then they will attack and kill me. Is what I'm thinking. And then I'll lose all this stuff that I built up on this character. So what I'd rather do is... Well, I can feed them. I haven't got the food there, have I? I'd rather shift the energy across and use somebody else's. I banked on using Cryo here because I thought I was going to switch with those dice rolls. But I knew I was going to get the Omni so I could use to anyone's. So I think he's on fire now anyway. So I could Sucrose and... It doesn't matter who I hit him with, he's going to die. That's not the worry. It's the next attack after that I want the specials on. So this character's going to be dead. That'll be a problem. When a character uses a skill, spend 1 less animo die, don't care. They're useless cards to me. I don't have those characters. I don't know why they're in my deck. But what I can do is I can switch them out and turn these crystals into other crystals with them. So that's good. So the first thing I should do is switch character. My character will take a hit, but unlikely they will die. And they're going to easily kill Diluc.
I can do it.
They didn't do anything. Strange. So I'll easily kill Diluc with a simple attack. I need 1 animo. I don't have one. But this card is useless to me. Oh wait, I do have animo. Animo. Spend 1 less die per round. That's useful long term. You know, you want to be using these early. But we're already not early. We already didn't have it in our opening hand. I feel less inclined to do that. I'm definitely doing this. Because if I spend this card, I need 2. And I could use these for actions instead. It did say to use your cards, didn't it? It said it's better to use cards than have them sat in your hand. But what I want to do first is I want to use Sucrose to kill. 1. Look. Oh, she's going to do AoE? Hang on. For some reason, these all look like they're taking damage. Confusing.
There can be no excuse.
Darn. I didn't factor that into the equation.
What? What didn't you factor into the equation? Everything's looking good to me here. The only problem is I can't really attack with Sucrose unless I use my Omnis, but that's fine. That's what they're for. So she's nearly ready to rock. For any attack, anything I want to do, anything at all. This is probably good. Leave me with 1 final attack. 1 and 2, yeah. Yeah, let's do this.
Stand clear.
They've switched. So defensively you can switch even if you've got no crystals to use. But effectively they're not doing anything, so easy for me. I know that they're not going to do anything. I could run the risk of changing to a powered up attacker. Well, she's already got fire on her, so I might as well just do the swirly one. Insufficient dice. Okay, I'll just do this then. Or should I do this? Pay 3 animo, I've only got 2. I could switch to Kaya. I did bank on using Kaya. Yeah, I'm going to switch to Kaya. I'm going to switch to Kaya.
This will be interesting.
My turn continues, as I can now wallop them with 3 of these. Before I do that, should I get rid of any of these cards? No.
Freeze!
My turn continues. I've got nothing that I can do. I could switch my characters, maybe. Oh no, because that costs a crystal, doesn't it? Right, more cards in my hand. Randomers. Roll phase again. I'm starting to get into the routine of it. You know, I'm starting to understand the routine. I still think this dice thing is fucked up. You know, you're going to have times where you can't play because you rolled the wrong dice, and that's just that.
Absorption test.
Or when you'll still be able to play, but you'll be at a disadvantage, say. Good opportunity now for Kaya to use his special move and absolutely destroy her. I think. Let me just check the new cards. Shift 1 artifact to a different character. Geo, useless to me. I can change these crystals with those cards. These cost nothing, so that's interesting, but I'm just going to wallop.
Burn!
Maybe I should have saved that for hitting Kaya with, but he was lined up, she was there.
Oh,
So
I wasn't expecting that.
I got it done, and I'm expecting not to be attacked. Yeah, because I can't expect they've got the dice to... You know, that you can't expect to have all... Like, you don't know what your opponent's got. You don't know their mana and their dice rolls, but you can expect they're going to have trouble. It's statistically unlikely they're going to be able to have what they want, just like I am. So, unless you've seen them use cards. I don't know if you get to see them use the cards. At this stage, I'm well ahead. You know, I can't really lose. So I should just go balls to the wall and just lay it all on, you know, just smash my opponent, because why not? Before I change my turn, I want to switch my character. I've got 4 crystals, so if I switch to him, I can do 1 more attack. If I switch to her, then I'm more defended. But I'm going to switch to him and do 1 more attack, because even if I lose a character, I've still got 2 more, so I can't lose. I need to pay more. Why? That one. What? What? I don't understand at all why I can't switch my character. At all. It's starting to annoy me again. It taught me that you can switch the characters by doing that and pressing this button. And it says I haven't got enough elements to do it. But I've got 4 there. One of them's an Omni. No need to pay more. Says no need to pay more.
Ready when you are.
Oh, no need to pay more because I've already done that. I've got that special skill thing in play that performs the switch for 1 less. So that was confused me, but that's fine. Can I do that card to move the... I trashed the wrong card, didn't I? I had a card that I could move the stars across, but it doesn't matter now. Let's just do this.
Freeze!
You're dead anyway, the end.
I'm not done.
At least there's no returning from that. Feels a little bit like if you get a good round, if you get a good roll, then you have a good round, and then if you get a good round, you're ahead.
I lost when we had the exact same character cards. The rules must be more complicated than I first thought.
No, can't. It's not the complexity of the rules, honey. It's that you didn't attack me for 2 or 3 goes because you didn't obviously roll the die. The end.
Every decision is a difficult trade-off in this game. If there was only a way to transplant the arms of the 2 standby characters onto the active character's body.
That's not how the rules work, Sucrose. Don't be a sore loser. That kind of thing is looked down on in TCG circles.
Oh, I am sorry. I was beaten fair and square. I know that. I just can't stand losing. But it was a fun match.
Okay.
Paimon didn't know you could get so competitive, Sucrose.
I always get a little upset when I lose. It's like that with my research, too. It always gets to me when my experiments don't go as planned. Especially when there's an alchemy genius like Albedo around to compare myself to.
You lost me at alchemy and experiments. But I'm pretty sure it's normal to feel that way. Playing cards is no different. Each game you lose makes you want to win the next one to settle the score. And the seizing victory through a winning combination of luck, skill, and experience is where all the fun of Genius Invocation lies.
But what if you keep trying and never win a single game?
Then you're just unlucky, I guess.
A losing streak, yeah. That'll definitely get you down. But It's way better to keep trying until you win than to just accept you're a plain old loser and give up.
You make a good point, Diona.
Besides, Sucrose, you're already making great progress. It'd take at least 8 of our regular booze hounds to match your level. You played well this last match.
Thank you. I'm just a little disappointed to lose, that's all. But Genius Invocation TCG is a really fun game.
Good! Having fun is the main thing. If you ever want to play again in the future, feel free to come by the Cat's Tail. But don't expect me to play with you. I just mean, this place probably has the right atmosphere.
I'll definitely be back.
All right. I think you should have all the basics down by now. I need to get back to bartending. Shiyan's likely been busy making his tavern more popular with his delicious cocktails. Pui, pui, pui. And we can't have that. Huh. Burning Mondstadt's wine industry to the ground keeps me pretty busy, you know. So if you need any more help, go bother Shiyan.
She's got a weird attitude on her, hasn't she? Welcome to my inn. Oh, that's another thing. When we're playing that game in Hearthstone, you play all the cards and they all make noises and sounds and talk and all that. This doesn't really have that going on, does it? Let's see what's going on now. I don't want to talk to Prince, I want to talk to Shuyan. Come around the back here. Where she's been hiding. You've been hiding around here, have you, Diona?
I see. So you have now grasped the rules of Genius Invocation TCG.
That's right! The Traveler, Sucrose, and Paimon are TCG players now!
I didn't notice you play any matches, Paimon.
Paimon picked it up from watching you and Sucrose.
Becoming a TCG player is not as simple as that. You cannot call yourselves true TCG players until you have passed the test. Sobering words from Prince there. But I'm afraid he's right.
Okay.
Yes, basically.
So,
I understand. You gotta go and win these 3 games.
You have to win 3
yeah.
duels against 3 different
You gotta
opponents?
go and, I understand.
The duel you just played can count towards this tally.
Alright.
I agree. Although I didn't get to observe the match
Same way you can...
a well-trained Sucrose.
I will have to skip this now.
Oh, yes, my goodness. Completely slipped my
Nearly
mind.
7 hours into stream.
I'm
so.
lucky to have Prince here to remind me. Everyone who wants to start playing Genius Invocation TCG is entitled to claim a free casket of tomes.
Great. And then what I want to know is where do we get all the other cards?
Oh,
How do we deck build?
Timaeus mentioned it, didn't he? It was from the light novels he's been reading.
Oh, that's right! The soul of an ancient TCG player was trapped inside, right? So the casket of tomes is actually real?
Well, actually, all card cases in Genius Invocation TCG are called caskets of tomes.
Oh! Paimon can guess what you're gonna say next! The reason they can sense each other is because they have the souls of ancient TCG players inside!
That would mean an extraordinarily high number of people in history have been turned into disembodied souls as a consequence of playing card games? No. The real reason that it can sense other caskets is because it holds a nifty little mechanism invented by Sumeru scholars.
Darn! What a letdown.
Cool, a TCG friend finder.
Alright, now let's see this casket of tomes already!
All caskets of tomes are issued by Margaret, probably for the best. Okay, so go and see Margaret to...
But even for the Traveler...
Excellent plan.
Go to Margaret. Where is Margaret? She's not even here. I'll put my hood up now because I feel tired. I want to, like... I'll tell you what I like. I've got a new coat. Can I show you my new coat? Oh, I've got the plug unplugged. Oosh. Amazon sale. Picked up this little pretty parka for half price. It's a half pricer. That's what I'm talking about. I like it when a coat completely, completely covers you up and
Academic
you feel all cozy in
research
it.
isn't some kind of fad.
And you can zip
Topics
it up
don't
all
just
the way
go
up
in
to
and
your
out of
face.
fashion.
That's what I'm talking about.
There's a strange
Bit of cozy, bit of winter cozy. Hey Marlo, nice cozy winter coat, Daddy's coat, innit? It's a good one, that. It's on the floor now. Don't mess there. Oosh.
Today's recommendation is the steak.
That'll do me for about 5 or 10 years. What are you doing out here, Margaret? Oh, you're always usually out here, aren't you? Are you?
Hello, you three. Has little Diona finished teaching you the rules of genius invocation? Ah, I see you're here for your casket of tomes, aren't you?
So this is a casket of tomes.
That's right. A purpose-built case for your card deck.
I actually quite like
It can
this.
even detect when someone else nearby is carrying one.
Yeah, well, even the most fun game is pretty lonely if you got no one else to play it with.
I quite like the concept that in Teyvat, we've got a little box and we've got our own cards and stuff. I quite like that we're collecting them in game and stuff. When we start collecting them, I'll probably warm to that even more. So, don't think it's all doom and gloom around here, even though for the first half of the stream I was in a bad mood about the general concept of the game. I thought it was a bit dated, is probably the best word.
True. So I'm glad that these customers, TCG players, are able to congregate at the Cat's Tail.
Can't be bad for business.
You're not wrong, but that's secondary. The important thing to me is the opportunity for like-minded people to come together and enjoy their favorite hobby. It creates a nice atmosphere. Anyway, now that you have your caskets of tomes, it's time to find some opponents.
And interestingly, Hearthstone is currently broken as fuck. Every time they do an expansion, they deliberately produce power creep cards that break the game so that people think, oh, it's really powerful now and it's more powerful than the cards I've got. I'd better go in and buy some more cards. And for example, at the moment, there's a really powerful, you could get a Warlock deck in Wild, and you've probably got half the cards already. There's only a few new cards that they've printed that are fucking broken that go in it, but it is totally broken. So if you play Wild, you're either playing that deck and winning quite a lot of games, or coming up against mirror matches and you're in a 50-50, or you're not playing that deck and it's not so fun anymore because you're seeing that deck a lot and it's beating you up. So balance and longevity and stuff in Hearthstone, there's got problems. And they deliberately build in the problems. They unbalance it deliberately because it's like marketing. More people are interested every time it's broken. And then they nerf it and fix it. And then, it's a cycle, a repeating cycle. You don't think that these expansions come out broken by mistake, do you? It's all hype. I'm talking about it now. So it feels like this game might be a bit more balanced naturally. But it might be because, and the reason I was saying that is because of the random factor of the dice rolling. That creates an artificial balance because you might have a really strong deck, but it's 8 dice every turn. Every turn is whether it's a turn or a round or whatever they called it. Every turn, 8 dice. So have your strong deck, you've got a bit of an advantage. But we're both beholden to the same luck and fate, and we could play the same game 10 times and it would come out. I don't know how evenly balanced it'd come out, but it would come out different every time based on those dice rolls. You wouldn't have that consistency, although Cruel does reliably inform me that you can get cards that increase your consistency. But I wonder how balanced it'll be in the long run and whether they'll produce more things for it and how that will work. I'm still really interested to find out where I'm going to get these cards from.
All right. In that case, I'll go find some people to play against too. Let's meet back at the Cat's Tail in a while.
Trust in your cards, you can win this.
Thanks. I'll do my best.
But my cards were a load of rubbish. Some of them were Geo cards, and I don't even have a Geo character, so a bit strange. You can edit your decks, brilliant. And also search for characters nearby who possess one. Identifying challengers, great. That sounds like fun. I wonder if Chang the 9th is up for a game. Open the deck menu. Okay. The map will appear. You can mark players. Use this method to tell who you can challenge. Yeah. When you use your casket to activate the ability to search for players, players closest who have yet to defeat will be prioritised. Okay. It sort of all makes sense. Casket of Tomes, deck. My deck. See, again, I don't know about this for teaching me. I think this is a really bad way of, like, this tutorial of how to edit your decks is really bad. Like, we should be seeing it and doing it and interacting with it while we're being taught. This is a step down from even the tutorial of the game. I can't read all this and understand it. Add in the cards you want by dragging them over the avatar at the top of the menu or just slotting them in. You can drag or unslot them. Yeah, that seems right. Select the card to review its details. All right. I've only got those, so I have to have them. Over here, I can't really tell. One card's chosen. It looks to me like all these cards are in my deck. All of them. One card's chosen. I've got one of each. Look. Whoa, purchase. What do you mean? Lucky coins. I'm hoping and I'm assuming you only get them through playing the game and beating the people. I wonder where you get lucky coins from. If you have to buy them in the shop, I'll be fucking furious. But, lucky coins. Obviously, I don't want to buy any more magic guides. A bit surprised I can't see any other cards. If I can buy them, why can't... Where do I buy them? So I can't even edit the decks because I haven't got any cards to edit with, so... Okay. Find a player and have a duel, I can do that. Starting to lose my mind now. I've been on stream for 6.5 hours and I did a big one yesterday as well, so I'm starting to lose my mind a little bit, but I do want to press on a little bit. Where is my fucking card bag thing? There. Right. Search for player. This is what I'm supposed to be doing.
What did you say? Oh, I'm old now, so every other phrase escapes my ears. Try calling me Madam Farozan, and I'll see if I can...
She reminds me a bit of...
that up.
She reminds me a bit of Official.
There's a player nearby! That way! Let's go see!
Swan? I thought it was going to be this little boy out here. What's his name? Sage. Onion. Sage. I thought it was going to be Sage. I thought he was going to be the player. It's not. It's this dude.
I'm sorry. Is there anything I can assist the two of you with?
We want to become...
Oh,
Then we'll have a big chat and then we'll play the game.
I see you're serious. So be it. Then let the duel begin.
You'll have to come to the cat's tail because we can't play out here. I get 200 coins, that'll be good. My deck. I think I'll play with my deck. And I should be able to cream all these introduction ones. This is learning mode, so there should be nothing here that is going to do me any problems in, should there? That's quite a good one, that card. I might want to keep that. That I don't never use. Never used it. That's if I got defeated. Don't want it. Choose one summon on your side and grant it +1. What's a summon? No Paimon card today. Where's my Paimon card? Right. Oh, I'm facing Hillychurls. Okay. Let's fire them up first.
Let's go.
Like, my opponent's got like a shit deck, so I can't lose. I might even turn in my Pyro dice. You know, make it a bit fair. And this is totally unfair. I've hit a rubbish second roll, but I've hit loads of good ones there. What does it say? Next time you switch character... The next time you use a skill... Oh, that's the wrong card. I brought the wrong card. Brilliant. Give that to somebody who's using a sword. Give that to someone for Pyro, and that is my Pyro character there. We're going to use that. And what's this hat? Hydro, useless to me. End phase. Heal your active character for 2 HP. It's quite good. I might spend the cryo lumps on that. But later, when we're getting hit for more. I think we're good to go now, so I'm just going to start hitting with Diluc. I didn't even get to set them on fire or anything, I just destroy them. I don't even have to do anything, I just play the same character over and over again and I'll win, look. That does 2 physical damage. That does 3. One and any 2. That'll do. Where's my lighter gone now? I'm now unable to do anything, but I could spend 1 card. They're all kind of useless to me. I just don't have to worry about what's happening because I'm so strong compared to my opponents. I mean, I'm assuming that they probably have an easier job fitting their talents in or something with the die rolls. Load of rubbish in it. And also, again, a load of rubbish. I knew this would keep happening to me. Well, I suppose it happens to everyone. So, if you get a really good roll, you think, that's quite lucky. But otherwise, it happens to everyone, and you're forced to trade in some of these cards. Like... Right, so I don't need to do that yet, but I'm doing it early anyway. I'm going to spend the Cathedral. 2 of any different ones, isn't it? Oh no, 2 of the same. Okay. And let's start hitting. Not even going to feed him up because I've got the Cathedral on. Hit for 3, he only needs 2. Hit for 2. There's nothing my opponent can do here. I'm going to kill them.
Time for retribution!
Oh, they do some speaking then. Little voice line and a bit of a skill thing, so it's alright. It's not Hearthstone. Got my coins, okay. I'm going to be really careful about spending the coins because I don't know what I want to spend them on yet.
Gosh, I lost. You're remarkably good at this, considering how new to the game you are.
You think, or do you think it's because of my absolutely stonking cards compared to your 3 Hillychurls?
Let's play again when you have some time.
No.
We did it! Now we have 2 victories under our belt.
Return to the cat's tail.
Cat's tail. Paimon wonders who Prince is gonna pick as our final contestant.
Wait, I should put my people on as well, shouldn't I?
Add Astro.
Like in Hearthstone, you get to see the heroes and stuff, and you feel a bit more connected to it. I think they could have done a better job, like, of making these characters your heroes and things like that. And maybe it's because I've come from Hearthstone that I've got this funny perspective on it, but I think they could have done a totally different job on the game and made it feel totally different. So I should now put that aside and just be grown up about it and say, do I like this that they've done or not? Not, oh, this is what I wanted and this is what I thought they should have done or anything like that. I didn't even have a specific thing in mind. I'm surprised with the way they've gone. But this is the way they've gone. Can I jive with it? Do I like it? Yeah.
I sensed that she had what it took to become an official TCG player.
Come on then.
Not just Prince.
She won't lose to them, whoever it is. Right, Trevor?
Whomever, naturally.
What ho, fellow voyager.
No, it's Diona.
Forth, oh brave
No.
challenger. Your princessin grants you an audience. Hearken well. The wretched clock chimes yet again, as the declining light of the day grows dimmer still.
It's official.
Pardon my directness, but we have not been waiting that long. Main Fräulein could have...
Look, come on, hurry up.
Your opponent sounds anxious to begin. Do not delay. That's
Come on,
what
then.
Prince said.
Go to the jewel room. I didn't know there was another room.
It's Fischl and Oz!
Who else but the princessin? For, as the name of this hallowed rite suggests, only when the wisest of heroes is summoned can the master of cards hope to be crowned the champion.
I do appreciate it. I mean, I do think it's a bit silly that all of a sudden the great Mondstadtians of the area are all turning up to play this card game with me. It's a little bit contrived, but Fischl makes sense. She's younger, she enjoys messing about, she's here to play the game, she's got her attitude on. It makes sense. I mean, we've already seen Diluc and Diona, and I'm surprised we haven't seen Amber and Jean, and but like, here's Fischl. Okay.
This path is a treacherous one. It must be tread with great caution, for eternal doom and damnation are but one wrong step away at any given moment. That is why none is more suited to appear in this audience chamber than the Prinzessin, whose Aug de Verurtelung des großen Kaleido-Phantasmus has witnessed 10,000 battles across...
Please.
Indeed.
Oh, that's true. Ah, this makes sense now. Prince did say that he was gonna pair us with someone of a similar skill level.
The Prinzessin needed but a single glance at these mere machinations of mankind to discern their working principles.
Look, she's doing her
Main
talking.
Fräulein too.
So there's a lot on the line, huh?
Come on.
Indeed.
The Prinzessin herself heeds the call of fate and descends to this realm from the Immanakreich.
I get it.
Main Fräulein, I implore you to consider less odious turns of phrase.
What say you, Outlander? Do you wish to make an enemy of me, the Prinzessin de Verurtelung, who even now begins to strum the strings of fate that shall sound out the traveler's requiem?
The Prinzessin de Verurtelung. Verurtelung.
Then I say it is time to see what you are made of.
Tonight we'll see what we're made of. She's got Electro, Pyro, and Cryo. Draw 2 cards. I quite like that. Keep that. Next time you perform Switch, spend 1 less die. That's the one I want. I want to keep that. That I don't like. I don't know what summons are. When a character uses a skill, spend 1 less Geo, they can go.
This will be interesting.
Still a little bit confused about what my strategy should be, but a rubbish dice roll. we're screwed. Play that. These are useless to me, so I might as well use them to transform these chuffing things. And draw 2 cards could be useful. But do we want to do it now? I suppose you don't know what you're going to get until you draw it. You're better off drawing them first and then making decisions. I don't want to run out of things. I'm going to play it. Okay. Didn't we already have one thing in play? What's the other thing that we've got in play? Where's the other card that I played? Where can I see that? You know, I played an effect card, didn't I? Did something about switching. Now I can't see it. Where's it gone? I don't know if this was performing the same function. Anyway, that's going to go. And it's going to become cryo, yeah. Maybe I should spend them first to decide that second, actually. Attack.
Dodge this!
Shield attack.
By royal decree!
Does nothing. It's just sitting there. Deal 1. Oh, it's going to do 3 overturns. 3 over time. That makes sense to me to do that. There's my combat skill. Spend 1 less when I change, so I don't need to use that other skill, yeah. Maybe I could attack and then switch. My other option is I transform one of those with a card and attack for 3. I think I'll transform and attack, because that's fairly useless. And so is that. And now when I attack, I can use 3, yeah.
Dodge this!
So we're giving her a bit of a spanking. I ain't going to do nothing yet. I'm going to do nothing now. I could either spend a card, change a crystal, or... You know, what is it? How much food? In fact, before this round ends, the target's character normal attack costs 1 less. I thought it was just going to heal me. That's good when I've got a full deck of dice and I want to spend less. Healing, I can't spend it. Okay, I'm done. But I've got my special charged and I'm ready for the next round. I should be using these elementals in combination, I remember, but let's see what we get. Doesn't sing to me. I've got Animo. I could use the Animo and Pyro. So maybe I just re-roll 4 and whichever one it gives me I use. But really, you're more likely to win. Like, by hedging your bets like this, it's actually less like, let's say I get 1 Pyro and 1 Animo, or like 1 Pyro and 1 Cryo, 1 Electro. Like, it's actually best to hedge and go all in on, like, if I just say I'm only saving the Animo ones and all I want is Animo ones, I've got 1 more die there to get more Animo. Because it's not confirmed what I'm going to get. Rubbish. 2 Geo are rubbish. But we've got a lot of Animo here. I thought my opponent might switch. I'm going to switch. Because it's Kaya, I'm actually going to go for Pyro, am I? I want to be able to use those 2. I want to go Pyro, then... Let's do this. I don't have to spend any things, do I? Because I've...
Let's finish this, swiftly.
They're going to attack me.
Cool it!
I'm going to attack them. which should set them on fire, should it? No, that's physical damage. I have to do 3. So I need to spend some cards. Wait, hang on. Normal attacks. I'm not using normals, I'm using specials. I'm going to spend some cards. And now I'm ready to smash your head with straight pyros. You're not going to attack because you've run out of die rolls. So now I can do a free switch. I already used my free switch. But I'm going to switch anyway. I'm not going to spend the Animo, am I? Well, it doesn't matter because they're Omnis, so yeah, switch.
I can do it.
My turn continues and I can do a full... And this is going to deal Elemental, yep. AoE, good.
Absorption test.
So now we're well ahead. They switched to Bennett to soak up more, you know, as a defensive move. But I can confirm my next attack will come from Bennett. You know, they're not going to switch back, are they? So I've got a choice now who wants to receive Bennett's attack. Probably this chuffer. Actually, he's frozen. He's electrified. She's not got any elements on her at all. So unless Benny can do me an AoE, which he can't at this stage, I'm going to stick with Sucrose. So I'm just going to end. It's weird that I've still got 1 Omni dice left in hand. Like, they're the good dice. I should be using them. But for some reason, I'm left with them in hand. We should have more ways of spending those final few bits of mana. Look at the way the dice have landed on top of each other and just chosen a blue. They need to fix that dice rolling physics incredibly quickly because it will annoy you if you see it landing not on the colour it's supposed to be and then it is the colour. I've got Sucrose on board, but really I'm not going to be worried too much. I'm just going to stick with whatever... What's that? Awful dice roll. They switched to Kaya. He's only got 4 left. How much damage can I do? 3 Animo. No, stop that. 1 Animo. 3 deals 1 Animo. End phase, deal 2 Animo. I want to just deal 4 straight attack to this fucker. Glacial Waltz, that's the one.
This will be interesting.
They might attack.
Cool it!
I don't care. Because I'm now going to end them. 4 Cryo and 2. I need the right... Okay, let's change the cards. Carrots gains 1 energy is useless to me here, really. Healing is interesting. Switch carrots at 9. I'm gonna kill you.
Don't get frostbite.
What? Did I press the wrong button there or some shit? Or was it because he's already he's a frosty one himself, but it only did 1 damage? It said it would do 4 damage. What's going on here? I've got something 3 over time maybe underneath. I don't know what's going on there. It's confused me. I'm not going to be able to spend my final crystals. Just to do that. They're not going to do anything either anyway, are they? So they've got loads of cards in their hand though, haven't they? Look, for some reason. At the top, right now, at the top of the screen, I can see loads of cards in their hand. Okay, let's end this now then.
As the cryptic chronicles of fate have prophesized, so so do I command. In the name of the Prinzessin, deal your almighty final blow and bring all that moves in the heavens to an everlasting standstill.
Because that's, you see, before we came in this room, I said they need to make
This
more.
world will be frozen in time.
Like in Hearthstone, you see your opponent, this little face at the top of the screen, and you're fighting like another hero. Here, I'm fighting Fischl, but she's just off in that top corner as a little icon. But they should make more of her being my opponent in a way. But she came in there with a little, you know, talking, so that's acceptable, I guess.
Let's go.
They're going to have to switch, aren't they? They declared the end of their round. They nuts. I might as well just do the simplest attack.
This doesn't look good.
This is but a small sacrifice necessary to achieve ultimate victory. One
I mean, now they've lost, yeah.
Descend. What happened? Oz, with lightning twixt upper and lower mandible, strike thy pointy beak into this obstacle and remove it from my path.
Mein Fräulein, I cannot simply attack the traveler.
It's not so good having them talking during the game because it slows the game down for me. But. I mean, in a way, I should play tactically and switch and think about what I'm doing, but I can't do anything, so I've got no dice rolls. So in the end, all I'm going to do is just pray end round, and I don't care what happens, because even if they attack me first, I don't care. Like, I've got too many strong characters against one, so it's irrelevant. I could just play this with my eyes closed now. I suppose they could still fuck me on the dice rolls, couldn't they? Well done.
Burn!
What happened to these icicle damages? What happened to my icicle damages that are supposed to deal damage at the end of the thing?
I want to help.
He'll do nothing. Oh, there's my icicle damage.
Could
That
it
happens
break
after I switch, maybe?
the curse?
I don't know.
Impossible! Ugh, the cursed dragon looms near once more, casting its dark shadow on the slender threads of fate, hiding them from my vision. Traveler, was even this part of your plan?
What a truly ingenious plot, and what an exciting duel to witness.
Congratulations! You've won 3 duels now. That makes you an official TCG player.
Good.
Yay! Oh, Sucrose! You're back! Does that mean...
Yep. I've won 2 games so far. When I got back, I heard you were in the middle of your final duel, so I came over to watch.
Nice! Sucrose won too as well! Great work!
It seems I am forced to admit, fellow voyager of the stellar void, that your mastery of the cards is second to none. To commemorate your glorious ascent to a battlefield beyond this lowly mortal realm, I grant thee an incarnation of my majesty in miniature.
I got a card.
As you embark on this ingenious vocation, may you wield it in battle against all your fated foes, that not a single one of them may be left standing.
Main Fräulein wishes to give you a Main Fräulein character card.
Wow! It's Fischl's character card!
I dare not take advantage of the princess's generosity.
'Tis a mere token of such. To the victor of this splendid duel is a boon of commensurate splendor due.
Oh, excuse me, ma'am. I am also a beginner who has won 2 games so far. Might I also have the honor of joining you in a duel?
Nothing would delight me more. I hereby grant you permission to join me in performing the hallowed rite of genius invocation.
One other thing. When I got back, Prince and Shuyan said there was something they needed to give you if you managed to become an official TCG player.
No card game in the world has a... Let's go get our...
With 3 electro dice, I summon...
Ah, so it was you who won the duel in the end. I knew you'd do it. Very well done. The first thing all new official TCG players receive is their TCG Player's Handbook. This handbook tells you exactly what you need to do to become a top...
Right.
Secondly, a range of Genius Invocation merchandise is now available for you to purchase here at the Cat's Tail. And thirdly, whenever you wish to play a game with a friend, you can use the invitation board there. Whoever you wish to duel against, simply invite them to the tavern for a game.
Got it.
Yes, it's right by the bar counter.
I got it.
Once you get the that's it, really. Yes, indeed. I hope you have fun.
Right, what can I buy at the shop? To be continued. So we did the quest, thank God. And we've unlocked this. Find challenges in the open world. Yes, that's going to be fine. I'll do that. Enter the tavern after reaching level 2 to play weekly matches against visiting challengers. So every week there'll be a new tavern brawl, a new, you know, just like Hearthstone. And then earn player XP to increase my level, and that'll unlock new functions. You can also challenge Prince in Ascension challenges to further elevate my level. It's a popular card game all over the world. Face them in the matches, get your coins. They might give you a gift, which is a card, obviously. The number of challenges you face will also increase. Use the invitation board to send invitations to challenges and partake in matches. And I get characters' talent cards. Use the invitation board to connect with friends via co-op. I get it. Spend the lucky coins you get at the Cat's Tail. Cards, card backs, and dynamic skins. Well, I don't want card backs and dynamic skins, obviously. I just want cards, don't I?
100 years have passed, yet there hasn't been any change to those dumb rules at the academia.
Like, it seems fucking ridiculous that you'd have microtransactions within a game where I'm not actually paying money, but I'm using my in-game currency to buy the card backs and the skins. Like, that does seem ridiculous. That's a microtransaction that you should put, you know, exterior to the game so you can make some money off the thing. Don't make me spend my in-game coins on it. I've even got a new button at the top. They know how to get me, don't they? I didn't want to purchase 5 cards, but now I do. Now I do. I'm getting all this stuff. This is all mine. I'm having it. Next page, please. I want to complete. I want to complete. I want to complete. Primos, primos, primos. Loving it. I actually think it's not a lot better than I thought initially. All this built around it. I thought it was just going to be you can play the games and you can play them out in the world. But there's a little more built around it here to make it feel more cohesive. Like, it's actually quite a lot to put in the game when you think about it. They've opened up the Cat's Tail Tavern, and it's got a game in it, and it's got a room where you challenge people, and you can have weekly challenges, and you're buying cards, and I get it, I get it. It's like an ecosystem thing. What have you got for sale, then? I'm going to want these, aren't I? I wonder if you get enough. I expect you get enough through all the challenges to get them all. I hope you do. I'm assuming we never have to pay money for this. It's all in-game. Which, again, it's really strange. I would have thought that things like dynamic skins, you would end up buying for money. Because they're just cosmetic. Animated gold cards, yeah. Purely cosmetic. Seems like something you would have to pay money for, really, but we'll get it in the game, maybe. Equipment cards. These are all things that are useful in my deck. Obviously, I need to start taking out the cards that are rubbish and putting in the cards that are good. Don't I? Support cards. It's the same thing. Things that are useful versus things that are not. You know, you build your decks. There will become a meta, I'm sure, where we all decide on what the best cards are, and we all get Chang the Ninth. I knew he'd be involved. I knew he'd be involved. You know, we all get loads of Chang the Ninths in our deck because they're the best ones or whatever. Oh, these are just the skins as well. The skins for the cards. Okay, there's a lot of skins for the cards. Purchase provisions. An invitation letter. I can spend 1,000 coins on an invitation letter, and then I can use the letter to invite someone off the board. Card backs. Wow. Wow, okay, look. 100 flaming flower stamens. Got a new card back. That's interesting. I really don't think this is worth it, but I'm going to do it anyway. In fact, I feel really bad spending these things on that, and I've just done that. You know, I don't need all the card backs. I'd much rather have the stuff. I haven't got 100 Cecilias. Interesting. Anyway. Can I select my card back now? No? Anyway, yeah, you can do that with materials. Doesn't appear to be any shop to buy these coins, though. Event card. I assume event cards mean they're going to go away. It should say here in some way whether I have these cards or not. How many of these do I have? I don't know. Do I have any? I don't know. It should tell me here, you know, you own 2 or you own 1 or whatever. Because I'll have to keep going back into my collection to see what I own and writing it down and shit or something. In Hearthstone, you have your collection, all the cards, and then you see the cards that are absent from your collection. They're there as missing cards, and then you can craft them within the collection. It makes sense. Having this shop separate makes no sense at all. But, okay. I'm not able to get any character cards here. I have to get those from beating the people, I'm assuming, then. The final check is... What's this? About player level. Oh, I get rewards. I get it. So we're doing this. There's no way I'm not doing it. You know, I'm a card player, and there's loads of rewards associated with it, so I'm doing it. My big question now is... Is there going to be some way of buying card coins in the shop? I bet there will eventually, won't there? But currently, no. So at least you can't buy it with money. At least it's not a pay to win. But in these early phases, what I would suggest, if you're watching this and you're getting any tips from me, God help you. But what I would suggest, and I know this, I'm smart here. I've just spent those things on those things. I'm not that smart. But what I think you should do is not spend your coins until we really know what's going on. Because you're going to earn these coins, and you're going to be like, oh, I'll buy these new cards, oh, that'll be fun. And really, as a collector, I want 2 of everything. You know, I'm going to want 2 of everything, really. But it might be, and we don't know yet, but it might be that this is a really powerful card. And that's the game breaker. And if you get a Dendro character, all of a sudden, this is amazing. And it might be that you waste your money on this, which might be useless. It might look good on paper, but in the game, after the meta is settled, it might turn out to be useless. So you don't know yet, so it's really hard to decide what to spend your stuff on. But I'm hoping we get everything. Really. Obviously you shouldn't be able to have everything all at once, maybe. You know, you should either be building a Dendro deck or a Geo deck, shouldn't you? A bit confused as to how they're going to give me the things and at what pace they're going to give me them and stuff, but... I'm over 7 hours now on stream today, so I really should give it a break. I'm going to probably play this later, off stream, and do some more card gaming, because I'm kind of into it now, in a way. Ironically, after all of that. I think I probably just had to come in with the right frame of mind, and I was eager to play, and I was interested in the new player experience, you know, the way the introduction and the... I start to lose my mind and my brain in the words. The way that the tutorial was. I felt they could have learned so much from other card games, especially Hearthstone, who absolutely nailed their tutorial. And they did a pretty poor job on it, to be honest. Like, pretty standard, averagey... Like, Genshin Impact to me is a stand-above game. The fact that this is even in the game is impressive, but you still got to implement it, you know, you still got to put it in there properly. Still got to be good. So I think the tutorials have left a lot to be desired. It was very verbose, and it left me confused rather than certain as to what was happening. Oh, hide and seek, look, hide and seek. But yeah, but now we're here. It's not so bad. In fact, the tutorial was a bit of a labour, and all this stuff is quite cool. Alright, look. I can invite any of these. Can be invited. So I'm assuming by beating them I get their card. And therefore... I should be picking the ones that I want to get the cards of. But I also assume that some of them might be more difficult than others compared to my deck, depending on what my deck is. So again, I've got no idea... Who should I be inviting here? First time invitation requires an invite. Maybe once I've invited them, I can keep doing them. It'd be nice to be able to keep doing Ganyu, wouldn't it? These are locked. Although I've just got your card. Oh, level 3. That won't take long, will it? Okay, it's an interesting list. It's mainly the characters you expect to see. Not everyone is on there. Maybe this fits with the lore, because like some of these characters you can understand have cards made of them, but other characters you would not imagine are partaking in a collectible card game in the world of Teyvat. Some of them probably have better things to be doing, and it would be strange for them to have had cards made out of them. You could see somebody making a card out of Barbara. She's a popular singer. Seems a little more strange for somebody to have made a Noelle card, because she's not even a knight, she's just the maid. Like, in the big scheme of things, if you didn't play Genshin Impact and you just lived in Teyvat, you might know Noelle, you might like her, but she's not a standout person in the world. She's not like it does seem strange that who would have chosen to immortalise her in collectible card form, made of Mondstadt. Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm definitely not seeing any Archons here, look. Okay. You spend the letter once, and first of all you do an easy mode, and then you get their card, and then when you reach level 7 you get a tough mode. I don't know if you need to see me duel all those people on stream, or you need, because out in the world there's going to be some as well, aren't there? Oh, look at that. Indoor map. Haven't seen that before. Very Dungeons and Dragons. Out here there's more duels as well, look. More card duels for me to have. So I'm going to be having some probably off camera between now and next stream, but next stream should be tomorrow. I can't guarantee exactly what's happening because we've got a busy next week, and I've been on 2 big long streams last 2 days, and there's a lot of editing involved in them. I'm glad that I've calmed down and chilled out. Maybe I didn't perform such a good stream because I was in a fucking weird mood about this game. Or was in a weird mood full stop, I think. I don't know. It's weird, isn't it? I feel a lot more chilled now. Has just gone midnight though, so it's midnight, it's always midnight.
Academic research isn't some kind of fad. Topics don't just go in and out of fashion.
We done good. And remember, you be good, and if you can't be good, then you're naughty.